right, keep reading. Andrew, we will respond to your letter sometime next week after we've received and reviewed the deposition transcript of Redacted. Regards, Joan. The interviewer replied, Dear Counsel, please see the attached correspondence, and it's 11 sanctions, and basically the motion at issue. Then Andrew responds, Dear Counsel, please see the attached motion for sanctions that we are hereby serving upon you by this email. Please note we will promptly file this motion, the appropriate actions upon the expiration of the safe harbor period, unless plaintiff first files an appropriate notice of errata and corrective pleading. The interim, all our clients' rights and remedies are reserved. So they're saying, hey, we're going to do this December 1st. This is when we're going to do this. We're going to give you plenty of time. If you want to file the notice of errata, correct your pleading, you can just file it again, correct it, and they'll get rid of the old one. They haven't done so. So now here's the motion. What do you know?
But that just means they're incompetent. I mean...
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, what?
Pretty much, yeah.
I think they're malicious, not incompetent.
Yeah, wait, why would you assume incompetence?
Well, both.
I mean, exactly. They could be malicious by acting incompetently, right? So,
No, you'll see. It's malicious. There's probably going to be another one following this pretty soon. It's malicious.
So they're just dragging their feet on purpose.
Nope, they're not dragging their feet. We might see a motion soon with them trying to fight it. Yep.
Oh. Might just. You're saying there might be a reply, Destiny? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Not a reply. Is Kafka in here?
He just left.
Kafka's not in here. He wasn't here a bit ago. Does Kafka want to join?
No, it's
also,
okay.
I have a little birdie, completely unrelated, said that they actually gave those counsel extra time. Look at Rule 11C2. So this is probably true. December 1st is actually probably more than generous.
It is.
Federal
You need 21 days, I think. 21 days is the notice period.
Yeah,
I think
probably 21 days, meaning like this was October 30th that they were told. They said, tell us by tomorrow, October 31st, and then we're now more than a month later. So
The reason you should probably end your Twitch stream, by the way.
Yeah, I've just done that, but oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Good point. Oh my God, it's Kafka Esquire. It's him.
What?
No way. Destiny, you summoned him?
No. I just asked where he was. I can't just ask where a person is. It always has to be a fucking summoning.
Well, I mean, he's here now.
Oh.
There's your answer.
Sorry.
He's a minion.
Here.
You summon him.
I got harassed in chat. They said you were crying, Destiny. Are you okay?
I made it. I'm doing okay now. I was crying
good.
a lot before, but now I'm not.
Okay. Good.
Now that the motion's out, he can finally stop crying. 'Cause he's gonna get justice, right?
Definitely.
Damn. Anybody else learn yesterday that shipwrecks are just when they crash?
That's what I learned. Yeah, it's just a crash, nothing else. There are no obligations to rescue people that you've struck in boats or struck with in their boat. Definitely not. Yeah, not a war crime at all. Even though legal experts have said so, former military lawyers.
Also,
You don't
also
need
the
any of that.
United
It's literally,
States-
it's just explicitly in the fucking manual. I think like shipwreck
Yeah.
is around like 252 times or whatever. Somebody emailed me the thing. Like it's not. This is not like a serious. Nothing is. That was probably the most unserious thing I think I've ever debated in my entire life. Like I feel like when you're hopping around to shit like that. Well, shipwrecked. It's not like they crashed. Like it's not like Pirates of the Caribbean. Like okay, dude. That was insane.
Well, if you hadn't harassed him so much, you probably would have gotten to hear his world's greatest self-defense lawyer take, so he would understand how actually these guys were acting in self-defense.
True.
The
Greatest self-defense.
the legal expert who knows so much about self-defense. That's why his Twitter is purely filled with, "Hey, Indians have low IQ. Hey, birthright citizenship, it actually doesn't exist. Hey, yeah." It's a very very smart legal guy. Clearly.
Dude, I was
you see
getting.
Caroline
There were like
David?
2 points of that debate where I got so mind fucked. Where I was like, wait a second, am I like so? Because I've been to the Capitol before, and when that guy was like, we're not talking about the Capitol, or we're not talking about DC. We're talking about the Capitol. I'm like, wait a second, is it in Virginia or something? And I didn't know this.
That was a hilarious stun lock to see you just like in that moment just be like, wait a minute.
I had to go, yeah, and then the guys are like, the FBI? That's not the DOJ, you fucking retard. And it's like, how do you think the DOJ does investigate? What the fuck? Why would you even say? It's so stupid. Oh my God.
It's retarded.
Okay, yeah, little background on me. I worked at the DOJ at one point, and I literally would interact with the FBI agents. I have been to a black site before. Like it's yes, 100% the DOJ takes part in and has a say in not only in initiating those, but like what's ongoing.
It's an inferior office.
Yeah.
But it's literally it's part of the DOJ. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. What are you, dumb.
Yeah, it's very cringe.
Yeah, I was after the debate, I started arguing with this guy on Twitter about the birth of citizenship shit. And he's like bringing up, it's literally in the opinion, bro. And so I quote the Wong Kim Ark opinion back to him when it was affirmed that if you're born in the U.S., you're a U.S. citizen. So self-defense lawyer seems to have a lot of thoughts about non-self-defense shit, and all of this shit is just DEI.
It's all the same copy-pasted shit of everybody.
Accounts.
None of it is going to be new or unique.
Yeah.
Oh, and I picked up. I got the debate tactics from listening to the fucking oral arguments. Anytime a fucking Trumple tries to argue some bullshit on process or procedure, just ask them the next question, because they're always trying to avoid substance. But then what you do is you just say, okay, let's say we satisfy the process or procedure. Would you change your mind then? They'll never say yes. And I did that yesterday when he was like, well, actually, it's because they brought the case in D.C. and not Texas. And rather than do the whole fucking venue versus jurisdiction fight, it was like, okay, well, what if they brought it up in Texas then? Would you think that was a strong case? He's like, I'm not sure. It's like, okay, you fucking retard. What a waste of time.
And they specifically refused to answer your question about, hey, let's say they did it in Texas. Then could that judge have ordered the plane to turn back?
Yeah, he just said, it was an interesting question. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was frustrating because, like, I think that you pointed out very well during it. That's like they're not answering questions, and but then you were being admonished for it when it was like, well, very clearly these people like have no interest in actually maintain the discussion. Like that one guy, the guy you were debating with, was like, oh, we're so far from the topic, blah blah blah. And it's like anytime they go on topic, you immediately jump away.
And when they brought up fucking what was it, BLM or whatever, like, why are you guys bringing up BLM? Or was it BLM or was it a different topic? Yeah, I was like, oh my god, come on, guys. Cringe.
But didn't this guy Andrew leave after Soipo tried to ask him a question and he refused to actually engage with the question?
Let me ask a question
how I like.
And the guy was like, well, that question's actually not relevant, so I'm not going to answer it. Oh my god.
Yeah. And it was great because he immediately just like that moment that you need to like get a clip of you saying that like Republicans only need to act within the bounds of the law, and then put that next to his response to Soipo's question of Donald Trump doesn't have a legal duty to whatever the fuck he said. And it's like, yep, that is how they operate entirely when they debate about this shit.
How crazy to say that, like, when they put out some video saying, hey, here's the law, it's like we have to read all the context into all of this to figure out why this is the worst thing ever. But for Trump, well, he was trolling, LOL. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, they acted like reasonable minds could not possibly differ on that, which is insane. Like, I think it's if they want to like make the argument that that's what it was, okay, like regardless of whether or not that's retarded, sure, make the argument. But they weren't saying that. They were saying no. It is so plainly obvious. No one can disagree. If you watch that video, it is impossible to disagree
not commit treason, and that's what they're trying to tell people. It was like, okay, dude.
Yeah, which is funny because it's like it reminds me a lot of like back in like the teens of the 2000s where like you would see like blue-haired liberals or whatever like fall for the dog whistles where people are like white lives matter or like, you know, it's okay to be white, and it's like so obvious to just don't take that bait, just don't have that conversation. And here it's crazy that they're like, no, we're fighting on this ground, and it's like it's very obvious that they're trying to bait you into like having this really bad optics argument of getting upset. And for some reason, they're all just like immediately taking the bait on it. It's like, I don't know why people don't just say he doesn't issue illegal orders, so this doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
right?
what
I don't know why
said.
that's
Like, it should have been an easy. Yeah, they're getting baited like the White Lives Matter shit. It's like you should just say like, oh well, LOL. Who cares if they say that? We don't issue illegal orders, and then you're done. The fact that you would get so fucking incensed at that, how dare you tell our fucking soldiers not to follow illegal fucking orders? And it's like, damn. But the problem is that like
every time,
generally,
you keep bringing it back.
You're, as a soldier, you're not like if somebody's telling you like we're gonna strike, you know, this fucking building, and you're like, oh god, I think I saw civilians in there yesterday. Whatever. Like soldiers aren't supposed to be making calls like this, but when you get an order where it's like, you see the people floating in the water after you blew the ship up, fucking kill them. That's a very clear, every fucking manual, any country, any international law, any maritime, whatever the fuck, you cannot do this. That is such an obvious no. It's like shooting down people in parachutes. It's just an insane thing to do.
Well, and
according to the reporting, the order from Hexeth was kill everyone, and then the reporting named the specific admiral and the admiral ordered the second tap, the double tap strike, specifically to comply with that order from Hegseth. It's just
they're pinning it on the admiral now.
On top of all of that, right, the American military swears allegiance to the Constitution, which has been burnt to a cinder by this administration. So anything that's anti-constitutional, it's not just about being illegal in terms of international law. If it's against the Constitution, they can also refrain from doing it on that basis, right?
Exactly.
Kind of, yeah. They're not supposed to be making it's not supposed to be like snap crazy, these guys are acting like technically the point that they're bringing up is correct, but it's just not relevant. Where they're like, there are complicated matters that you could litigate or couldn't litigate or whatever. But shooting people in the water that's not a complicated matter, and it's ridiculous to pretend that.
Well, according to Caroline Levitt today, the shipwrecked sailors were a threat to the United States, the big mighty United States, so they had to be killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so two things. First, one, the military has a process. If a soldier or anytime military personnel says this is an illegal order, I'm not going to follow it. We have military courts. We have procedures for this, and it's not like this is something that is impossible for people to contain. And if someone incorrectly or does so in a way that does endanger their fellow soldiers or things like that, we have processes to handle soldiers that do that if they do so in bad faith, things like that. So the idea that the military would be ground to a halt if someone did this is just stupid. But then the other one is, I don't know if you caught this, Destiny. I didn't hear if you responded to this in that debate, but I believe it was the self-defense master who called the people in the boats chemical terrorists against the United States.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Which was the most dumb double speak fucking propaganda language I've heard in a long time. Just actually people that we suspect of selling drugs here, that's chemical terrorism.
No evidence that is the case at all, by the way, not even to senators, as they've said. Maybe it has something to do with why those 6 senators said don't follow legal orders, is because they haven't been shown any evidence that these are legal strikes at all.
I've never seen anybody refer to drug dealers as chemical terrorists in a legal context before. I've never heard. It's the most made up bullshit shit for TikTok to keep the fucking hogs happy.
It sounds like the kind of band I listen to when I'm programming or something, some electronic music.
Didn't Lindsey Graham call them the narco cartel caliphate?
Yeah.
They're calling
and that
them
stupid
a
fucking
now.
with that stupid Twitter picture that he did or whatever. Yeah.
Everything is a caliphate now.
It's just so cringe. It's so unserious though, right? You see how unserious. There's no I wish there was an easy way to bro. You do not believe these arguments uncivil law, these free speech warriors and everything. The whole when I asked him at the end, can Donald Trump punch a baby in the face? And he's like, nobody should punch a baby. It's impossible to get a single concession on literally fucking anything.
Well,
I mean, in the end, they just start saying absurd stuff, though. No, I was just saying, in the end, you get them to say really absurd stuff, and that's kind of proving the point, right? If you can get them to say something absurd that Trump can do no wrong, then you've won the argument. But to anyone that's got 2 brain cells between their ears.
Yeah, I guess.
So,
but what even arguments were they going to make about the Afghani shooter? That's the thing. They needed to get away from it because there's just nothing there for them to even really discuss about. It's very plainly obvious what's going on.
Everything is so dumb. Because even for the Afghanistan shooter today on Piers, everybody's talking about vetting and terrorism and everything else. And it's what vetting terrorism? What are you guys talking about? We don't even know why the fuck this guy killed anybody. This guy's got a family of 5. He's lived in the U.S. for 8 fucking years. What could we have vetted? What are we even talking about at this point?
No motive has been given.
Yeah, Vinny or someone else was well, these guys are sleepers.
Presidium came on. Yeah, Presidium came on and said that he was radicalized while within, after arriving in the U.S. That was what she said yesterday. So
they didn't recover the etched bullet casings yet, so we don't know his motives.
True.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well,
Hobbit follower, hello.
How about when Logic wouldn't say that Trump killing someone on the street would be bad and deflect it every time? Or punching a child.
Punching.
wouldn't
Well,
say
that's well. Yeah,
punching a
he
child.
said it was anybody doing it would be bad, is what he said. He couldn't. Yeah. It's just all of it is dumb.
Why would you particularize it? For what?
That was my favorite part.
I mean, you can tell that they love the division that comes from this, right? Because a division is the only reason they exist. So, I mean, they're not exactly helping other Afghanis in the US right now by making a case of us and them, and the Afghanis are really dangerous, right? There are cases of Afghanis staying at home and being afraid of going out now. So it's really destroying integration. It's really polarizing society. And they
because the
love
actual
that.
argument is they don't want any of them here, which Vinny was honest about this morning. They just don't want it. They want to get rid of all of them. Yeah.
Colonel Lovett called them all thousands of criminal terrorists that are coming in. All the people who came from Afghanistan after the pullout.
Sounds
That's
right.
Were you
he
on
said.
Pierce?
Yeah. This morning. I think it's already posted. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Real quick,
Okay,
I have a question.
You have
What's up?
Okay, no memes. I need you out of the meme headspace.
Nope,
Okay,
I'm never
no being upset over last night. Okay,
Okay.
I'm getting one guide by
Uh oh.
multiple people, so I'm getting multi-guide.
Okay.
Guys are coming at me at multiple times.
Okay.
Okay,
What about on you?
oh yeah.
Nice.
let's say we take full power in 2028. Okay, super majorities across the board.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say that Trump pardons everyone, okay? Across the board, pardon, boom. Nothing can be brought in criminal court. Somebody brought up to you last night about, well, we should just bring them in front of Congress. We should ask them all those questions. If they lie, then obviously we can hold them in contempt of Congress. And you seem to kind of agree with that, right? That's one method to go about doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy came out on my stream earlier and said
Yeah,
something.
a test. This German guy brought it up yesterday.
So my question is, let's say everybody gets pardoned. You have no legal recourse against any of these people. Can we assume that is a probable thing to happen?
No. Or I mean, he might try it, but if we're gonna be creative like the Republicans are, then there's if we're gonna be retarded. I'm not saying you're being retarded, but if we're gonna be retarded like MAGA's being retarded, then we can just be retarded. The pardon is nothing matters. Nothing on paper matters.
Also, it's always said, but just remember for these conversations, if the president can only pardon federal shit,
Exactly.
so in theory you can still prosecute these people under state
Through
charges.
state. Yeah. This is and you can create lots of state laws in states, and then where you can bring in something new, and then they can basically commit the crime by continuing their lies later on,
Sure.
right? That there's some way that by lying they're threatening the state in some way, and therefore it can become something that they.
Yeah, and I agree with all that. I need a non-meme answer. You would never say that we should do things like suspend habeas corpus and jail people illegally, and anybody that is going to do that should be pardoned, and we should just continuously hold political opponents in jail indefinitely and pardon and say that we're not going to release them when it goes to court, all these kinds of things, right?
I don't think we should suspend habeas corpus, but we can just we can just be creative with things. So for instance, they're saying right now that real quick, we're not suspending habeas corpus. No, we would never have to though. Just like how this government doesn't ever do anything illegal, quote unquote, because there's always a loophole. So we could say that for instance, oh well, we see that Trump has pardoned people without knowing who they were, so that's evidence that Trump didn't pardon anybody. Therefore, all of the pardons are invalid. Like they're trying to do with Biden. We just do that. If they want to do it with Biden, we just do it with Trump. But we have evidence at least. We have more evidence that Trump doesn't know who he's pardoning with Binance guy than we do that Biden used an AutoPen. So we say some shit like that, get rid of all the pardons, and then just go down that road. If that's what they want to do, yeah.
I mean,
Sure, but
if Trump's got even the slightest dementia, I mean, that should invalidate pretty much everything he does, right?
Base.
But what the thing that keeps getting me, you will never advocate for us to illegally jail people. So I understand what you're saying about the pardons, and we can question the pardons, but you're all talking about stuff that's within the bounds of the law. You are not saying that we should go outside of the bounds of the law to jail people, pardon anybody that might be implicated in that crime of illegally jailing people, and then just continuously do that until we get our way.
I understand what you're saying, but the framing is incorrect. The problem that I'm having is that the law is an agreement between gentlemen that we're going to like follow it in good faith. And as soon as you toss that good faith, you can do anything you want without even quote unquote breaking the law, right? Like if you ask the Trump admin on anything that they're doing, they would all tell you we're not breaking the law. We're doing our best to follow the law all the time. And every executive order says as long as the law allows. So, I mean, like, I wouldn't advocate for, quote unquote, breaking the law, just creative interpretations of the law that, in my opinion, are breaking the law, but the Republicans are apparently saying it's not breaking the law. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, it's very it's very
real
simple in
quick,
this hypothetical future. Like if you have Congress, if you have control of Congress, you can create laws that would allow you to do this, or retract laws that would not allow you to do this. Or in this hypothetical future administration, you can back the court and suddenly, no matter what you do, you're doing illegally. So it's a little.
I mean,
also, like you can just repeat stuff like, let's say Pete Hegseth gets pardoned, right? In theory, you could still get him on international war crimes. Let's say, what if he gets deported and the judge's order only goes through after the plane's already gone?
That's a good point about international. That's a good point actually about international war crimes. A lot of these could be involved in issues regarding this, and therefore they can be just sent to The Hague, and The Hague can deal with them. Right? They're not pardoned from crimes on that level, are they?
Well, and real quick, how about like one thing that I think is important to point out, and I was speaking with Pisco earlier today about this, and it relied a little bit on what Destiny said last night about how the Republicans are acting inside the law while Democrats have to act within inside morality. And it sounds like what you want is for Democrats to act within morality. But what's happening right now is we're in a system where you have to act within the law.
That's not what I'm advocating for.
Well, 1 second.
I heard your conversation with Pisco this morning.
But the deal is that you're asking for a very high level moral interpretation of the law. And I'm saying that, and I think Desmond would agree, the law is so vague right now that there's no requirement to have that high moral interpretation. And we can use the interpretation that we need to get what we want done. And then afterwards, if we want that high level moral interpretation of the law, let's make it explicit. Let's stop leaving it up for chance. And if that's what we want, let's make it so that there's no disagreement around it. There's no interpretation needed. Because otherwise, as long as we're in a world where there's interpretation that can be done, why would we use an interpretation that puts us at a disadvantage?
Well, the problem is it's not a matter of interpretation. It's a matter of, well, it's kind of interpretation, but there's no way we can remove the ambiguity. You just have to get people who are willing to play within that are like acting in good faith. Like for instance, we could say, hey, how about this? Okay, how about we just wait? Did David do this, or I don't know who biblically did this to some guy? He wanted to fuck his wife. We could just recall.
David.
Was it? Yeah, we could just recall Hegseth to the military and then go put him on the front line somewhere until he, whatever happens, right? Yeah, they've done that, right? They said Mark Kelly, was it? They want to recall him back into active duty service. Oh, fuck it, let's just do that. Any Republican that was in active duty military service, recall him and deploy them to front line somewhere in some fucking new war we could start or whatever. Since the Trump admin seems to love that.
Happens.
Yeah, I mean, like, technically that's following the law. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I agree with all of that. What I'm asking you is explicitly, people are saying that we should break laws because the Trump administration is breaking laws. And I'm not saying like, oh, well, they're stretching the law in some sort of way. I'm saying people explicitly saying that we should break laws, not like know that they're fully wrong. We're not trying to stretch it in any sort of way. We're not trying to do anything fancy. They are saying we should break laws and jail people indefinitely against the law, not against morality, against the law itself, in no stretch or anything of what you're talking about with any of these other ideas. I am asking you, you would never advocate for us to explicitly do something that we know is completely against the law. There's no ambiguity, there's no interpretation, there's no nothing. We are doing it because that is strictly what we are doing to win or survive or whatever it is that you want to say.
I mean, I probably wouldn't advocate for anything like that. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know how. I mean, like you can basically do whatever you want though within the bounds of the law if you're going to be like the Republicans are, where they're interpreting it.
I mean, if the president does something illegal, and that's what the courts are for, right? Just follow suit.
But what's important, and the reason that I'm asking, and I don't like, I could sit in my car and talk about this forever, but what I'm explicitly asking is that Destiny is not saying that we should go and jail people without trial, pardon people that are doing the jailing. He's not saying that we should do any of those things, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess not, but it's not. I just feel like it's not really relevant because you can do whatever you want within the bounds of the law anyway, as long as you want to play like the Republicans are playing.
I mean, there is a relevance, right? And I think this is the whole point
of the law.
But within the bounds of the law means anything. I can do anything within the bounds of the law if I'm going to be creative with how I interpret things. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But you would never creatively interpret that you can hold people indefinitely in jail without trial. That's not within any bounds of any
US
law
already does
whatsoever.
that.
I think the
No,
United
they
States already
absolutely
theoretically can do that
is.
with the whole Guantanamo Bay and suspected of terrorist
Yeah,
actions, right?
Yeah, but
So this is
is
just a
that with
category.
American citizens?
I think it can. Can it apply to American
sorry.
citizens?
You said law, not morality, right?
Well, yeah, we're talking the law.
Pretty sure
Yeah.
you could theoretically do it to American citizens.
I mean, there's always got to be a narrative in which you can make sure that they're not seeing themselves as victims or can argue that they're victims, right? So that's the other importance of using the law, however creative it might be, so that you can neutrally say, we're just doing what the law says and we're protecting the Constitution, we're protecting the country. But if you couldn't do that, I think, on the basis of the fact that it just makes them look like they're victims of this big evil Democrats that have finally got power. So that's the main reason in practice that you shouldn't do that, right?
Well, I mean, they already think that, right?
Yeah, but it's not about them. It's about the people.
difference
It's about the other people that could vote either way. That right. The problem at the moment for the Democrats is that they're not getting enough people to vote against the Republicans, and some of those people would waver if they saw things like that being done.
But I guess the difference is that we're not saying that, like we can agree that no matter what the legal situation is or how it came about, that Trump didn't just jail Comey or Letitia James.
I would consider the indictment stuff to be on that level, or maybe worse, since the prosecutor is not even legally appointed. Yes.
You would say that it's worse to do that indictment than to just jail Comey?
Potentially, there's a world where it is.
Well, I'm sorry.
The fact that they're fighting, the
this is
fact that they're having I say that because there's theoretically, I don't know how this will go all the way to the Supreme Court, but there's an open legal question right now about whether or not the Attorney General can infinitely have her own un-Senate confirmed prosecutorial appointments because of her creative reading of the 120-day rule, which would be, in my opinion, probably more destructive than actually just jailing somebody on no charges. Because at that point, you basically robbed the Senate of their check and balance on prosecutor appointments. Also, I don't know if anybody in the history of all of mankind, has anybody ever jailed anybody without charges? Like, every terrorist group, Saddam Hussein, Hitler, everybody that was quote-unquote jailing people, they always have charges. Yeah, it's always treason or rebellion or some bullshit. Everybody has charges. You just make them up. Like, I don't think anybody ever says, like, I'm jailing this guy without charges.
But I think in the context of what we're talking about in the normal way that people are charged and jailed in the United States is that they are expected to have a trial, and that the outcome of that trial determines what will happen with that person. That's the bounds that I'm talking.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, and it's impossible for me to express this point, like even with the fucking losers yesterday on that call. But like, there is nothing in all of U.S. history that is the equivalent to the President of the United States giving a public direction to the Attorney General to indict 3 people, naming the prosecutor to do it. You will never, ever. That's like the most, like, presidents would cringe. Like, even if you were doing that, you would hide that like crazy. You would never act in such a way. And for Trump to be doing that.
And that's why when Good Logic tried to say that Obama going after, I can't even remember what was it, the evangelical church thing or whatever?
It was
that
the IRS tax
say,
bullshit, which was bullshit.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy. That whole debate was ridiculous because your whole point is that Trump is doing these things blatantly and out in the open, and what they're saying is like, well, we don't know that these things didn't happen behind closed doors. And it's like, well, isn't it worse that we're just okay with these like huge breaks in norms, and the only way that we're like justifying it is, well, it's possible that Obama did this, or what's stupid is that in that whole conversation, not one of them talked about Biden's DOJ going after Trump because they knew that they would lose that argument.
Sure.
Because of all the things that they tried to build up, saying that Trump was, okay, and he's within his bounds of his power and all that kind of stuff. They knew that would apply to Biden and what they accused Biden of
I think
doing.
Uncivil Law tried to flirt with the Mar-a-Lago thing a little bit, but yeah. I think the issue is, especially for lawyers, is like what they try to do is because they know like like one or two legal words that they memorized from that they probably had to relook up on fucking Westlaw or some shit. They think that they can dazzle people with their fucking retarded knowledge when they show up on panels. But like as soon as they realize, especially that one fucking loser, the guy who claimed to be so good at self-defense but subjected himself to a fucking assault for 30 minutes by me and Soypill, that guy, as soon as he realized that he wasn't gonna be able to play that game, he just fucking dipped immediately. So yeah, there's once you get into the substance of anything.
You called out that guy's laugh.
Oh yeah, ha, 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 ha. Yeah. Oh my god, what
that
a fucking loser, dude.
Smarmy fucking like, dude, that was so fucking cringe.
So
okay,
cringe.
well, I guess I needed you to say out loud that you're not here for you're here for us to stretch things to whatever
Well, yeah,
level that
I
we
think you're
can.
still missing the point. Is that you can do anything with the laws as written. You don't need to. Nobody jails people with no charges. Everybody has a charge. Every authoritarian, every dictator. Every Spanish Inquisition had charges of being they weren't the witch people, right? Whoever, that was the Salem witch trial. I don't know. Everybody has a charge.
The Muslims?
Sure, whatever.
Sure,
Everybody
but,
has a
okay,
charge.
Let's say that you put Trump in jail on charges of insurrection. You wouldn't say, okay, let's do that, but let's never give him a trial.
Well, you wouldn't have to. For the insurrection thing, you don't have to.
Well, no, he's saying for a criminal charge. I mean, you can't charge presidents with
criminal
crimes
charge, yeah.
anymore, so yeah. Like, I would never say that, but like, the worst thing that I could say, right, is that like, oh, I think the next president should just order assassinations of every single Republican
Yeah, I was gonna
lawmaker.
say, that's
And that
legal.
would be something that is
Remember?
explicitly protected by now the Supreme Court. You can't, like, they could impeach him if they want, if there are any of those congressmen left alive, I guess, after the president flexes his newfound powers. But like, that would be a thing that's like fully and completely legal. More legal than what the Trump admin is doing now. So it's just a pointless legality.
Would you ever advocate for that?
Well, I don't know, but it would be fully legal.
Well, I understand, but you wouldn't advocate for it, is what I'm saying. There is
Would I
there
ever
is a sense
advocate
of
for it?
morality that you do. Well,
Where-
okay,
I mean, where-
at this
just to
exact
be-
at this exact moment,
at this exact moment, no. And I love you, and I'm not accusing you of doing this. I'm not okay. But like as Americans, we tend to just like super not give a fuck about other people being tortured and murdered and drowned and killed in other countries because it's just based and they're brown or they're south of the border, whatever the fuck. But like we are murdering Venezuelans. We're just murdering them in their boats. We're murdering people with no declaration
Vietnam
of
as well.
war in an area where we're not authorized to do indiscriminate strikes or whatever, and then we're killing people who are floating in the water afterwards. That's just a level of insanity that is just so far beyond the pale. And it's like another day. 10 months in. We're like 10 months in. It's just, or 11 months in. It's like crazy.
I'm Venezuelan American. Like this, like shooting of drug boats with no fucking legal justification at all. Notwithstanding, like just a few months ago, for like 4 months, just random Venezuelans that came over legally were fucking thrown into a El Salvadorian gulag with no charges, no crime committed. They were just in there. And the only reason they were let out was because the administration got fucked enough by the public pressure
Yeah.
that they had to release them.
I do.
It's literally it.
One thing before I go, all these people that say that Trump can do these things within the legal bounds, you should just, anytime they talk about immigration and Biden letting people in and all that kind of stuff, he's able to do that.
Well, but
he
they never.
has full
That was the whole
control
point.
over.
That was the whole point of my debate is that they never go by what he's legally. For the Democrats, it's not what you're legally allowed to do. It's what you're morally compelled to do. And then for the Republicans, it's whatever is within the bounds of the most outer perimeter interpretation of the law. That's how they always do it.
But Hobbit, before you go, how far would you go? I mean, even if everything was legal, would you use it?
I would. So I've said like on multiple occasions, like I think one, we should stay within the bounds of the law for sure. Like now what that means as far as how far you can stretch it, like if Trump, let's just say, doesn't pardon somebody in this administration, like let's say he's about to do all the pardons on his way out, we know historically that Trump's not going to have this same cabinet through this whole administration. He might, but like let's say Kristi Noem or somebody gets tossed out and he doesn't pardon them, we should go after that person 100%. We should go after, if he pardons his whole cabinet, we should go after every person that was underneath those people. I'm just in the belief that they're probably going to pardon everybody. So we will have to figure out whether it's through state charges or, through some sort of military charges for like stuff that Hegseth does, like whatever it might be. Like I'm fully into us getting super, super creative. But I do think that just jailing people with no due process whatsoever, like I think that's legally wrong and against
So-
the Constitution. So
So
And-
if your
and
bound
you-
is the law, then it's legal to president has criminal immunity. That's what we just brought up. Assassinations. That's legal, right? Is that what you're saying, or
well,
obviously not,
no,
right?
I personally
You're
I
appealing to
don't
more
think
than
that
just
we should be. Well, just because the president is immune from that kind of thing doesn't mean that I think that we should subject people to have to do those things. So, like, morally, I am against assassinating people, but there's.
Well, it's not really justice. I mean, I think actually the death penalty is not. Okay, I'm being a bit of over European in this regards, but I actually just don't. Dying is not the worst thing, but being in jail is the worst thing, right? So, I mean, it wouldn't be very satisfying to see him, hung.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well,
So is that old style, like electrocuted or
Hey.
injected or whatever your favorite way
You want
is
to go
these
old
days?
style? They did some stuff in France, I heard, a long time ago.
Oh yeah,
Well,
but
yeah, I
make
know
sure it's sharp enough, otherwise you have
earlier-
to.
Earlier, how about you talked about like, oh, they're not doing this stuff to American citizens. I know of a attorney who's in his 70s who works in a bankruptcy court, and he got on the wrong side of a judge, a federal bankruptcy judge, and that judge made some phone calls, and that guy ended up in an ICE facility for 2 weeks because his client turned out to be a person that had overstayed on their visa, and they said, oh, well, he's aiding and abetting a person that's illegally in this country. And so this old man with no due process was held there for 2 weeks. A fully barred attorney, citizen of the United States, things like that. So they're still doing a lot of shit to American citizens and getting away with it,
Sure.
and
Sure.
trying to claim
And-
that it's within the law.
and I
I'm not saying
understand
that we should do
and
that.
that's
I'm just
where
saying
when-
let's not act like there's if there's limits here, it's only the ones we put on ourselves. Because if we use the other side's limits, then what we are suggesting is tame compared to what they're doing.
Well, no,
Yeah,
actually,
but
Kafka, you're wrong on that. I mean, that's the whole point, right? And Destiny sometimes does this, but you can hold up the mirror against them, right, and say, "Hey, these crazy limits that you have now, if we use these when we get in power, you're going to have major problems, right?" So, I mean, their own limits, are not actually limits at all right now, are they? So,
Their limits are just ones of pure efficacy, what they think they can get away with.
exactly. So
That's
if that's maintained when they lose power, then they're going to have major problems, right?
They're
Because they
not
will be
afraid
ending
of
up in.
Democrats using them because Democrats have never used them in recent history, these kinds of shenanigans.
Yeah.
So it's not even crossed their mind that it can be used against them.
Yeah, my whole thing was just that although we can legally do a lot more than we normally do, we're still talking about things that could be legally justified. Whereas I'm arguing with people that think that Destiny would advocate for people to illegally jail people, knowing it's fully illegal, and with that justification saying that we should pardon anybody, and then anybody that shows any sympathies towards Trump that comes into Congress or whatever afterwards of all these people that we've jailed, we should jail them as well, just for having, admiration of Trump or anything MAGA related. And so I, listen enough to know that that's probably not what Destiny was saying. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Because I keep getting these people that are saying that I'm being some weak person by saying that we shouldn't just jail everybody. So,
Hobbit, let's just say
Just
they
super
should be afraid to go
frustrating.
into international waters.
Jesus.
good God. No, I mean, but I am fully on board with with using a lot of creative strategy that doesn't make us committing illegal acts, because I don't believe that the Comey thing is worse than if they were to just jail Comey. I think it's worse if you jail somebody without a trial than to give them a false or a shitty charge or whatever it might be. So
Wow.
that was my only thing.
Brave take right there.
All right.
I know it. You would think it was.
On the other hand, it does need to be probably harsher than what Democrats are used to, dealing out. I mean, that
absolutely.
was one failure of the Biden presidency was this, snail's pace dealing of Trump's illegal actions in his first term, which is, in the end, it was the worst of all worlds, right? Because it was so slow that nothing was really resolved. And it just meant that he could say, oh, look at poor me, I was victimized under Biden, which is now he's using as a justification for his actions, right? So it's going to have to be quick and swift and a lot deeper than people are used to with how Democrats treat Republicans. And ultimately, the absolute threat to your constitution, to your country, to the integrity of your country, I mean, it's bordering on civil war. So it's not like, they have no real reason to go after Democrats, but there is a real reason to go after Republicans. And if the law is too weak, then the law needs to be shaped to the morality of that issue, right? The Republicans don't have that argument. Democrats do. That's one of the differences here. And so if the law needs to be reshaped, it's not just for the sake of creativity and painting a painting, it's for the sake of making it more moral. And there's good arguments for that, and it's not about victimizing them. It's about the victims that they've made of other people, and that they have justice. So, I mean, that needs to be the framing. It needs to not sound vindictive, but I'm pretty sure the legal system can go very, very deep, especially if you just inject federal law into state law, and then the pardons are meaningless anyway.
Cool.
Yeah. What else has been going on today? Anything fun?
Your motion, besides that. Yeah,
Huge protest in Bulgaria. Shout out to all
Oh
my
yeah, that's
homies.
a big thing in Europe. You should, yeah.
What's going on in Bulgaria?
How many people turned up?
Like 50,000 at least. In Sofia only, but it was all over the country.
I think Cha-Cha had something to say. Hold on, dragging him in. Oh my god, Cha-Cha, what do you have to say?
Before Chacha says anything, it's great to talk to everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Have fun, be careful.
Bye, Kafka.
We're going Kafka.
Kafka. Hey, I just wanted to shill really quickly for the DGG Olympics. I think we've had so far like only 130 applicants, but we can hold far more if you guys want to sign up. Also, I just wanted to say that we only have 55% Pepe and 44% Yi in applicants. So it seems like Pepe's already winning. They're already winning.
Oh.
Which is kind of rough.
Ye never
Yeah, we
lose.
are. Yeah, we are.
Ye never lose.
Pepe wins.
We need more people for
Continue
basically
winning.
every single event. So also, if you have any
Yeah.
dog pictures or any cool talent pictures, you can send them to, I think the name is Turtle Dreams. She or they will take them. And
Can I make a suggestion?
Uh-oh.
Sure. If you need more people, you should reduce the requirements, because like we just Paggy or I can't remember how I think it's Paggy. Just put that post up in the subreddit, and you have to have a DGG account for 3 months. And so if you need more people, that's going to be limiting a lot of the people that maybe would have created a account 3 months ago.
Maybe we can lower the requirements to will prioritize people who have had a DGG account for longer. But I don't think
something.
I think it's important to make sure that people aren't just joining and they're going to be like weird anti-fan or troll behavior. It's like just joining and doing that kind of thing. Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, vetting people is obviously important.
All right, do exclamation point.
What kind of events do you have?
Yeah.
Chill, Cha-Cha. Chill harder. What are the events?
Oh, right now we got Minecraft, which is going to hold. So right now we only have 50 applicants, but we can hold upwards of 200, so we can have lots and lots of people on that server. We got GeoGuessr, we got chess, which I need more people for. All ELO ratings. If you're bad, it's okay. Come and join on chess. We got Counter-Strike 2, DGGware, StarCraft 2, Dan's favorite game, Celeste, Rocket League, and League of Legends. So we got all of those fun games. It's gonna be great.
It's a
Such
shame
a
you did
call.
get
Rounds
a.
of each are happening.
It's a shame you did get a Project Zomboid server started up. That could have been fun.
Well, we already chose the games.
Damn.
Dan,
Whoa.
very-
Reason, okay? If you want to be involved, go through the proper channels, okay? Can't do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was lazy.
Cha-Cha, how many rounds of each event are doing? How many people do you need for each event?
Well, it's kind of up to the organizers. I don't know exactly. I know for myself,
okay.
I would like to have at least. I'm running the chess event. I would like to have at least 20 people with ELO ratings ranging from like 800 on chess.com to all the way up to 2000. If you're greater than 2000 on chess.com, hit me up. I'll make you a caster for the event. But so it is going to be. We'll find out. You know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Chacha, how are you going to handle illegal restreaming of the event by a certain sought person?
Well, I'm not going to do anything to him because he scares me. But
What?
outside of that, it's gonna be all right. I think he's gonna.
Oh.
He'll respect us. He'll respect the event. He's a good guy.
Certain who?
True.
Oh, Dan wants to restream our event.
Who's streaming
and
it?
just kind of commentate on top of it.
Give me an account for
Oh,
it.
it's gonna be on the DGG event kick.
Gotcha.
Can we do an Ethan Klein and register the stream?
Damn. There you go.
It has to be pre-recorded though.
Don't do that, then I don't get a restream either, okay?
Look, I think everybody's okay with. I just want to say everybody's okay with AE rewatching the VOD. We're okay with that and looking at the clips. I just maybe don't restream on top of us. That seems a little cruel, but okay.
Cruel, okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty late
that's
here. I need to head off,
Ease up
but
to-
Yep.
we've got pragmatic papers coming out this week, and hopefully I'll have my article ready. And there's a reasonably long list of convictions of people linked with not just far right parties but other parties in Europe being paid off by the Russians and by China. So I was a bit surprised by some of the politicians and the parties on the list, mainstream parties as well, sadly. So yeah, that's my article, and there's a few other ones in the pipe. So
Wow.
yeah, have a great night, and yeah, it was a good.
Reason.
Yeah, hopefully we can do this more
good,
often.
yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Be careful.
What else we got?
Please,
Is that it? Are we good? Yeah.
That's
Of course, Shasha.
Thank you.
Well,
Any other memes on the motion they were covering before? Or we just have to find out soon?
are there memes? Well, I mean, we filed it. I don't know how long it takes for the judge to rule on it. I don't know what we're doing. It's so annoying because we're in like holiday season now, I guess. So I don't know.
When it first went on the docket earlier, it just said sanctions. I was like, oh, is this an order on either of the sanctions that are pending? No, it's more sanctions. So
Yeah, but
I don't know
I
what
guess
shit
the
it's gonna
only
be gone to.
worry is that I don't know how long. Like the discovery closes on the 16th, and I don't know
Yeah.
what we're gonna do if we don't have rulings on any of these scheduling things or whatever. So I also don't
the
know.
scheduling thing should, in theory, be that should be ruled on. Kafka joked about like the sanctions, like that it might take till the end of like January for this stuff to get ruled. I mean, I don't know how much of a joke it was. It seems fully possible that might just happen. So
Where
like, as long as everything gets done before the trial, then that's
Well, my question is if the discovery period gets extended, does that mean that the trial date automatically gets pushed back?
not necessarily, but that's also something that you could ask for probably.
Because I feel like that would be good cause to move the trial back, arguably, right? That
Yeah.
like my guess is that would be a
Yeah.
really easy ask from a judge. So that would be
In theory, if the judge like reschedules the order so that the discovery ends later, but the trial's at the same time, then you could file a motion to change it so that there's enough time between the discovery and the end of discovery and the start of the trial.
sure.
But this stuff just moves slow. Who the fuck knows what is gonna happen? Did you find out anything? Well, maybe you couldn't tell me. Do you know why last night, Jader sent an email that there was an update to those things on the docket?
I don't even know what I couldn't even understand your message. I don't know what updated or what changed. Do you know? Did
It's
anything
just
change or update or?
Those 4 things just changed. Something updated on them.
What did it-
but
what
Those
changed?
things are all sealed, so we have no idea. It isn't safe. Like it doesn't show us.
How do we know
but
anything
it
changed?
just updates on docket. Because the email shows that something changed. Like the email tells you when something gets updated.
Did it say something changed?
That's what the email's for. Is if something updates.
Okay, hold on. It says docket alert. It said 4 new entries. But the dates filed are in May and September.
Yeah, so like they were re-uploaded or like changed or something in some way.
How do you know they were
Even though they
changed?
filed
How do you
the
know
same
there's not
way.
like a thing that was just like I don't think anything was changed. I think maybe they updated something on the site or something weird happened like that, but
Yeah, it could be that.
yeah, because if something
could
is,
just be that,
if something
but
is
it was-
changed, there would have to be another order for that, or there'd have to be some kind of corresponding docket entry for it.
I would think so.
Would be my
But
guess.
it's interesting that of those 4 things, doing some digging yesterday, they're all like sealed things. The orders that preceded the leave to file under seal, a couple of them were about Abby MC and her testimony. So, just interesting.
Sure.
Maybe it has something to do with that.
Well, I haven't heard anything. So.
Okay.
Other than I think we finally managed to serve her.
Oh.
So we'll see
Fine. There you go.
what the response is to that. I
Indeed.
guess. Yeah.
Surely she's gonna get deposed, right?
I don't know. It seems crazy. Really seems like the plaintiffs don't really care about her deposition or testimony at all, which is pretty crazy given that she's literally the only person
interesting.
that keeps this case alive. Kind of crazy that they don't seem to give a fuck at all
It'd be
about
pretty
her.
important for them to have some evidence that her
Anything.
claims in her.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah. And also, she said on Discord to me, she was very insistent that she had given them a lot of evidence and that it was all there, that they already had it. So why didn't they show that? Isn't that kind of crazy?
I'd have to see your messages with her, but the one thing that I've heard her say, or when I see her typing things. Wait, was this the public Discord I was in?
Darius's Discord, yeah, public.
Oh, yeah. When she talks about giving a lot of evidence to her lawyers and stuff, she makes it sound like she's conflating like all of her lawyers too with with some of the other stuff she followed.
That's why I made
Darius
sure
or
to
Ice
clarify.
or anything. So yeah, but I don't know. I think
that's why I made sure to clarify. You're talking about Pixie's case.
Yeah, but I
evidence
think
to support your
I think she's a
claims
little.
that you were sent this.
I think she's a little brain broken. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's why. Like she's full of shit when she says it, but that's
Well,
what she
not
said,
full of
so-
shit. Like I think that accident did something. Like if you look at her Facebook post and everything else, I think something. I think she got like head injury or something. Yeah.
Have you seen the foundation thing that she made on Facebook or something?
Oh boy, no. What foundation thing?
Like some sort of a charity for.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah, something is pretty crazy that Pixie's just churning and burning through whoever she could find for her case. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's okay. Any minute now, they'll find another star witness, and that'll actually have something. Surely.
True.
That's what they're waiting for. Every day that passes, they're still looking. Any day now.
True.
Oh yeah, wait. Did you hear? Did you see Lauren De Laguna is like just saying shit on Twitter and might be doing a show with Rakita Law?
No. Why do you see he's doing a show with Rakita Law?
See, she said she's doing a show.
I feel like you have. I feel like you have a reading comprehension issue. Hold on. He tweeted a joke. She was like, "Oh, I'm gonna wear some 6 and he was like, "Oh, I'll wear this." But they're not doing a show or anything, right? It's just him making a joke about.
I'm aware it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
I'm aware.
Well, because you said
Yes.
he might be doing a show with her. I don't think they're gonna do any show.
That was the joke, Destiny. Thank you. 'Cause
Oh,
that was the joke.
Well, I was
right?
joking about you
That was the
joking.
joke he
Okay,
made.
gotcha.
Was I'll join and I'll also wear the same thing.
Are you
And he would also
having
be in associate, right?
Are you
That's the
having
joke.
a corn pop off between you?
What?
No, just him.
Yeah. Yes, actually. Your mom. Got him.
Got him. Okay. Anything else? Here too,
Mm,
Destiny.
not that I can think of.
All right. Well, I'm gonna end stream. So.
Okay. Well, be careful, babe. Stay safe.
Yep.
See you later.
Ask
See you
later.
around.
GGO.
Bye.
Yep. I'm kicking you from the server.
Fuck you.
You're out of this call.
So fucking tired. What's up?
Deevy Weevy.
What are you fucking doing in here, dude?
Well,
Why are
I
you
heard
always
some
in here?
retards saying it wouldn't be fucking fair use, and that really pissed me off.
Uh-oh.
If I want to restream the fucking DGG event, I will. Fuck you. Sue me, bitch. See you in international court. Good luck.
Uh-oh. That's crazy, dog.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Also, they're in my fucking DMs asking me to promote the event. So if you're going to ask me to fucking promote it and please do show Mr. Gemgar's art on stream. Then what are we doing here?
Gemgar?
Gemzar? What are we doing here? You're asking me to promote your shit, and you're telling us we can't restream it. I'll see you in the court.
True, dude.
The court of public opinion, aka DGG chat.
True. Get him, dude. Get him.
Leaking DMs. They were adding me in chat.
Get
you
him.
fucking moron.
Get him, dude. Hey, Destiny, can you recap what is going on with your case at all? No, it's the same shit I say all the time. It's a dead case. It's been dead for months. The legal process is slow. We're just waiting for them to keep dragging their feet, kicking and screaming through every new motion, every new process, and they're just fucking deplorable, disgusting fucking human beings. Easily the most disgusting piece of shit I've ever interacted with in my life, and I'll be able to go over it in full after this case is over, which, if we're lucky, is end of December. If we're unlucky, or no, if we're lucky, and then the expectation is they should be over in like January, however long it takes to roll on the MSJ. And then if I'm unlucky, then we have to wait till we go to court in May, May trial. True.
You said you're tired today? Why are you tired?
There's some documentary thing that they're filming for, I don't remember if it's Amazon or Netflix that I'm part of, I guess. And so we filmed a lot this morning, and then I had a peer show this morning. And then...
For Netflix, you said?
I guess, something like that. Or Amazon, it's one of those things.
Shit.
It's like a thing about gooning with your mom. Fucking got him.
Oh, damn, my mom's gonna be in it?
Oh, she's gonna be more
This
than
must be a fucking payday.
More like a... Yeah.
Like a gay day.
What?
Happy day. What did you think?
Don't worry about it. What do you guys have fun today? What'd you guys go over?
You know, the normal shit. It's been slow, I'll tell you that. It's been slow news day.
Oh no.
Yeah, well there hasn't been many news days. We're in
what
a
counts as not
drama
slow?
roll. When Hassan shocked his dog. That was oh man. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Those were the fucking days.
I'm sorry. It's been slow. Have you thought about messaging Hassan and asking him to spice it up a little bit for you guys?
I should. I fucking should.
You should. You fucking should.
Fucking should. I'll hit him up. It would be odd to have people who did no work just pocket off of us. Oh yes, yes, you're right. We're commentating, doing no work, Bing chilling.
Uh-oh.
You're correct.
Uh-oh. I can't go on vacation, guys. I think if I go on vacation, it'll be Civil War next.
I mean, it's like 6 fucking retards versus 2 retards.
For what?
So, it's not that big of a deal.
I was joking about like world events, not like your guys' stuff. Fucking.
I was joking about DGG.
Yeah.
We're the 2 retards and they're like the 6 or 7.
Damn. That's a lot of retards.
It's alright. I've dealt with worse.
Really? Name one.
Atlas.
You could never defeat me, Dunebug. The only time in his whole history where he was ever based.
I wasn't even trying.
Oh no.
Yeah, Dunebug was our hero there.
For one brief, shimmering moment in time.
True.
Very true.
Where do you even want to go on vacation?
I don't.
What's the best place you've ever been on vacation?
I feel like New Zealand was pretty cool, I guess.
Not Barbados? Or not that, what's the other one?
What? Barbados?
What's the one with an A?
You mean from Pirates of the Caribbean?
Shut the fuck up. Aruba. That's what I meant.
That was cool too.
Okay.
I also appreciated our drive.
Oh, I don't want to. That still pisses me off. You guys wasted my whole fucking. You guys absolutely wasted all my fucking entire day in Hawaii, driving around.
It wasn't a waste. We were just.
Well, let's say that's the most memorable fucking thing that I remember. So
Good. I'm glad. So you have memories.
yeah, I got memories of it. I got memories of being up there, fucking Hawaiian dancing.
The fire show we got from the cheapo fucking.
That was so bad, dude. All fresh, grown food. What was it? It was like farm to table food. It was dog shit.
God, you're such a baby. You're such a baby bitch.
Oh, I'm a baby.
Stop fucking crying all the time, okay? Be appreciative of the wonderful not tourist trap thing that was. Remember when all their shit broke as they were fire dancing?
They were dropping the fire.
It was fucking flying all over the place.
Yeah.
They were kings.
They were kings.
They were kings. And you, Mooten, are just a fucking hater.
I'm just a hater. What about the thing you guys saw when in the car?
What did we see in the car?
What, the fucking side of a mountain? My life flashing before my eyes with these two retards driving?
How were there two?
They just kept. What pissed me off? You and Dan. They just kept pissing me off because they kept saying we're about to hit a secret beach. Just wait.
Oh yeah.
And we're like 10 minutes in, and I'm
like
begging them. I'm like,
cliffs in the world. It's like the farthest drop where the beach is coming.
And we get to the top of this dog shit fucking mountain, and it's just like some shitty ass gift shop.
Oh, the awesome gift shop. What do you mean shitty? That was the most precious gift shop in all of Maui. What are you talking about?
I should have got a shirt. I survived the fucking road to Hialeah or whatever. The road to Hana, I think it's called.
Is that really what it was called?
Pretty sure, yeah.
We also had the legendary, the Moody Destiny sessions.
The wrap off. Yeah.
The buried
the forgotten tapes, yeah.
Those are the real Epstein files. That'll never be found. Oh man.
I hope those are gone.
They're gone. Don't worry.
We were hitting it though.
We were on
something. We were just sitting in the Airbnb chat and we were just for hours. Dan and rapping.
Dan was not a fan.
No, he did not like that.
He didn't appreciate that, would be a better way of saying it. He didn't appreciate it, and he should have.
Yeah, he didn't.
He's just unappreciative in general of the joys of life.
He doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it, I don't think.
Do my Dan call? He comes every time. I swear to God, if you say Hassan 3 times, he shows up.
Hassan.
I mean, he's gonna come now.
Gross.
There it is. I fucking told you.
What?
What's up, man?
Nothing. Trying to fucking do tech support for friends. I love doing that.
Ooh, what are you tech supporting?
Oh, I set them up with YubiKeys and they lost their YubiKeys, and now I have to figure out how the fuck to deal with that situation.
The fuck is
Yeah,
a
this is all your
YubiKey?
fault. It's like a physical key.
It's like the 2FA thing you use to log into like as your second factor.
That should be easy as fuck. If they lost it,
Yeah.
they're just fucked. You just tell them,
Yeah, that's GG.
take your shit, go get another thing, you're fucked. It's over. That's it. And say, look,
Bye-bye
that's
Bitcoin.
that's how good it is. Look, no one's ever going to get into that shit. Definitely not you, retard, so see ya.
Yes, it's sad situation right now.
Just send him the cooked emoji.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna save me.
Why would it save you? They have physical keys and they lost them. Ask them what you would do if you... Well, that's not a good example, because if you lost a physical key to a real-life thing, you would just break in.
Go get a new key.
But they can't break in. Oh, no. They're fucked.
I have a backup, but it's just somewhere. Because I realize that everyone is retarded. Like, every friend I have, every family member I have, everyone is cooked. So when you do this,
You have
if
a
ever help
backup
someone-
to their physical two-factor authentication keys?
Yeah, when I bought a YubiKey, I bought 2 because I was like, these dumb bastards are gonna fucking lose it, and it's gonna be on me. But I have to fucking find where the fuck it is.
Why not just have them use a password manager?
They do use a password manager.
Then why do they have physical keys?
The key is the second factor.
What's
Press it when you go to log in.
Yeah, but what's the... Okay. I don't know what the point... I don't know what the point is of having like that
If you
type
have
of
extra
backup
shit.
if you literally have extra keys made. I feel like, isn't this... Was this like a big is it Big Bang episode where Penny is like, oh, like, you know, I lost my key, but it's okay because I made like 30 copies in case I lose one.
Dan's typing in chat.
What? You fucking rat fuck.
You want to talk about rats?
You're right, Steve. You know what? I did it wrong. I'll do better next time.
There you go.
Steve's right again.
I know.
You won.
It's okay.
He wins. True. Elon keeps fucking spamming me to get fucking premium for $1. No, I don't want it.
Rats stay rats. That is a fucking vintage meme. Whoever said that's been here for a minute.
Oh, breaking news, Dan.
Uh-oh. Suyi.
What? Hassan confirms that he will be attending this year's Streamer Awards.
No way. Really?
Oh, yeah. He's going.
Isn't that expected?
No? Did he go to the last one?
No. AT&T hates his ass.
He was nominated.
He didn't get nominated for anything this year, Dan.
Yeah, Dan. So why would he go?
I don't know. Because it's like all the LA fucking losers go to that shit.
What do you mean you don't know? You just said, isn't it expected? Like you knew.
That all the LA losers would go. Yes, it's expected.
But
all
he wasn't an LA loser last year?
He was, but he was also nominated, and he went. So
he went last year?
So then why would it be expected
for
him to go this year?
Yeah, just because he went last year. Answer in 3, 2, 1.
I don't know what you're asking me.
We know. Why don't you go get your backup brain key, Dan?
Don DeMarco. Hussein, Dan wanted me to tell you that he loves you and he's sorry.
What did he do to need my apology?
He was the guy who came in and started talking about random shit, and then all of us left.
Oh, it's all right.
Which guy? Hussein? I love Hussein.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite.
I like him too.
He's my favorite chatter right now.
Good. He's good.
I wish you guys were half as good as Hussein was.
And what? Knowing Israel.
Wait, which Hussein?
What?
Barack Hussein Obama.
What Hussein?
Saddam Hussein?
He could be talking about Saddam.
We need to go find his
hiding
place.
That was a fucking really funny meme you just did there.
It was, Dan.
I thought it was
you just don't appreciate humor. In Hawaii, you didn't appreciate it either. Dan, laying on the ground.
How many
like
times? That might have been the most times in all of history that Dan and Van were rhymed together.
No. It was like bike and another word made a lot of appearances. Right?
I don't remember that. Nope.
Being chilling.
Nope,
I don't know what he's talking about.
Don't remember that one. Nope.
I don't remember that.
Nope. That sounds like fake news. Anybody else here?
Trike?
Fake
Or
news?
what are you talking about?
Oh, a trike?
Like?
Yeah. You probably did use trike, but you kept rhyming it with something else. In fact, towards the end,
Oh, I know what he's talking about. Mike.
At the end, your hubris got ahead of you, and you just felt you could do anything. So you wouldn't even use the bike. You'd be like, Dan, he's a... And you'd be like, whoa, all right, we're just starting right there. Okay, fuck rhyming with other shit, huh? Just straight to the end, fucking racial slurs.
I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Me neither. Yeah, that's cringe.
Sorry, well... it is what it is.
Oh, you.
I love that one. Did you help them?
Oh, hold on. We got drama in the chat. Oh. Look, from Nixon. Look at that last link. You should click it.
What?
Nina Lynn refuses to apologize for stealing steaks from Target.
OMG.
Wait, what's the...
Here, I'll link it again.
Wait, why did she steal steaks from Target?
Well,
trashy.
Wait, is Nina Lynn the one who got banned or whatever what bullshit was going on for sexually harassing somebody?
Yep.
Affirmative.
Hold on one sec.
Oh no, he's wilding. I'm telling you, bro, even if it was the stakes, bro, ain't nobody missing no fucking money, bitch. Calm the fuck down. No Target is not losing no type of fucking money from some stakes, bitch. ass fucking bum ass steaks. I don't give a shit. Matter of fact, put this on Twitter too. Your mom's a bitch, you's a bitch, and happy holidays. All you hoes is bitches. Go ahead, put that on Twitter. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. Just put that on Twitter. I bet you won't.
I mean, isn't this what Hassan said to do? I mean,
Can you share your shit on here?
No, you just have to watch it delayed.
No, Dan, he's fixed it.
Didn't Hassan advocate for this? Wasn't that the whole point?
I couldn't hear.
Well, you've already heard it, dipshit.
I haven't.
You just
I
said
didn't
I'm not
see this.
apologizing. Fuck this. Fuck the company or some shit, right? Is that what was said?
Good, ban this lady.
Ban what lady? Why would you
I don't.
ban
This
them?
isn't even the fucking worst thing. Like,
What?
she was doing fucking road rage the other day. Am I wrong?
Oh,
yeah, she
road
went up
rage
to, like-
is illegal now?
No, she was like literally trying to fucking start like someone's about to get shot.
Here,
in that
I'll
shit.
fucking tell him what happened
Tell
because
me
you're
what happened.
illiterate.
Okay.
Tell me what
yes,
happened.
That would.
Tell me what happened.
And wait
I'll
for the
tell you what
contrarian.
happened.
The
Yeah.
contrarian moot.
Nina Lynn went up to a taxi, put her hand in, said, "Here, have
Let me
this
jump in the
drink." The
back
taxi
seat.
driver.
Oh,
yeah.
no,
Oh
sorry.
fuck, that would have been
That's okay.
sick.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Now she
okay,
went up
so-
to the taxi, put her
Okay.
hand in with a iced tea, and was like, "Here you go." And the taxi driver was like, "I don't know who the fuck you are," and started rolling up the window. And he rolled it up on her hand a little bit.
Okay.
And then she started like freaking out and like threatening to beat his ass, telling him to get out here, and she don't play like that, and like smacking the car.
All based. Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Oh.
Hold on, who am I? I'm sorry. And that deserves them to get banned?
Wait a second.
I don't think so. That's based. Based.
Is that supposed to be me?
That is you.
Okay. Wait a second, Mooten. You fucking retard. You didn't just make the horrible fucking mistake. How is that?
Listening?
Was she driving?
No, she's outside of the car.
How the fuck is that road rage?
I didn't call it road rage. Dan did.
Dan. How the fuck is that road rage?
She was on the road. Boom! You didn't see that coming. That's right. Technically, road rage takes place on a road. You didn't even fucking think of that, did you? You thought it's not called car rage, Steven. It's called road rage.
You fell for his trap card, Steven.
I knew you were going there.
That's a major. That's gonna be a
Holy
major yikes for
shit.
me, fam. Skirt.
Should have gotten banned. I don't. That one I don't fucking know.
Why don't you hit up Dan Clancy about it?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and
Start
message?
hitting up. Why don't you just hit up sponsors about it? Look what she's doing. She's stealing from Target.
We save those for special moments in time. Moot. The fucking sponsor.
For when they
drives.
talk about the Jews.
Whoa, bro.
Poorly, sorry.
Bro.
You know.
No, we don't know.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows
The
how
trouble
Twitch
I've seen.
is
Yep, I was
still
going
operating.
there. When you and bro are synced up.
Bro. Dock up,
Fucking
bro.
God, can you guys just kill yourselves, please? Honestly. Sorry, someone got banned again. Hey, that's not a new thing, by the way. You know that? The
What?
dude got banned for 24 hours, but he said, "Fuck me, this game." Like he died in a game, and he said, "I want to kill myself," and they banned him for 24 hours. It's like I thought Twitch was like, "Oh, we don't do that anymore." They fucking did it.
Who
They
said,
fucking
wait,
banned
since
him
when
for-
did they not ban you for saying you're gonna kill yourself?
People fucking Hassan threatens fucking chatters. People threaten everyone on Twitch, and nothing happens.
To kill themselves? How can Hassan threaten a
Or to-
chatter to kill himself?
No, I assume you're threatening to kill someone else, you would get banned.
Why would you assume that?
Is it? Well, you got banned for threatening to kill someone else. Did you not?
That was 12 years ago, Dan. The
That
rules
was-
have changed.
come on, Dan.
Come on, Unk.
So sorry. Can you show me in the rules where it says you can threaten to kill others but not yourself?
I can
No,
show you the
because
rules
don't
where it
write
says they can
rules
ban you
saying what can
anytime.
do. Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Just stop with that fucking retarded shit. God. You know who else does that? A fucking racist. Okay. You and him are the only two people I've seen do that stupid sound effect. So stupid.
Problem, troll face?
We're past that. We don't do that anymore.
What, troll face?
Yeah.
Why do we not do the troll face anymore?
I just don't think we do the mad question mark TF. I mean, I guess, maybe, possibly.
Mad?
No,
So-
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
I'm not angry.
I'm not angry.
So what did you guys cover today? Did you learn anything?
I learned that you don't know what the difference is between less than lethal and
oh my
god,
you bought into this bullshit too. Fuck.
Oh, hold on. Let's also just go ahead and do the trifecta here. Hey, Steve, do you admit that you were wrong and that Amaranth and her husband were in fact robbed?
Nope. Don't believe it. Still don't believe it. I won't even
You
believe
still
it. They
don't-
get convicted. Even if they
they're
get
in jail.
convicted. Did they get convicted of a crime? They're gonna.
Yes.
No, they didn't. You're lying.
They are.
You lied. You just lied. You just got
You
caught.
lied, Dan.
One of them-
Dan, you lied.
I'm streaming in 4K, so that means you just got caught lying in 4K, Dan.
First off, you're not streaming in 4K. You're streaming in 2K.
What is 2K? You mean 1080p, Dan? What are you talking
No.
about, Dan?
I think 2K is what you call 2560 by 1440.
No, that's called 1440p. What?
Oh, fuck, it is called 1440. What's 2K then?
It's a
2K
fucking
is
video
something-
game, Dan.
Shut up with the fucking shit. God, you're so fucking
2K's a game, Dan.
It's called
Wake up,
basketball.
man.
You probably haven't heard of it, though.
Fuck. There's two 4Ks. There's the 3840 by 2160, and there's the 3840 by something more than that also, right?
No,
Like
the
square
K
resolution?
refers to the starting point. It's the horizontal resolution. 1920 by 1080 would be 2K.
But there's two types of 4K.
Yeah, there's the ultra high def or ultra high whatever and high def or whatever bullshit. One refers to the 16 by 9 and one refers to the 70 by 9. If you want to be a fucking nerd.
Okay, 3840 by 2160 or
And then-
4096 by 2160.
Yeah.
And technically, you are not in the 4,000 digits right now.
No one
Just saying.
no one cares about that other resolution.
That's a extra 100 pixels.
Yeah? Oh, you might need that to show all of my dick.
I don't think it works that way.
Fuck. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Oh, God. All right, well,
Did you help your
Yeah.
friends yet? Are they figuring it out?
they stopped messaging me when I was like, well, you should really look for that. I don't know where mine is. And I think they're looking right now.
You lost.
How do they lose it?
Yeah, how did they lose it?
I think, even though I did a really good job of explaining, like, listen, do not lose this, okay? There is no password reset. Without this, you're cooked, okay? You're cooked. Do not lose this under any circumstance whatsoever. If you lose this, you're cooked. And I feel like they're like, oh, but I'll just do a password reset if I lose it. And they didn't respect the gravity of the situation of losing the 2FA key.
Damn.
And I didn't trust that they would respect it, so I made a backup. But I just don't know where my backup is because I thought there's no shot that they're not gonna respect this. But just in case, why use a physical key instead of an app on the phone? Because people will break their phone, and then they'll lose access, and I don't want to deal with it. And the key, ideally, can just stay in a fucking drawer somewhere and only be used when it needs to be used. And also, like, people are stupid. They upgrade their phone to a new phone, and they think that all of their 2FA keys are going to come over, and actually they don't for, I think, a lot of the authenticator apps. Like Google Authenticator, I'm pretty sure doesn't unless you export it first, and a lot of people don't know that. They just move to a new phone, and wipe the old one, and all of their shit is fucking gone. All of their 2FA codes are gone. So in that case, I think it's better for tech support to be like, this is your magic key. Don't lose it. Nameless. They don't. Okay? They don't. You're wrong.
Who doesn't
You're wrong.
what?
You're wrong. This fucking dipshit. I can't be getting one guy. You're dumb. Okay? You're dumb.
Uh-oh.
That's not, whoever this is not that guy.
Breaking news.
Uh-oh.
The Treasury Secretary said, at my direction.
The Chargetary Secretary? What the fuck
I
is
said
the Charge-
Treasury.
He said Treasury Secretary. You
So,
spoke perfectly
I don't know
clear.
what you heard.
He didn't. He said Chargetary
I
Secretary.
spoke perfectly. The Treasury Secretary tweeted,
Who is that?
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Let me fucking speak. Thank you. You shut the fuck up too. Okay. At my direction, the U.S. Treasury is investigating allegations that under the feckless mismanagement of the Biden administration and Governor Tim Walz, hardworking Minnesotans' tax dollars may have been diverted to the terrorist organization Al-Shabaab. Thanks
Not
to the
Al-Shabaab.
leadership.
This is old news, Mooten. This is old as fuck, bro.
This is literally 20 minutes ago.
Bro, I knew about this fucking 4 weeks ago. Okay.
Really?
4
Link
days
it.
ago, at least. It's
Link
the
it.
fucking
Link me your
shit about
source.
the autism shit, right? They're saying all this money that was supposed to.
I
go
don't
to
know. I
autism
haven't
in
been able to
Minnesota.
fucking speak.
How is
I haven't
it
been
that
able to
fucking
finish my
magically know
thought.
this story? How is it that I magically?
I don't know.
This story?
I don't know what. I not. Steve's streaming on YouTube, so I'll DM you. I don't know what news sources you're getting behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's a Jewish.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
Thanks to the leadership of the President of the United States at Real Donald Trump, we are acting fast to ensure Americans' taxes are not funding acts of global terror.
Thank God for this administration.
Go ahead, Radiant.
Let's go. All right, Dan, you're booming out. I'm here to argue. I'm going to tell you that your solution is like 2015 era levels of security. Because there's so much better stuff.
Then a YubiKey.
Yep, 100%.
Okay.
Because the world has progressed, beyond like physical. Listen, this is why Jarvis exists, all right? Also, sorry for my voice. I'm kind of sick. But
I'm not. You know what? I'm not.
What?
I'm not doing this.
No.
You're either retarded. Or
Why? What? Explain to me.
You're gonna do your best job at trying to bait me. In either way, I refuse to engage. No.
I'm
No,
being serious.
sir.
Dan,
No.
listen, at my company,
I'm not
my
here to
$1 million,
educate you.
my
No.
$1 million AI company that
I don't care. I do not care. I can't tell you how little I care. You could have some of the stupidest people I know.
Okay,
have
I'll help you. Okay, I will
Nico
help you.
was a billionaire. Okay.
Listen,
Never forget.
I'm just helping you. All right, I love to help. Listen, Dan, I love you. You're awesome. You're a Pepe man. All right, I gotta protect one of the boys. All right. So what I'm here to tell you is, you guys, or you need to switch your company or whoever your people are using for YubiKeys. Switch that to 1Password or any other like passkey thing out there. It's basically a second account that doesn't have to be physical, and it's usually pretty easy to access it if you lose the information or whatever. And it's really cheap. It's like $3 a seat.
Do you guys know how this works? I'm getting baited to even
What?
participating
No.
in this fucking
No, I know how it
conversation.
works. I know how it works. You're talking about YubiKey, right? YubiKey is a two-factor authentication thing. It's a little physical key that you use to plug into or whatever to basically, have a two-factor authentication, whatever. And one of the issues you said you were talking about was you didn't want to have it where somebody loses their phone and they lose access to all their keys or whatever, or somebody I don't know, forgets the password to their thing and they lose access to everything, right? Well, 1Password literally does all of that.
Okay. I don't know where to start.
Okay, please. Yeah, continue. Come on, tell me. And I'll tell you why you're wrong.
I'm not getting baited. I'm not. I already said before.
No,
I'm
you're not.
doing- No, I'm not. I'm
Trust
not.
me.
I am not getting baited. No.
All right.
I hope I'm getting baited by you. Okay.
You're just
because
you're not even
otherwise,
saying
this
anything.
is
You're just like
you are
pontificating,
making me
or
hallucinate
you're not even
anti-Semitism right now. Okay, with
like
how
you're
bad
not
this
even.
bait is. You
Can you
literally
give a
are.
response? Can you give a response?
No, I refuse.
Well, I
to
don't know.
play this
I'm kind of
fucking stupid
believing.
game.
I'm kind of
just
believing
trolling.
it. So
I don't
YubiKey is
care.
for
Good.
losers.
Good. I hope you guys.
They
all...
are for losers. They are. It's for old people who
Okay.
don't understand that the world is digital now.
This
you know,
is
you don't need a little stick to carry around with you everywhere. And when you lose it, then you're
This is
screwed.
the wildest fucking take of all time. Yes, famous old people using YubiKeys.
Yes,
That's what happens.
actually, yes. There's a reason why YubiKey isn't
I'm not
supported
engaging.
anywhere
I'm not
in the
engaging.
world.
Like Calsford.
Dan's
Hey,
like,
tell
am
me.
I the old
Tell me.
person now?
Calsford
Tell me.
said I can't
Explain
engage.
to us.
I can't.
Explain
I'm sorry.
to us, since you know so much.
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. Calsford told me not to engage anymore. He says you're being bad faith.
Calcifer is the biggest hater. He just hates every orbiter.
Exactly. And he told me not to engage. That means it must be really
listen.
offensive. He's offended that you're doing such a poor job at trying to bait me.
You didn't even give an answer.
Also, I just want to point out, at the start of this conversation, did you flex that you have $1 million AI startup?
No, I didn't say I have one. I said I work in one. And they asked me about the security.
Are you fucking with me right now? I
What?
can't wait till some fucking dipshit
$1
comes in here
million,
like, actually,
Dan. $1 million startup.
No, it's okay. No,
I
$1
work
million
for a
as in-
multi-billion-dollar
it's in-
e-com. It's like, okay, what do you do? I'm a cashier at Target. Boom.
I mean, that's true. Okay, no, the reason why I mentioned it is because I helped them with the security. All right, I've got
now I'm
a little bit of
What
credentials.
company is it?
Wait,
So I can
hold on.
immediately.
I'm sorry. Wait, the funny part wasn't the joke that you made. The funny part is bragging about a company with working for a company with a valuation of $1 million.
No, it's not $1 million. I was saying $1 million as in like it's in the millions, right? I'm not saying a specific number.
Even the single-digit millions.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
It's not okay. You know what? Never mind. Whatever.
No, it's in the tens of millions now. It's going up and up each fucking time. God damn.
Like when someone mentions $1 billion company, you think they're talking about their company's worth $1 billion? They're not
I
saying
would.
like 100 billion.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Otherwise, it would be a multi-billion-dollar company.
Ooh.
Okay, fine. I work for a multi-million-dollar AI firm.
So your company's worth $2 million.
Yep. Maybe.
Yeah. Listen, are you gonna give me a counter argument, or are you just gonna?
No, in fact, what I want to do is know what this company's name is, so that if in some fucking crazy world it manages to go public somehow with cooked books, I can immediately short the stock because it's about to be taken over by a fucking cyber ransom attack instantly. That's what I want to know.
I would love to give it because I know we'd get tons of really good DGG investors in, but I'm just have to keep it private because currently we are still securing.
Currently, we are fending off a fucking ransomware attack. So once we get a little bit more time back, we'll be able to.
Not true. We actually worked with the U.S. government a few years ago.
Whoa!
But that's all I'll mention.
Okay.
That's crazy, bro.
That's nuts.
I know.
Why didn't you lead with that? That's holy
shit. And you want to know what we used? We used 1Password for our security, and that made us eligible for the. I forgot what the U.S. government's requirements for, what it's called. The term is for the security stuff.
SOC 2, ISO 27001.
Yes.
Hawk Tua?
I don't know what the second one is, but the first one is yes.
Yeah,
Spit on that thing, Dan.
I don't fucking know. Bro, let's just fucking kill me.
Oh my god.
Do you know the difference between SOC 2 and SOC 1?
You got one or two.
I did know it a year ago. But
dude, okay, Radiant, you never know anything. I'm not kidding.
Okay, you know
Every time anybody asks you a question about anything, you're always like, yeah, I knew it at one point.
ChatGPT. Let's see.
Jarvis, what is this, Jarvis?
Help me, Jarvis. Jarvis.
SOC 1 and SOC 2. Let's see.
And then he'll say,
Jarvis
oh yeah, I know this.
Oh no, wait. I know the answer. I don't need you to tell me the answer from ChatGPT. I was asking you
because why is this important to YubiKeys? Is this important to you not understanding that nobody in the world uses YubiKeys anymore?
No one in the world uses YubiKeys anymore.
No, but yes, literally nobody.
Sorry, you're not doing it. Kelsfer told me no.
Unless you work in a boomer firm, maybe the U.S. government with stuff made from the 80s, then yeah, you're gonna be using YubiKeys. But I promise, nobody uses YubiKeys. Literally nobody.
Okay.
If anything, listen.
Okay, I'll buy it just because Radiant triggers the fuck out of me. What's wrong with having a physical two-factor?
Wait,
because
there's breaking news.
It's literally the exact same reason why passwords suck. You're gonna lose it, you're gonna forget it, you're gonna
Do you think? Wait. Do you think that passwords suck because you can lose them or forget them?
I mean, that's part of the reason why it's one authentication, right?
Passwords suck because the big reason why is because if somebody knows the password or it can get leaked online somewhere, then they can just
that
use
too.
It.
You can basically
wait.
That's another reason.
Do YubiKeys? Wait, shit. Hold on, wait. Before I stake out a strong position here, do YubiKeys are they an RSA thing or whatever that changes, or is it
yes?
Oh yeah, okay, then yeah.
Same thing as a two-factor authentication code.
Yeah,
it's not the same thing as a 2FA code, but sure.
I said kind of. I didn't say it was the same, but.
Wait, so what's the problem with having one of these?
Because it's super easy to lose.
How is it super easy to lose?
Carry around. Because Dan just had, somebody set it up for, already lost their key.
He might have. I don't know the use case for the person he's talking to. Maybe it was an inappropriate person to suggest it to. But if you're a person who does work at home and you've got a drawer where you just keep shit in or whatever, or you work with computers regularly, what's wrong with?
So the drawer where you keep things. Well, I mean, assuming you're using it to log into your stuff, at some point you're gonna misplace it, right?
No.
Do you misplace your car keys?
Is that an inevitability that you talk about? How many copies of your car key do you have?
Yes, it's absolutely an inevitability. There's a reason why people lose their keys. People lose their
I don't think it's very normal to lose your car keys permanently. Maybe you misplace them,
but people do buy new keys.
I might be retarded. I'm sorry. How many people, percentage-wise, have to buy new car keys? Is that a common thing?
I don't know, but it is a thing.
I've never done it.
I've never lost a key.
Listen, the point is that we do have an example of somebody losing their key, and it's Dan's friend, and Dan himself lost the backup.
I haven't
all right?
lost
So,
my key. I haven't looked for it yet. In fact, I could
Okay,
probably...
so you haven't looked for it? All right, look for it. Please tell me if you can find it.
Well, wait. So what's your suggestion?
The point is, there is software out there. One of them is 1Password, where you can just set up a.
What happens if your computer dies?
Then you pull out your phone. Then you pull out your phone and log into 1Password.
Okay. What happens if your phone and your computer die?
Well, then you go to somebody else's computer and log into 1Password, or you
Okay, so
email
you're
them
saying-
and tell
okay,
them you
gotcha.
lost your thing.
Gotcha. So you're saying that you can just log in from one place, unknown person.
Wait.
has your password to log in.
For login to 1Pass, is it called 1Pass or 1Password?
It's called 1Pass.
1Password.
1Password. All you need is a password.
He's wrong. He's retarded.
Nope.
You also need a security key.
Nope.
You're
Yes,
literally
you need a
retarded.
No, but
Okay,
the key,
yeah.
you only need the key once for the device. All right. Like literally,
Okay.
as long as you have it logged into my phone and my laptop and my computer. I have never, ever gotten to a situation where I've had no access
Tell
to
me you're
any of
not
them.
actually in charge of security for your company.
Not in charge of security, but I have at the start, before we got a security manager, I was kind of responsible for doing all of the, or I
And the
guess a lot of
the security
costing.
manager, he came in and he was like, "Okay, guys, someone's in charge
No,
now. Don't worry."
no, the security manager, that guy was the one, I'm the one who told him to use 1Password. And he was like, wow, that's actually a pretty good idea. And then we implemented it.
He told you that's a good idea and told you to shut the fuck up.
C-O-O-K.
Like, we were talking about YubiKeys.
Cooks.
We were talking about YubiKeys at one point, and we agreed this is not a good idea in current reality.
I am convinced there's a
Okay.
bubble forming in the AI startup marketplace at this point in time.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
big.
Yes.
By all means, Dan. All right, you can bet against us. Buy out all the YubiKey stock. I don't know what company makes it, or I forgot what it was. You can.
So you're saying a preferential thing to having a physical device key thing would be to log into a friend's computer so that they have access to all of your shit? Doesn't that mean
Well,
that
I
if
mean,
that...
you can log out.
Well, you just said that the point of logging in is so that you don't have to two-factor authentication in again, right? Aren't you creating a whole second point of failure for arguably the most important two-factor, your two-factor
No,
authentication?
because you need to two-factor authenticate into 1Password.
You just
in order
said
to
that
use
you
it.
only have to do it one time. Wait. You just said you only do it one time, right?
Yeah, you do it one time.
Yeah,
on
so
the
I'm
device.
asking, so if you do it on that device, if you're storing your thing on a whole other device that you don't have access to, aren't you...
Yeah, but that's why you would log out of that device if you're using it temporarily.
Yeah, I understand, but you wouldn't. But then if you log out of that device, you wouldn't have you wouldn't need to use your two-factor to get into it anymore, right?
I'm confused.
If that's
like
a
you're
simple
saying,
question, if you log out of the device,
it's
you
not a
don't need
simple
your
question.
what?
Yeah. I said it's not a simple question because you're saying you just presented the scenario where you need to log into your friend's PC because apparently you lost access to your computer,
Yes.
your phone, and
Sure.
your laptop or whatever, right?
Sure.
So if you're doing that, then in that case, you would use that to log into your thing once, then you would log out of your 1Password in your friend's computer.
If you logged back into your friend's computer, it would...
Wait. What would you use as your two-factor authentication to log into your friend's computer?
You would email them or something. I'm trying to remember.
What do you mean you would email them?
Email them. So stupid.
Wait,
I can tell you.
Keep going. Wait. You would email them or something. Who would you email for your two-factor authentication?
1Password.
Supported
people.
1Password.com.
Wait.
They'll
Wait. There's a final thing. It's so easy. Wait. So you're telling me that you can email 1Password and they'll help you get in through your two-factor authentication?
Yes.
That's
They'll go
not
through a
real
whole bunch
two-factor
of,
authentication. That's the
verification.
most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. But
No,
I
it's
just
not.
wanted
Oh my
to
God.
follow this thing down a little chain of. Okay, go ahead. You guys.
Rating has shown you the
Also,
most
there's recovery
retarded. No,
codes. Somebody in chat
you're
just reminded me, there's
literally
recovery
so
codes. There's recovery
dumb. I
codes.
can't even
There's
believe
recovery
it.
codes. There's recovery codes. There's like
Okay,
5 different
yes.
layers.
Recovery
There
codes,
is
what,
a-
that you either have to one, physically store
Yes,
somewhere,
exactly.
or two,
Yep.
you would have to save
Yes,
this in a
but why
notepad
you-
somewhere on your
why-
computer.
Yep.
Correct, but why are you in a situation where you've lost access to your computer, laptop, and your phone? And whatever other other things like your system.
I don't know. You're
admin,
saying you
I'm
can
assuming.
lose your fucking keys permanently, your YubiKeys keys permanently, and never find them again. How is it so?
YubiKey's one thing. It's one device that you have to carry around with you.
You don't. Why?
So
I
is
mean-
the security keys or whatever that you have.
Yeah, where are
No,
you
it's
storing?
not.
Are you storing the
No,
security
'cause you
keys
have
on your
5
friends?
different devices that has it.
So you have your two-factor authentication code just scattered across 50 different fucking devices? What, it's like
No,
a
you
fucking
don't
treasure
need-
hunt if somebody compromises any one of your devices to find your two-factor authentication cracks?
You just need one device to log into your thing.
You are
That's it.
cooked, Radiant.
It's access to one account.
Bring in the Unidev guy, apparently.
Well, I mean, I can tell you,
Bring him
Radiant's
in,
he's
Bring him in. I promise you, he's gonna repeat exactly what I'm saying.
Oh wait,
you guys
hold
are
on.
just
Then
like
don't bring. I don't need a second
booming out.
retarded.
You guys
I
are
only
all
need
booming
one
out, and I know because none of
non-retarded.
you guys use 1Password.
I use 1Pass.
I use.
I somehow I know 1Pass more than you. It's crazy.
Because you're asking about some super obscure situation. It's like, oh
No,
my god,
An
like,
obscure
what is
situation where you
everything?
lose access to an account? Why are you even using
to
1Pass?
everything. To everything. You're saying I lose access to all my all my devices.
Everyone here is retarded.
Fuck you, retard. This is the
Absolutely.
real retard.
Go.
By the way,
Unidev,
European.
do it.
By the way, European.
Right. Yeah. First of all, Dan.
Yeah?
Why you said you set up YubiKeys for other people?
That was retarded. Okay, we agree with that.
No, it wasn't.
Why?
True.
Why?
If you're having to set up a YubiKey for someone in anything other than like an enterprise environment, they should not. They can't be trusted with that.
True.
Why
That's
would
not
you
true.
ever do that?
Because
True.
I have a non-technical family member, okay, and I wanted to make sure that I would.
YubiKey.
Why would you do that with you? Yeah.
You let me know when.
Sorry,
I
can he respond or not?
Go on.
Sorry, he's booming out.
I'm not. Boom, bro.
Boom.
Just call him a retard, Radiant.
Why
No,
are you
I
on
don't- I
Radiant's
like that too
side?
much.
Go, you.
No, I meant Dan. I
Or Dan,
misspoke.
go. Let Dan respond.
Okay. All right. So I have a family member, and I don't want to ever be in a situation where I have to deal with them getting their accounts hacked, right? And having to try and recover it because it's like a whole lot of shit. Like, people are stupid, and it's very easy to trick, non-computer literate people. So I was like, listen, I'm gonna come over, and I'm gonna, and when I was visiting them, I'm gonna come over, I'm gonna completely set up all your shit so you cannot get hacked. Okay? You're gonna be good to go after this, right? It literally will be impossible for someone to go and take over your Gmail account, which is the main thing I was that. All you have to do, okay, is when you log into a new account, you have to fucking put this in and tap this fucking button. That's it. Everything else can be the same for the most part. And I did that, and it worked fine for them for a while. Because the only issue is that they stayed logged in for so long. Eventually, they forgot. Oh, if I go to a brand new device, I need to have this other thing to log in for the first time. That's the fault of where it is. But I still think that a YubiKey is miles better than a software solution, and I gave a few reasons why. Like a physical device cannot be intercepted by a Trojan or a keylogger in the same way that, if I'm on your fucking computer with like a remote administration thing, that you could with a, even like a fake login page. Let me give you a perfect example why YubiKey is better. Let's say I say, hey, you need to go sign in, okay? And you're like, you need to sign into Gmail. So you go to gnail.com, gnail.com, and it looks identical to you. You don't even catch it, okay? And you're typing in your username and your password, okay? And then it asks you for the code, okay? It's like, oh, what's your 2FA code? Using your system, okay, I could relay that 2FA code and the password you gave me to myself and log into gmail.com, and boom, I could be logged in as a result of that. That's not possible to have happen with a YubiKey because a YubiKey is directly signed to the actual domain itself. So when I was on gnail.com and I pressed the button to log in, that key is being cryptographically signed only and specifically directly for gnail.com and will not work on gmail.com, meaning when you are, if this was a landing page designed to intercept my fucking login sessions, it would be useless to you. And that's the reason why YubiKeys are superior to 2FA codes in every way, if you can.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Hey,
right?
no, you don't get to say yes. You get to say, "Oh shit, I'm wrong. I'm a retard."
True. No, I agree.
I'm not sure any
That's what
you
nobody
agree
uses
that you're
2FA
wrong
codes.
and a retard? Thank you.
I agree that nobody uses 2FA codes anymore. All right, people use what's called passwordless or passkeys. Somebody said, "Unidev, go."
Radiant, why?
Yeah, what?
Like you'll say something semi-intelligent and then make the worst possible reasoning for it.
Go. All right, go. Please.
Like
correct
Dan,
me.
I don't think any like
You have the
sensible
floor.
person is going to disagree that YubiKeys are like more secure, but the trade-off is you need the fucking physical key. And like,
yeah, but that's also the
what
advantage
the
of
hell is this person? Yeah, but like, what the hell are these people doing?
Well, it's been almost a year.
They need this level of security.
Well, hold on.
When they
I
clearly
gave an
can't be
example.
trusted to just keep that.
What is your point? My point is that I don't want to deal with them having their accounts hacked, and I still haven't. mind you. Okay.
But now you've got to deal with fixing shit for them because.
Yeah, but that's way
the
easier than
keys.
having their accounts getting hacked.
Yeah, but like if
Can I get a non-retarded person to pull in?
I think what Uni's trying to say is that while this might be a really secure way to prevent an account from getting compromised, there's probably something that requires less tech sophisticated upkeep that would probably do the same thing.
This is not sophisticated.
I agree.
They just misplaced the thing. That's
They
it.
just have a key. I don't think this is a big deal.
That's so easy to do.
And you can, and hold on, you can also make backups of the key, which I did, by the way, also.
Sure,
right?
but I mean, like, the problem is that it's really hard for you to defend this idea because you're literally having to do the exact thing that you just said you were trying to avoid doing, which is helping them figure their shit out.
No, I was trying to avoid. No, it's way harder to recover when someone's been hacked. That's a week-long operation recovering accounts. Okay, this right here is just I gotta just find a backup key, and I will.
Yeah, but is having them use like Authy or some Google Authenticator, is that like outside of the realm of possibility for these people for some reason?
Well, you can get hacked. That I just gave you a very plausible reason of way to get. Let me.
Okay,
finish.
wait.
No, I'm not waiting. He talked. He asked me a question.
No,
you dumb fucker.
You
no,
are making your
he didn't
solution
say,
sound dumb.
"Hey,
You're making your
Radiant.
solution sound
Hey,
dumb.
Radiant,
You're
you
making
dumb
your solution
fuck."
sound bad. No, I'm trying to help you. All right,
I don't
listen.
need your help because you're fucking wrong.
No, because you're saying it wrong. You're like giving the dumbest explanation.
A passkey is what you're trying to push right here.
No,
How's
I'm
that
not.
work?
No, I'm
How's
not.
that
No,
work
I'm
on your
not.
fucking
I'm
email then?
explaining. It does work. Gmail supports
Wow,
it.
so
I
Joe
use it
Biden,
on
thank you for
Gmail.
the 3 tier 1
All right,
service, buddy.
With what?
else? With 1Password.
Understand with what? With your device. What happens if your fucking devices get cooked? You're just cooked.
I have multiple devices.
Okay, well, great. Then you can have multiple YubiKeys. I don't understand the fucking.
Why do I want to carry on multiple YubiKeys when I can just
You
carry
don't
on
have
my
to
phone?
carry them. I haven't had to use my YubiKey in like 6 months. You only have to do it when you have to fucking log in again.
Oh, cool. So you lost. I mean, that just makes it so easy to lose.
I think Radiant might be a fucking troll. I'm just gonna be honest.
Either a troll or fucking retarded, or I'm sorry, Calcifer, I failed you. You're just so dumb. You're just so fucking stupid.
Every time Radiant comes in here, he says the most retarded shit.
Listen.
Bro, I just want to know
Dan,
something, okay?
listen.
And I'll just say that you're right after this. I just
Listen,
want to
Dan,
know.
it's
Are you serious?
2025. All right. I am serious. I'm 100%
Okay, good.
serious about using 1Password.
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Okay? That's all I need to know. That you're serious. Because now
Yes.
I can judge my future interactions with you based on you absolutely being serious right now.
About 1Password being better than YubiKey? Yeah.
They're not meant to do the same thing.
I mean, but for Dan's purpose, yes.
Not
Like, look,
yes.
I like 1Password personally. Like for like the obvious thing that feels like it should just be the case is just use a normal auth app for 2FA, and for a password manager, I mean, you could use anything. 1Password's great for that. Like, just that's the sensible.
1Password lets you create passkeys. You can create passkeys.
Yeah,
in
but like
1Password.
nothing fucking supports passkeys properly.
And
Gmail, it's like
you get to do
YubiKey
it for
but worse
Gmail.
because it's tied to your device, but you
Just
don't
use
even
1Pass and
use it.
Authy, or whatever authenticator you want to use.
Yeah, just do that.
Well, 1Password has an authenticator in it. Like you can hook up.
Yeah, well, I'm
anything
not
with
going
it.
to use that.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, I'm not convinced it's the best idea because it's not really 2FA then. It's just like your
1FA.
password manager is doing the 2FA for you, which is kind of not what it's supposed to do, but I guess it's convenient. I mean, the reality is like people are like don't get hacked that often. Like the reason people get hacked is
I don't know if
like,
I agree with that anymore.
Well, I mean, having dealt with family members who've like gone through this shit, the issue was that they're not using a password manager in the first place, and they have 1Password that's like 5 letters long that they use.
This is not correct. This is an old way of thinking about security. This is not what happens. What's very prevalent right now is people searching for things on Google, and there's sponsored ads that are the first result that they mistake as being the first result that they should click on. They click on it, and it's exactly what I've talked about, which is a
So a man in the middle attack. Yes.
And 2FA
Yes, which would be
is designed specifically to stop that. And any
Wrong.
2FA,
You guys are
Hold on, stop,
No,
wait,
you're
stop.
wrong.
Okay. I am the only one that's allowed to troll Dan here, and all you guys are trolling him right now. Uni, you included, okay? The issue, Uni, how do you defeat... Because it feels like two-factor authentication is defeated by the problem that Dan is mentioning. So I go to a website, www.amazon.com, and I have to log in, and I go to log in, and it's like, oh, well, we forgot your account. And I don't know it's a troll site. So I log in, I do my password. It's like, well, we need your two-factor authentication. I look up my Authy app, and then I type in my two-factor authentication, and this troll site is just passing the info along to Amazon, and now it has full access to my account. How is that not defeating a third-party app like what Dan is saying. And I do agree with Dan that like people aren't specifically getting hacked anymore. They're either just getting like an explosion of like random emails with links that look convincing, or they're clicking like sponsored links on sites and then they're going to things that look similar in that way.
Oliver, I don't know enough about how exactly the protocol works for things like passkeys and YubiKeys to say for certain, but like in principle, I don't believe there's anything that would stop that from also being the case with a like YubiKey or something.
Okay, wait. So I might be retarded, but my understanding, I just Googled this, and this better be correct. Otherwise, fuck Dan for baiting me in all of this. The YubiKey is a physical thing that needs to be logged into your computer. That's certified, like it has to be plugged in, and then that thing does an encryptic. Like I don't even, from what I read, it sounds like you don't even know what the key is. It literally does like an encrypted thing with the site itself that you're trying to log into. So there's no way for a third party to access that.
Passkeys will do the same thing as YubiKeys in that case.
Thank you. Yes, passkeys do the exact same thing, and that's
sure,
what
that's fine, and you can argue for a passkey, but that's just but that's technically that's still more than just using like Authy or the Google Authenticator or whatever, right?
It's one.
Yeah, although basically any password manager, including I think every main browser now, also has passkey support built in. So that's like
almost every major website I use uses passkeys.
Oh my god, is that what's happening when I do the thing where it's like Windows wants to use a passkey? Is it doing that for the site? Oh, that's so cute. Okay.
Like literally, I just click one button when I'm logging into Gmail or Microsoft or like pretty much everything I use for work.
Cool. But who asked?
There is also a thing with like if you are using a password manager, they fill by URL. So, and a lot of them will have stuff built in for security to warn you if you're on a sketchy site.
I understand that. The sketchy site thing is kind of true. Like that will save you, my guess is probably like 80% of the time maybe, but sometimes it doesn't. The issue with like relying on the autofill thing is like, because websites are so sometimes bullshit and they have like different like login portals or whatever, sometimes you have to double click a thing and like manually approve your password for other sites. So like I think I would get defeated by a site that's scamming like that. Because like for American Airlines, like I might log in through AA.com, but it might be like AAinflight.com for the Wi-Fi, and they might have a different thing, or like Enterprise.com versus like Enterprise Rent. Like it's just like dumb shit like that. So I think that can be defeated just by user error.
Yeah, although to some degree, like
passkeys solve that
stuff.
To some degree, what? To some degree, what?
Like to some degree, there's always going to be some vector of attack that is just people being an idiot.
Well,
and
that's
like,
not necessarily true.
It's just reducing like how. I mean, all these measures are just making it harder for you to be an idiot, basically.
Well, if you're using this, what is it, FIDO2 or whatever the fuck kind of authentication you're talking about here for this, that theoretically, unless somebody's like in your home logging onto your computer, I guess, if you argue that that's an attack vector, nobody should be able to do anything with that, right? Like there's no way to defeat that form of security.
Yeah, no, but sorry, yeah. That's
Besides
true,
encryption,
but that's also true of things like passkeys. There are other ways of doing that, and that's not the only attack vector thing. Like if there are many ways people can get hacked beyond just whoops. You know, this is one vector of attack, and I'm not convinced it's like that big of an issue for most people. Like it's one of the things of like YubiKeys for, especially for how like boomer it sounds like these people are that Dan was doing this for. The amount of time you'd expect to spend when they inevitably lose the YubiKeys seems like far more than dealing with the like 1 in 10,000 chance that
it's not 1 in
10,000 manager. All right, 1 in 100 or something. Like it's the likelihood that they
and also the scopes of danger. The scopes of danger on the two things, because I will find this key. It's like I haven't looked for it. I'm just saying the scopes of danger of the two scenarios we're presenting here are vastly different. One of them is like, I have to mail them something after I make a backup myself. That's it. The scope that you're talking about is I have to deal with someone else who's been in their email and taken all of their shit. And now it's like resetting a bunch of stuff and making sure that they're, canceling stuff, putting credit card fucking getting canceled, all that stuff. It's just the
but now they have to carry around a key like for the rest of their lives.
You don't have to carry around the key.
Yes, you do. What if you want to log into something? It's very common.
How common are you logging into another account somewhere outside of your home?
Like, yeah,
my email all the time.
Give me two examples. No, give me 2 examples of that.
So when I go to work and then my boomer coworker needs help on their thing, I need to access something that I emailed myself. I'll log into my email on
You log into your email on their device?
Wait, you log into your personal email at work?
Not personal.
On their device?
No, not personal email. I'll log into my work email.
Wait, why do you need to log? Why do you need to? You don't have a work phone. Why do you need to log into? Wait. Hold on. This is a sitcom. You're telling me email. You have to log in to your email on another device to get the fucking file. What the fuck is the point of email at that point? You should call it e-box. Why not just email it to them?
That's a good. Well, that's a good idea. But sometimes people are booming out, and I don't want to ask them for their password. So I just
brother, you're booming out.
No, I mean you just never dealt with a 50-year-old coworker that doesn't understand how the internet works. But
why would you log into your email on their computer? Why would you do that?
Because I want to download a file that I emailed myself.
This is. I refuse. No more. Okay. For too long, the younger generation has looked at us and been, oh, these guys are boomers. They don't know what's going on with the computer. No, I was fucking there when
you're the one using YubiKeys.
Yeah, yes.
Wait. Do you know the meme with the? It's not David Attenborough, but it's some guy looking at a monkey like smashing a hammer into a nail on a board. That's what I'm imagining when your tech lead is like, hey, can you send me the file? And you're like, yeah, I can send you the file via email. Is that okay? And they're like, yeah.
Let me
and
log
then you
in.
sit down on their computer and you try to log into your email to find the file that you sent yourself on their computer.
Yes.
Bless your fucking tech company, dude.
Yeah, God.
Wait. Does this mean that you have to log into your 1Pass account and everything on their computer and everything as well?
No, because I don't have 1Password. I don't have a passkey as my only authentication method. I also do two-factor codes.
Wait, then why?
So
then why are you even talking about this? No, because he doesn't even use the 1Password. He has other authentication code. He says like two-factor multiple choice.
But he still has to type his password in. No?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. But then he just uses like his fucking cell phone. He uses SMS or some bullshit. But he has all this other shit set up so he can show off to people and be like, oh, look.
No, I have. Oh my God. You know what? Never mind. Listen. You guys.
So where do you get your password from?
In the year 1990. All right.
No. Where do you get your password from?
My phone. What are you talking about?
So from your phone.
From my phone. My 1Password.
So why do you need to get it on your email on his computer?
Huh?
Why do you need to get into the email on the computer then?
Because he has to transfer the file, Mooten.
In order to download a file, yes. If I email myself a file.
Why not just email the file to them? Can you answer that question for me?
I just said because I don't want to ask them for their password.
Why do you have to? Wait, what? Are they not logged into their own email?
No. A lot of people don't have save login session or whatever.
So wait. Is your email just like the office slut? You just have like 20 different people logged into the same fucking email account because they don't know how to log into their own?
No, I literally log out.
Do you know what a USB drive is, my friend?
Yes, I understand. Nobody carries USB drives anymore, okay? We live in
I can't.
We use cloud storage.
I can't.
What is this like? Oh, what? YubiKey? I'm sorry, that's in the past. We're living in 3025 now. He says he logs into his email address on every single computer.
Digital man. I don't even carry cash anymore. Does anybody carry cash? Anybody in here?
It's like the woke broke shit. Woke.
You should always have like $200 on you.
Using a USB drive to transfer a file. Broke. Logging into their fucking email on your account. It's like
Rating over here is like, yeah, I don't carry cash anymore. I just have every single friend. I have every single friend with an iPhone has my own credit card added to their wallet in case I need to buy anything at any place in the world with somebody else's phone.
You know, my wallet, I specifically bought only a card holder because I wanted to stop carrying cash. So anytime anybody asks me for cash, I'll be like, no, I don't carry cash.
Who is asking you for cash?
Homeless people, random friends who want to buy something.
You
can't just say, you can't just say, I don't have cash.
Or speak Russian. They love that.
No, I mean, because then if I pull out my wallet like 10 minutes after, then they'll be like, "Oh, you're lying."
Are they following you? Are you getting stalked by homeless people?
If it's a friend, or if it's a homeless guy next to the gas station, yeah.
Okay, wait. Describe a situation where you're even using cash, such that somebody asks you for cash, and then later on they see you using cash somewhere. Where is this happening?
At the gas station, when you want to put gas in your car, right? There's going to be a homeless guy there, usually always asking you, hey, can I get $5?
Cash at a gas station?
Why?
When I used to carry cash, yes. I don't know why. Like,
how long ago?
I don't know. Before, but it's back then.
I feel like I would be like a fucking caveman.
How old are you?
Handing the guy, can I get 20 on pump 5?
27.
27? Yeah, I don't know.
Is this 1990? What the fuck?
Jesus. I don't know when the last time I used cash at a gas station was.
I bet if you went
Wait,
into
are
a
you-
gas station and you're like, "Can I get 20 on pump 5?" They'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking
The
about?"
guy's like,
What does
yeah,
that
go
mean?"
outside and swipe your card for
Yeah,
it.
go fucking do it, retard.
I mean,
yeah.
wait, seriously, you guys have? I mean, I think last time I used cash was like 5 years ago at the gas station. Like, I mean, I don't know when somebody gives you money for gas, right? Like,
What
do
are
you
you
Yeah,
guys
it's
do?
called
Cash
Venmo
App?
or PayPal or any of the million.
Yeah, that wasn't a thing. That wasn't a
5
thing
years
5 years
ago?
ago.
There was no way to
You're
transfer
cooked.
cash digitally 5
No,
years
but
ago.
nobody used it. Nobody had.
No, okay.
Listen, not
He's
everybody
just living in a
used
different
Venmo and
reality.
Cash App back then. At least not down here in Louisiana. All right, like over here, everybody still carries cash. It's annoying, but you know, I've been able
How
to
does it make you
transition.
feel? I want to know something. It's possible you're trolling. I'll give you that.
He's not.
But I want you to know that if you were not trolling, everyone thinks you're so fucking stupid that the only explanation possible is that you're a troll. It's not possible that you got this wrong. You're just so fucking stupid.
Whoa.
That
Listen,
it got this point. Like that,
listen,
they're like, it's not even possible to be
Listen.
that stupid. He has to be trolling. They don't make people
I'm
this
not
dumb.
the one. I'm not the one spending my morning or afternoon actually trying to figure out how to fix my friend's YubiKey that I set up for them, and having to like dig through like my 10 miles deep like pile of, I don't know, like stuff in your drawer
True.
to figure
You're
out.
the guy whose boss says like, "Hey, I emailed you a file. Can you grab it?" And then you open your email and you're like,
Let me
"Fuck,
log in."
hold on." And then you log in. You've got like 727 emails saying, "Warning, your email's been logged in from another IP. Warning, 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 warning." You're like, "God, I gotta find it. Hold on."
Nope, because you don't know. Nope. Actually, what I do, well,
I turn
mean,
all the
that's just
warnings
one
off.
situation. Exactly.
Exactly.
Actually, yeah. There's
you
really no
probably do,
point in
yes.
having it if I have my
You-
two-factor on.
Oh, of course. Why would you? Yeah, fuck it. You got the
I mean-
two-factor on. You're invulnerable.
I mean, what's
Absolutely.
gonna happen? Somebody steal my phone and log into my email? Like,
I mean,
how's
is a
that ever gonna
possibility.
happen?
All right, Radiant. Thank you.
I want you to reflect on what you've done. Radiate, if you will.
Jesus Christ, dude.
That guy-
minor tidbit about Radiant. I've been informed that apparently he's in a supposedly senior position within his whatever AI company on like 80K as an American dev.
On 80K?
So,
What does that
I'm-
mean?
I'm
He's making
Salary?
80.
so yeah, I'm not quite sure how senior that is.
Uh-oh.
But
Uh-oh. Did he just join again?
Yeah, he came back.
Ooh, here we go.
So I gotta defend myself. All right.
Uh-oh.
Well, actually, I can't really say much. I don't want to say too much because then I'll just be doxing myself. But there's context. All right. That's all I can say.
Oh, wait.
But yes, I am a senior
Can I
dev.
get? I
I
want to
am
make
a
a
senior
vague. I want to
engineer.
make a vague guess and tell me if I'm right. Okay. Ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Does the owner have the same last name that you do?
Nope. Definitely not.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Radiant.
I love you, Radiant.
No problem. Wait. I mean, if you.
Good.
Why?
right. Thank you.
You're such a fucking hater, bro.
I'm drinking Haterade. How's your blood pressure, Dan?
Not good. I got the YubiKey, by the way. Yeah, I don't get a sound effect for that. Fuck you guys.
Nope, you don't.
After all that, I should have just said I had it at the fucking start and lied, but I found it.
Yeah, you would have prevented all this fucking bullshit, dude.
And now here we are.
And now here we are, 30 minutes in. How do you run your audio cables, Steven? What program?
Very carefully.
I just use the one that comes with my mixer. Total Mix.
Jesus Christ! All right.
Why?
I'm not downloading Hardware Banana, or whatever it's called.
What audio interface?
Because I want to. It's a.
Is it the Scarlet thing?
No, it's a Motu MK Ultra, MK Ultra 5 or whatever.
Does it not have any built-in software that allows it to do cute shit? Or
it must. Actually, let me look at it. It has to. Alrighty. I don't think Motu has software. It does. You fool.
Ooh.
But the question is, how would I move it over?
Wow. So what's Uni What are you up to, buddy?
He's already gone. He left.
Fuck.
What are you up to? When are you go? You're going to Yale tomorrow?
Tomorrow night.
I got my food delivered.
Wow.
And how long are you gonna be gone?
Like a day or two.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Why do they keep joining and screaming?
I don't know.
I'm gonna just start calling him a pedophile if they keep doing that.
Uh-oh.
I don't give a shit. Stop doing that.
What did I miss?
Your best friend.
Every time you fucking come in here, you get called a pedophile.
Who was it?
Food shops. They came in and just fucking screamed.
Bro.
True.
Yeah.
All right, corn pop. Back to bed. back to bed you go, man.
So fucking stupid. Don't put me to bed. I'm fine. I'm not tired yet.
Where am I?
Oh. You think that what can we do a little bit of a switching of topic here? What do we got?
All right, corn pop. Back to bed you go.
Listen, my wife came in here with a fucking cat, okay? Right. All right? Good. Don't be putting me to bed. I'll put myself to bed when I'm ready.
I'm getting back up. I'm getting out of the bed.
I'll put myself to bed when I'm ready. Thank you very much.
What is this reference to put yourself to bed?
I don't fucking know. Moot shit says. Shit Moot says.
Is that shit that you say, Mootin?
I tell him I'm putting him to bed, yeah. And then he says he wants to put himself to bed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good one, Mootin.
Good one. Excellent one.
Fuck you.
Got any other good ones for us?
Oh, I have a good one. We spent an hour commentating a live police chase that wasn't live.
Oh fuck, that pissed me off.
Live
that should
police
be
chase
punished.
that wasn't live?
It was a pre-recorded police chase that was like disguised as being live, and me and Moot commentated it, and then it wasn't live. It was
The fucking channel was called Live Police Chases, and they were showing us a police chase from early in the morning. Yo, big guy, just heads up. Yale area person here. Out of nowhere, we got a warning about 1 to 6 inches of snow tomorrow, so you might experience delays.
But hey, so maybe my whole shit will get canceled then.
Why would that happen?
Because it's fucking snow, so the plane can't fucking fly, dipshit.
Really?
Really?
You don't think planes can fly?
Not in snow. Why do you think Santa has to use a fucking sleigh?
Shit. That's You're a genius, dude.
Is your thing you're doing tomorrow? Or is it today? Don't make me corn
Back
pop.
to bed you go. Back to bed you go, corn
Can
pop.
I not fucking ask what's happening?
Back to bed you go,
hey, hold
man.
on. Xena's getting arrested. Click that link by paperboy.
Oh,
wait.
click that.
Let me just wait. Hold on. Let me make sure before you click it.
Well, I clicked it, so thanks. Now I'm watching it. Xena 4.
It's good. It's good. It's good. I think.
Is she getting arrested right now?
Oh. Get off me.
Oh.
Get off me. Get off me.
I'll fight you too.
Bitch. Whoa. Who's attacking our Xena queen? What? Who is this? Who is recording? Who is attacking her?
I mean, it's
It's gotta be Darius.
Could you hear that? Did that work?
Why is she getting arrested again? Bro, how many times can these people get arrested?
We need to be harder on crime.
Wait, are Shuvi and her actually dating?
I don't understand this fucking thing, dude.
What thing?
What thing? What?
The MK Ultra 5. I'm trying to get the fucking Stream Deck, but I don't see a place where how to
That was
move it.
literally a fucking CIA op to kill people.
Good.
Was that actually real? I mean,
MK Ultra?
Like, did they successfully brainwash anyone?
No.
To like do anything? No?
Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe they did learn some torture things or whatever bullshit. But like they had obviously ideas of like using LSD and shit to brainwash or mind control people, but I don't think any of that ever worked.
I mean, there was obviously no Jason Bourne shit, but I was just curious if like you could make someone do something they didn't want to do.
Do you want to do your call-ins?
Sure, we got like 25 minutes. Drag him. Drag him.
Wait, what do you mean you got 25?
I gotta do a fucking debate I'm moderating. It's in my fucking stream title, you piece of shit. Yeah,
I don't have that open. Ray. Yo, Ray J.
Yo, Ray.
Dan, you cannot say that, dude.
Why?
All right, Ray, you're in. What?
Got him. God, you just fucking crushed.
What do you want to talk about, Ray? Your mic's not working.
Wow, guys.
Yeah, you're cooked. All right, bye. Deften.
You got it.
What do you want to talk about?
We have to permanently ban Radiant from the community forever. That's my
Okay,
take.
all right, I'll hear this.
Okay, why?
Well, first of all, he has no idea what he's talking about ever, and he thinks he does.
Okay.
That is the worst of a lot of people, right? Not only being wrong, but being confidently wrong.
And he probably has some idea that he's wrong, considering the fact that he always hesitates and laughs before he says anything at all. So he probably has like an inkling of idea, but he still thinks he's right, and he wants to like suck up all the clout from the VC and get all the attention when he has like nothing important to add ever.
Wow.
I really don't like that guy.
Holy shit. How do we feel about this take? Radiant is the new Rage Pope.
Rage Pope gone?
I think so.
God. All right, I agree with you, Defton, but I can't do anything about it, so.
Thank you.
If there's ever a mod election, I'll be rooting for you.
Hey, so long as you keep accepting those $50 VC kicks, I think we'll be all right.
Whoa. All right, tier 1 waiting room. Good boy. Hello, good boy. What do you want to talk about?
These people are geniuses. They join and then they mute their microphone.
What do you want to talk about?
I was unmuted. Hold up. Let me mute myself.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't familiar. But how do you feel about constitutional reform in the near or slightly medium-term future?
Somebody vax this guy.
We feel good. Thanks for asking.
I don't know. Constitutional reform? What does that mean?
Like constitutional amendments or...
I feel great about them.
Convention.
Yeah, let's do them all.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, he feels great about it.
So I have a proposal.
Whoa.
You get one.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, just one question?
He didn't know that. You didn't make those rules clear coming in.
Okay, what's the proposal? I'll hear it, and then I'll decide.
And it has to end with a vowel.
Oh, that'll be tricky. But,
why sometimes there's a vowel?
As long as it ends with a vowel, don't fuck it up.
Yeah. I have a whole, like, package of reforms, but I'll stick to one that's like sort of a headliner. It's for the Supreme Court, to restructure the Supreme Court. So the summary is that it would be a constitutional reform to divide the Supreme Court, expand it and then divide it into a division of an opinions and an orders. And they can sit together en banc in a unified form for original jurisdiction and very important cases, right? But the orders division is like the shadow docket division, and then the opinions division is the traditional appellate division. There's a lot of details behind it, but that's the summary.
Oh,
didn't end with a Y. Excellent.
Wait, summary? Summary doesn't end in a Y?
No, Y is not.
Summary ends in a Y.
It's not a vowel.
Sometimes it is.
Why would it not be a
Not
vowel?
this time.
And it literally is functioning as a vowel.
Ooh, not this time.
How not? Listen how it's pronounced. Summary.
It's not a vowel. You know what? We can go to a poll.
Samaru. How about that?
What? That's not a word.
Give us your best. Never mind. Steve won't let me.
Won't let you what? Who else just joined?
I was gonna ask him to give me his best accent. Short Fat Otaku joined.
Oh. We call him Dev here. Okay, yeah, I think that's a great idea. We should have more Supreme Court stuff. Okay, make a post on the Reddit,
Thank you, good
on the
boy.
subreddit, okay?
To the Reddit you go.
Good job. Hi, what's up, loser? Sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Jesus. So yeah, you said that you read over that.
Oh, yeah,
this
real
Cheney
quick. I'm
thing?
sorry, because I saw this. I don't know if this will become a thing in the future, but since you still argue with these guys. Okay, there's some bullshit about how another new huge explosive leak detail is that Liz Cheney was speaking directly to Cassidy Hutchinson without her fucking lawyer on the phone or whatever bullshit. Now, unless somebody presents you a rule that is different than my understanding of it, you cannot communicate directly. If you're the representation for a party in a case, like a lawyer, you can't talk directly to the opposing counsel's client. But there's nothing that prevents two parties from talking to each other. Like, if I wanted to send an email to fucking Pixie or whatever, like, I can do that. That's fine. But, like, her lawyer can't email me, and my lawyer can't email her. But, like, we can communicate with each other still. So unless, like, Liz, I don't know for Congress if there's, like, a special set of rules or something, but I'm not aware of, like, any unethical rule that would forbade Liz Cheney and Cassidy from communicating directly with each other. Like, I don't know if there's any rule or lawyer ethics or whatever about that, yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, from a layman perspective, it kind of seems a little bit sus, but I also don't know anything that would actually bar it.
Okay.
But I mean, every time I talk to these guys, they say, well, this is witness tampering, and so we should toss out the entire thing, which is just fucking retarded.
How is it witness tampering?
I don't fucking know.
Well, ask them. Make them justify that.
But it's one of those things where if you actually if you listen to the way that the right wing talks about J6, or frankly anything that Trump does now, because right now it's the auto pen, that's the big thing right now.
True.
Is there's like a tapestry of lies, and each one has to be untangled, and they all take like an hour each to untangle them, but it's like a 5-second lie they can make.
Yeah.
And there always ends up being like at least one drop of truth in it, right?
Sure.
And it's like, well,
like they thought it was constitutional that they could break the ECA, or well, technically Hawaii had their own slate of electorate. Yeah, it's always like some bullshit. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, so I guess that's is that all you took away from the press release?
That's all I saw, unless there was more evidence in there of some kind of wrongdoing. I didn't see anything that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just those texts, and that's why they want to lock up Liz Cheney now, basically, is for doing that.
Based. Okay.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, I'm gonna go too. Have a good moderating debate or whatever.
Okay. Be careful.
All right. Bye.
Fuck. God damn it. We have 19 minutes, guys. What are we gonna do? Finish the Tim Miller thing? Connections. Oh shit, true. Play story level. No, I have to learn Ultima the next fight. Listen, I just want to max out all my job classes. Just let me do that and then I'll be good, okay? Then I can finish this game, get all the achievements, and be done. Whoa! Hassan Slop. Hold on. This is way more important than anything else we could be doing right now.
Is deploying. So I works on a shitload of people. His goal is to sound sarcastic and jokey, but also like he's sincere, but just tricking the normies with the sarcasm vibes. He's not alone in feeling this way about Nick. And it's an intentional strategy that Nick is utilizing to obfuscate to people what he truly believes. His communication strategy is why he's so successful. Yeah, it's also ironic because this communication strategy that he is deploying is literally what liberals think I'm doing. The context nuke in and of itself was literally that. Presenting me as a Nick Fuentes style figure, but on the left, right? And it did work on a lot of people because it presented a shit ton of clips out of context where me saying like liberals are so easy to dupe by Republicans and they get duped by Republicans all the time. Liberals get duped by right-wingers all the time. I hate that. Was shortened to liberals are so easy to dupe. I'm actually lying to liberals about my position when I'm not.
Well, so now he's finally adding how it's taken out of context, but he's just lying about the context. He's literally has said, we have you on shows, literally long form content, talking about how you dupe liberals. This is, I don't know why I'm even giving a serious response. When people say that, like, oh, it's all irony, it's all sarcasm, you fucking retards did a lot with Sam Hyde. It's the most low level, like, anti-response ever. Just, if you're gonna respond to a guy or you're gonna disagree with things that he says, then do that. But this whole, like, rejection of anything they say as being serious, like, oh, it's all just satire, it's fucking retarded. Oh, everything Nick Fuentes says is just a satire, it's all masked in satire. Like, no, it's not. Nobody that watches his shit is, like, fucking getting, like, hoodwinked or like, oh, is he being serious? They know it's serious. Like, just because you tell a joke about something doesn't mean that it's, like, the most mysterious, subversive fucking message in the universe. It's so cringe.
I'm pretty open about my position on virtually every single point, with, like, maybe the exception being what he says about Israel, even though I spend a good deal of time explaining to people why his opinions on Israel are still ultimately different than mine, because it comes from an anti-Semitic position, right? It's never just like, I don't like Nick Fuentes' vibes. Or even with someone like Asmongold. Even with someone like Ethan Klein, I spend a good deal of time explaining to you exactly what my disagreements are with the type of content that these guys are consuming and the type of content that these guys are putting out there. But for some strange reason, every single one of my naysayers will just lean into clips out of context that are that show me in the exact opposite worldview that I currently maintain, that I've been advocating for a decade plus. Okay? This is a problem. And then their fans or people that actually encounter their content in the wild or see some of these clips turn around and go, you know what? Those clips were valid. Those clips were actually valid. I won't describe to you what my anger and resentment stems from. I won't describe to you what my anger stems from, but I will tell you that you're bad and you're wrong. This has gotten a lot worse because of the Elon Musk Twitter takeover. It's become serialized. It's very profitable. But yes, it has become insufferable.
He's so scared of fighting with Asmongold on Twitch. It's so pathetic. What do you want? What are you in here for?
What? I can just hang out in here?
Oh, well, are you contributing anything?
I don't know. Are you contributing anything by joining my streams?
When I do, yeah.
Just kidding. I'm here to bathe in your parasocial aura. Oh, I got my fix! Oh!
Okay. Uh-oh.
They were violent like multiple times as well, and now they're stealing.
What?
Things on stream, and Twitch just doesn't ban them. Well, I'll tell you the reason why. It's because she's a woman and she's a minority. That's the reason.
Hello?
She's getting
What? Hi.
Oh, it's just saying hi. Sorry, is this a bad time?
Yeah, I have to leave in like 5 minutes, so. But tomorrow.
Okay, sorry. Bye-bye.
Bye. Fuck that guy. Got him.
preferential treatment. There is no other explanation, no other justification for why a person like this doesn't get instantly banned. That's what happens. She has a protected identity, so she doesn't have to follow the rules. This is the way the website works now.
Wow.
And so it's really, Asians are still minorities when it's convenient, yes. And you've got the moderators or gooners. Well, if they were, they'd have banned her, right? And let's be real, right? This is the kind of stuff that Twitch allows on their platform. This is the reason why.
Linus thoughts on Elon Musk in Linus Tech Tips recent video.
There was a recent thing
Why is it
from
so
a major
fucking
tech
quiet?
company where developers were asked to say how many lines of code they wrote, and if it wasn't enough, they were terminated. And there was someone here that was extremely upset about that approach to measuring productivity because
Oh yeah,
it
no, you
means
shouldn't even be
nothing.
upset. At that point, that's just incompetence. Anybody who thinks that's a valid metric is too stupid to work at a tech company.
You do know who you just said that about, right?
No.
Oh, he was a prominent figure in the improved efficiency of the U.S. government recently.
Oh, apparently I was spot on.
Is this?
Is it edgy in Normie World, in Normiesville, to make fun of Elon Musk? Is that considered edgy? I wanted to bring up the debate yesterday. Is this just the new norm with these MAGA guys where it's just constant bringing this hostility? Like, couldn't you deliver that anger and frustration in a manner that isn't like slinging factually correct insults, not woke scolding, but it's the different realities we are operating in when it comes to left versus right just mean that's the only way to approach it? Are you fucking retarded? They weren't engaging on a single fucking point ever. They were asked point blank questions over and over and over and over and over again and were literally impossible to engage with a single fucking thing. What are you talking about? Hello.
Hello. Hey, just wanted to say, everybody just now realizing that Radiant is retarded. You're late, okay? I've known some of the start. Y'all just didn't know the truth.
Damn.
Alright. Bye.
Would your talk with Ricada be more or less the same or more patience? I kind of like Ricada. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I mean, I could try to be more patient, but it's going to be the exact same thing. It's going to be like just outer perimeter law stuff. Like the president is the head of the executive branch and the attorney general is his employee is like technically true, but that it's just a violation of norms and it's not anything you should want. That's the problem too, is you can't get any of these guys to be honest about like, do you really want the president of the United States to issue direct orders to the attorney general for who to prosecute? Is that really what you want to live in a country? Like, well, it's not about what we want, it's about what's legal and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, nobody else does this. Why do you think no other president does stuff like this? Well, actually, they did this. And it's like, well, but that's not even remotely the same, is it? Well, maybe not, but like, you know, it's like you can do it. And it's just, it's like, and then you can ask them. The problem is you can't even shit test them really. Like, okay, well, what about, would you be okay if a Democrat did this? Like, oh, I guess. It's like, no, you wouldn't, bro. No, you wouldn't. Jesus fucking Christ. Not safe for work. Isn't this not safe for life? Is this guy about to get blown the fuck up? Well, the fact that I'm looking at a video of him from overhead makes me feel like he's about to get blown up. I'm too lazy to sit and watch. Okay. 1 second, be back. We're about to moderate an awesome debate. Oh boy! Oh, Lauren De Laguna story. What? 1 minute.
I'm listening to this podcast called Elizabeth about this woman who lied and scammed a bunch of money from a bunch of people. And part of the podcast talks about how when people were trying to call her out for her scams, she had this big cult following online. And so even though she was the liar, a bunch of people would like attack people who were calling her out for her lies. That only lasts for so long. Eventually, the truth gets exposed, and Elizabeth is getting exposed. And I feel the exact same way about my situation. I've been silent for, well, not completely silent, but I've been mostly silent on everything for over a year involving my particular issue, and everything's coming to light. So if you want to see all of the drama, if you want to check out my new true crime series that's coming out in January, or if you want to check out
New true crime series.
me and some other comedians talking about the Kim K TV show about, and like a lawyer and comedians react, definitely check it out. Can't wait. I'm listening to this podcast called Elizabeth.
Okay. Seems like almost every right-wing/conservative person nowadays tries to figure out the point or the gotcha of questions/hypotheticals you pose instead of answering the basic question. How do we deal with this when talking to these retards? You just have to be mean and call them out. They know what they're doing. It's like very annoying, right? Like, I don't want to wear jackets because I don't think we should ever wear jackets. And I was like, okay, well, like, do you think that cars should ever have seatbelts? And they're like, I just think that like fluffy coats are the way, and it's like, what do you do? Like, what can you not answer any question or hypothetical? I don't know if there was you could probably go through that debate yesterday. I don't know if they could answer a single fucking question ever. Like, it was always a pivot. It was always a what about is. It was always some other thing. It was always just not responsive to what was. It was always some other thing. It was so cringe. Is the patriarchy necessary and good for society? Oh boy. Oh boy. This is going to be an oh boysy. Test? Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm backstage. Never mind. Fuck me, I guess. Just kidding. Hello. Oh.
Hey, what's going on, Destiny?
Hey, I'm streaming just, by the way. Don't say anything crazy.
Okay, cool. Hey, so we're gonna start. I have Tilly up here too. Once she comes on, we'll start. I'll go ahead and do my opening, play my intro, and yeah, man, we'll go from there.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Usually, I have my guests. Not always, but I'll have my guests go first. So we'll have her go first if she agrees to that. Actually, she's right here.
Hello. Oh, a bit close up. Is that okay? Like the setup?
You know what? We actually can't see anything. I think your camera is off.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. That's a bit weird.
Let's do that.
How do I change that?
Just
'Cause I
press
can
the
see
camera
myself.
button on Restream on the app. If you press the camera, it may come right on.
I don't know. I can see myself. I can see my camera is on, so I'm not sure why it's not showing up for you.
Okay, let me see if I could do something on my end. If there's anything on my end. 1 second.
Almost certainly me.
Yeah, so it shows that your camera is on.
Are you running any other software that's capturing the camera at the same time?
That could be
Oh
it.
wait, maybe. I'll double check.
Because if you have OBS or Skype or something else, you're looking to check the camera and you have that open, it probably won't let you access it at the same time on the browser.
Oh, okay. Is it still not
Nope.
not on?
Yeah, still not on.
Also, another thing, maybe you don't have like a cover for the actual camera, right? Like a slider or like a thing covering the actual camera lens.
No. I'm using my iPhone camera, but I can switch just to my MacBook. It's just gonna be bad quality, but I can switch.
Well,
because there's obviously a tab
try
thing.
this. It could be if you're because it's just a link. It's just a web browser link. So maybe your phone isn't allowing authority to the camera, but it seems that it is, because on mine it says that your camera is on, but it's just dark.
Oh, we see it
there
now.
we go.
Is this working now?
It's working now.
It's my MacBook.
Oh.
So my phone was connected, but oh well. We can do lower quality, I guess.
All right.
Is everything so now everything's fine?
Yeah, everything's good. Hey, Tilly, thanks for coming on and joining the debate. So quick breakdown, how I pretty much run my show. I'll go through my intro. I'll play my intro video. And then since Destiny is moderating, once I'm done with the intro, Destiny, it's all you. You know what I mean?
Wait, what does that mean, all me? What do you mean by that?
All you for moderating. So we'll do, like I explained to Tilly, we'll do 4-minute openers.
Okay.
And 4-minute for closing statements. And then from there, it's just, open debate.
Gotcha. Okay.
Also, I think let's set a timer for about an hour and a half. I think that'd be good for the open debate. And then let's do the next half an hour, because Tilly, this is what I spoke to you about as well. For the next half an hour, we can do anyone that's going to come up and join the stream. We'll do 30 minutes of that for people to ask questions.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good, Tilly? Destiny, good?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys want.
Okay, cool. Tilly, are you okay with going first?
I can go first, you can go first. I really don't mind.
Okay, cool. We'll have you go first then, and then I'll go right after you. My opening is pretty short anyway.
Okay.
All right, cool. I'll go ahead and start now then.
4 minutes, right?
What'd you say?
4 minutes, yeah?
For the opening statements?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. I'm going to start as soon as you start.
All right, cool.
Wait, you're not? Oh, okay. Shut up. Okay.
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night. We got myself versus Tilly, and it will be moderated by Destiny. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here. We can do it in person. And after that, we can box. I'm about my business. So remember, I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay
Shut
though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. I'll be bringing up Tilly and Destiny in just in a second, but let's get the normal scheduled programming. Tonight is debate night. Me versus Tilly. You've seen her. She debated Charlie Kirk, and also she appeared on Pearl channel as well. And now she's making her rounds. We got a few links in the YouTube description. First link is going to be for the members. If you like the podcast, you want to support the show, become a member. We got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Ties. The next link is going to be for one-on-one consultations if you want to speak with me privately. And then we have the Clips channel where we post clips on there daily. Subscribe to the Clips channel. After that, we have all of our social media links, the TikTok, the Instagram, the Facebook. Hit us up on all social media platforms. All right, let's go ahead and bring up Tilly and Destiny, and we'll get started.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Cool.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
What's up, everyone? Yep, I could hear you. Just some background noise there. I'm not sure what end that was coming from. Sounds like it was a shower.
Yeah, don't worry. Something's happened. Okay, I'm moderating. I'm going to be keeping track of the time here. Tilly has the opening statement. It's going to be for 4 minutes, and I'll start the timer as soon as she starts. Unless, does she need to introduce herself as well? Or?
Oh, yeah, Tilly. If you want to go ahead and once again, also chat this debate is the topic is patriarchy necessary and good for society? So Tilly, you can go ahead and introduce yourself and speak about anything you got going on for just a brief minute, and then you can start with your opening.
Okay. Well, I'm Tilly. I think you gave me a pretty nice introduction. I've
Cool.
been online for a short time now. I initially went. I did the rounds after debating Charlie Kirk, and so I'm looking forward to the debate. Is it fine if I just go straight into it? I guess I can say I'm on YouTube at Blonde Praxis, and my Instagram is Tilly with loads of L's. If there's self-promo involved, but yeah, if I'm okay to start.
Yeah, Destiny, whenever you're ready for the timer.
Yep, I've got it running on my end. I'll tell you when there's 30 seconds left. I'll start as soon as you start talking, Tilly.
Okay. I'll start in just a sec. Okay. 3, 2, 1. There are 3 reasons why Cooley's crude interpretation of pop philosophy that he calls force doctrine falls apart. Firstly, something to understand that Cooley doesn't understand is that he has to be good at arguing for socially constructed rights. But I will argue that rights exist as good features of social arrangements, and I'm going to ground this in contractarianism. I could grant Cooley the entire supposed internal critique of force doctrine, but if I can demonstrate why rights are not granted but simply exist, then there is no contradiction inherent to feminism at all, and patriarchy is therefore not necessary but limiting. Why is this? Because rights aren't physical things you can point to, sure, nor are they subjective opinions or socially constructed preferences, though. They are normative facts about the rules of mutual restraint that any rational equal agent would accept. Rights are derived from the logic of cooperation, which means not from feelings or the state or whoever is the strongest. They come from what's rationally required for people who share a world to coexist without domination. That means they exist regardless of male enforcement classes or not. Male enforcement is one arm of realization of rights that exist regardless of whether or not men are quote unquote benevolent for not violating them some of the time. Secondly, feminism begins with the enforcement of the social contract by extending the right to be protected from arbitrary domination interpersonally to women as well as men. But it extends beyond this to erode negative cultural norms as well. Those norms are matters of social preference, not objective rights, and their transformation does not depend on male enforcement. Because actually, male enforcement is the weakest apparatus for enforcing feminist progress. Just like I can't put a gun to anyone's head to make them believe in God, nor can you throw a man in jail to make him view women as human people deserving of social protection from arbitrary force. Thirdly, even if I grant that male physical prowess matters here whatsoever to justify patriarchy, it just demonstrates that Cooley too is in danger from men stronger than him. Civilization requires that we collectively opt into a contract to choose to respect each other's property rights, even when we could defile them, that we choose not to take another's life, even if we could take it. Therefore, if Cooley tries to express that men kindly grant women rights by not interpersonally violating them, and that therefore patriarchy is a necessary good, then he also has to concede that Chris Bumstead and Mike Tyson kindly grant him his rights by not interpersonally violating him. This is why force doctrine is a rapist's mentality. It is why men feel emasculated when I put force doctrine to them in these terms, because suddenly they can start grounding rights somewhere. They can start producing inherent rights from thin air. So I can explain my position as to why patriarchy is a bad thing for women, but I think that first I can just define a couple of terms since I have about a minute left. So I can define feminism as the extension of the social contract to include women as full contracting agents, eliminating interpersonal arbitrary domination and ensuring like a cooperative equality. A state, therefore, is an institutional system with a monopoly on legitimate force. I think this is quite intuitive. And crucially, therefore, the state is not inherently male or patriarchal. It is a practical enforcement mechanism for rights-based cooperation, which includes lawyers, a police force, politicians, bureaucrats, and others. So all that force doctrine essentially proves is that society exists. Hence, I can show why patriarchy is bad principally once we grant all of this. Like, we can do practical arguments too, but I would really want to get this principle out of the way first, because I would say that patriarchy is bad, primarily because it blurs interpersonal private force with public force, because it rejects the core principles that create good civilization, i.e. the restraint of private force. I can end the opener here.
Okay, 30 seconds left, but we can end it there. Fugazee, I got 4 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready to go.
Okay, sounds good. I'll start now. Is patriarchy necessary and good for society? I take the affirmative position, and it's ironic because my opponent takes the non-affirmative position, and she's a proud, self-proclaimed feminist, but isn't aware that feminism appeals to patriarchal systems to enforce the mental constructs, also known as rights, that she has in her mind. A patriarchy is necessary because it's inevitable if you want a society. And a society is an aggregate of people in an ordered community. Well, how do you create order, one might ask? It's by enforcement of rules, laws, and rights. And men have the monopoly of force to enforce said laws and rights. A society without order is chaos. So women would have to appeal to a collection of men to enforce their rights. But men aren't afforded the same privilege of having women to enforce their rights, which is why feminism and other egalitarian systems like socialism, which I think my opponent may make some prescriptions for if she concedes to force doctrine, but feminism and socialism both push for equality, which is just a lie. Because only a collection of majority men can do the enforcement of the rules, laws, and rights, which creates order, and collectively women can't do the same for men or for themselves. So it's never equal. Now, let me make this clear. I don't believe that might makes right. Force doctrine is a prescription. Isn't a prescription, it's a description. But I think I can demonstrate how my opponent is the one that actually believes that might makes right. I'll concede the rest of my time for my opening by asking Tilly this one question. Do you believe that morality is subjective?
Okay, 2 minutes left, but we're, yeah.
Yep, I concede all my time. I got lots of minutes left. I'll concede that to ask her this one question. Do you believe that morality is subjective?
No, I believe that there are certain rights that we ground in social contractarianism, which is outside of and or mind independent. So for example, as I outlined in my opening speech, feminists do a couple of things. The first thing they might do is enforce objective rights that are basically mind independent logical phenomena that any rational agent would agree helps people live and coexist in society without dominating one another. So that's an objective thing. For example, the right to life. What I would say is subjective, i.e. like preference-based, are fighting against certain cultural norms that feminists view as negative. And that doesn't require an enforcement class.
Okay. Well, if you say that you don't believe in subjective morality, what you're doing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that you believe in objective morality, and it's objective because it's mind independent, but you just said that you rely on logic to create some type of right where it's objective. That really doesn't make any sense. So I'll just ask you a question. If it's the case that you think that you have this right in your mind, right? Like you gave the Mike Tyson example. For example, right? If I'm around Mike Tyson, if I walk around Mike Tyson and in his prime, I think that I can defeat him now, but in his prime, just being honest here, in his prime, if I walked around Mike Tyson, and he was like, Cooley, I don't want you speaking, no more talking. Well, we would have to tussle, right? And it's a high probability that Mike Tyson is going to whoop me real bad. And basically, Mike Tyson would hold, I don't have any right to speak. I can speak, or I can suffer the consequences of being punched in the mouth by Mike Tyson. So I don't really have this right to speak without experiencing any consequences. And I think for myself as an individual, because I'm not a beta, I would continue to speak and just take the butt whooping. But most men would probably just concede and never speak. They'll give up all their rights, never speak, and just concede to Mike Tyson. So with that being said, how you're trying to like map morality and say that if you're not mapping morality can only be mind independent if it's mapping onto divine command like a god. But if you're just mapping it on to logic and reason and stuff like that, well, it's good for people to to have life. Well, some people don't think that. And also, if you kill my family, well, it's a high probability that I'm going after your family. So you're not really like mapping this onto anything. You're just like saying words, but it doesn't really hold any weight. How do you ground morality? Please explain.
Right, I'll ask you a really simple question then, which is 2 + 2 4, whether or not you are on Mars or on Earth? Like, let's say every human being disappears from society. Is 2 + 2 still 4?
That is true.
Right. So that's where I ground rise. Do you see how like
okay, so that is math. Okay, got it. What you just did was, so what you're doing is you're using a transcendental argument to say that, well, I mapping rights onto transcendental categories. Transcendental categories is logic, like logic and reason, things that we can't objectively prove, right? We can't objectively prove these things, but we still live everyday life. Real quick, we live I already answered your question. We live every day. What you're doing is you're using a transcendental category to prove rights, but you're not demonstrating it properly because it can't be demonstrated. So my question is, how do you ground your morality if it's objective? Where is it grounded in? It's not grounded in logic.
Right, I already.
Wait, can I real quick? Can I ask a question for both sides, and then your question can still stand up? Maybe this will. I'm just curious. Can both of you tell me what you believe a right is? Like, give me a definition of what you think a right is, or what rights are.
Yeah, I'll go first. So, a right is.
Yeah, Cooley, I can go ahead first.
You're cutting out. I'll go first. Tilly, you're having some issues. It's cutting out. But yeah, so a right is just a construction.
I don't know what's going on.
You think it's lagging a little bit if you have like a Wi-Fi that you can connect to instead of instead of a cell phone connection or something that might help.
I'm gonna connect. I'm gonna hotspot to my phone.
Or that.
Sorry, I'm gonna.
All right, yeah, no worries. Let's give her a second here. Everyone that's tuning in right now, too, get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. Get the likes up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you already haven't. She's probably going to come back in. So also everyone in the chat as well, I will be reading all super chats. So if you have any questions for myself or for Tilly during the end of the debate, we'll get to those super chats. And then we'll be allowing people to come up and ask Tilly questions and myself questions at the end of the debate. But we're only allowing people that sends in $50 super chats or above. If you're a member, then you have to send in a $20 super chat, and then you can come up and ask myself or Tilly some questions. Let me see if she came back in.
Is this working again?
Yeah, that's better.
We'll say yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I guess I'll answer the question first, Tilly, because I think that is a good question that Destiny posed. We should define
real quick.
She's pausing again. Yeah, she keeps going out. All right. Well, while we're waiting, chat, get the likes up. I see no super chats in here right now. Also, Destiny, are you streaming this live on your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah. For Destiny's audience, if anyone wants to, ask any questions and stuff, or come up and, at the end and ask questions, send in the super chat, and we'll get all of those questions answered. All right, let's try this again. All right, so Tilly, you are up, but your screen is black right now. So, hey, Destiny, where is she located? She's in
in the UK, maybe.
She's in the UK.
That's my guess, yeah.
Okay, she's just came backstage. Let's try it again.
Hello, hello.
Oh.
Hello. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to hotspot to my phone.
Do you have like a Wi-Fi, like an internet connection at the moment? No. Okay.
Yeah, it's just shutting off now. Hey, chat, this is what happens when you do it live, man. Things tend to happen. But hopefully she can get it figured out. Let's try this again. All right, Tilly, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Right. I see, but I think I'm lagging like crazy.
Yeah. Wait. Do you have like a Wi-Fi connection, like an internet connection in the apartment that's not a phone?
I should do, but I don't know why it's not working.
Are you connected to it?
Yeah, it's lagging with the audio and with the video. So if it wasn't the video, I mean, if the audio is clear, then, she could just shut the video off, but both is messed up. Let me see. She just went. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just fully remove her, and then she's going to just have to fully come back in. That may work. Because before it seems like she wasn't fully removing herself. So I'm going to just boot her out the entire restream. Hopefully that'll work. Shouts out to Dominic Howard that joined the gang. Appreciate you for joining the membership. I mean, since we hear Destiny, I mean, this is why women need the patriarchy. They don't even know how to operate Wi-Fi correctly. God dang, she need a man to help her.
I mean, I've done a lot of troubleshooting for Wi-Fi, mic, and everything else for guys too. So I feel like nobody knows the
That
audio.
is true.
Yeah.
Men do be slacking too, but I would say women in general. Nah. Let me stop playing. All right. Let's see where we at. So she hasn't. All right. So I fully booted her out. She didn't even try to attempt to come backstage yet. So maybe she's working on something here. Oh, while we're waiting, let's just read some funny super chats. I think this is from your side, Destiny. Says Cooley wears a suit and thinks that puts him in a different category. Tilly is relaxing in her room, debating a clown on his podcast chair, and now he's referring. No, man. Listen, that's funny though. That is funny. That is funny. I don't always wear a suit, but I thought that, you know what, today I'm going to wear a suit. Why not? Shout outs to, just going to read some super chats while we're waiting. You know what? I'm going to be friendly. Since none of your people are sending in super chats, Destiny, I'm going to read their regular chats.
Sure.
Because over here, we keep it no fugazi. We like all the smoke. We like the jokes and all that. Shout out to Zigzag. He sends in $10. He says, "Sup, bro? Here's some coins while we wait. Glad I made it live." Okay. Appreciate you, man. All right. Tilly just came back in. Let's see if this is working better now.
Hello, I joined on my phone. Is this okay?
Yes, it's much better right now.
Yeah, much better. Much better. All right. So, where were we, Destiny?
So I was just curious. I feel like both of you should define rights.
Okay, could you go ahead, Cooley, and redefine your definition of rights because I missed it?
Okay, yeah. So I think that rights is a construct of the mind. So rights is a construct of the mind. We, formulate these do's and don'ts in our mind, and then men enforce those rights. A collection of men enforce those rights. So rights is just a construct of the mind.
Okay. I would say that rights are the minimal set of claims that each rational agent has to be able to make over themselves and over the world in order for a social contract to be possible, i.e. society.
Okay. Got it. And who would enforce those rights?
I think that... I mean, what are you getting at when you ask that question?
I'm asking that question. So you define rights as... repeat it again, actually, because it's so ambiguous. It's like hard... Or maybe I'm just slow. Repeat it again. You're in, what is it, Cambridge University?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I just have a high school education. Repeat it again for me.
So I say that rights are the, hold on, I wrote the definition down myself. It's essentially the minimal set of claims that each rational agent has to be able to make over themselves and over the world in order for a social contract to be possible, i.e. mutually agreeing and binding themselves to a contract to enter society.
Okay, got it. So then rights is a construction of the mind.
No, because rights are a set of constraints that any rational agent would agree to put on themselves when they choose to enter society. Just like how maths, there's like obviously the debate about whether or not.
Yeah, but it's subjective. We give ourselves these rights, is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I say. I say that rights are to do with the extent to which we follow any kind of reason, rationality insofar as it would require us to enter society. So it's like, for example, mathematical theorems or like Nash's equilibrium. These types of things are just like basic fundamentals about the world that sure we use to discover it through our mind, but they're not invented.
Okay. So it's not invented, but we can choose to discover it through our mind. But
That's right.
So once again, can you touch a right?
No.
Okay. You cannot touch a right, but you have rights. And if you can't touch it, it's not in the physical world, then it would only be in the mind, right?
Well, you also have maths.
Say that again.
You also have maths.
I can't understand you. Did you say maths?
Maths.
Math.
Oh, math. Okay, I'm sorry. It's the But okay. I see what you're saying. So we also have math. That is true. The funny thing is, math we can map on to reality.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we do that with the only way to map how you define rights? How can we do that if it's not by force?
What do you mean?
So math, I can see one thing, I can see two of the same things, and I can see one thing and see another thing and say that's one, put it together, that's two. I can think of that, but I can also map it onto reality. I can touch it. It's also physical as well. With rights, how does it become physical in reality?
Because maths are norms of thought and rights are norms of action. So, like, I'm saying that maths and rights are a similar category of thing, which is like structures that anyone rational would presuppose. Like, rights are structures that underlie coherent actions, and therefore you can ground them in, for example, a social contract. Just because I can't touch something doesn't mean that it's like inherently subjective.
Okay, so you can ground the right, but my question for you is, you're saying something, but you're not really demonstrating it. How can you ground the right, a right, something that you construct in your mind? So, for example, if I say that, me as an individual, well, I have, just like the Mike Tyson example, we can use many different examples, right? Me as an individual, I go to Afghanistan, right? And I say that, well, I have the right to do this. They're gonna be like, I can think and say it out loud, but if they take the right from me, I don't actually have the right. So what I'm saying is, all of these things, you don't have it. All of these things need to be
You don't possess it because it's not being realized, but you still have the right.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. You can think that women have the right to vote, right? You can think that, but prior to the 19th Amendment, women did not have the right to vote. So it can be women prior to the 19th Amendment. They could actually think that they had the right to vote, but did they actually have the right to vote?
Wait,
they
real
only
quick,
had it after the 19th Amendment.
Let me try to hold on, let me clear this up so we don't get stuck on this, okay? Okay, also, I don't do formal philosophy, so I might suck at this, okay? So I think the argument is, her argument is that insofar as any social contract can possibly exist, any rational mind would conceive of or construct rights to make said social contract work. Much the same that for anybody to do math, every reasonable rational mind would agree that 1 + 1 = 2. So in a world where women can't vote, the statement wouldn't that I imagine she would say, it wouldn't be that like women didn't have the right. She would say that women didn't have a social contract. So like the disagreement.
I get how she's explaining it, but my question is, which she still didn't answer, how can it be enforced?
Okay.
How are you going to enforce the thing that you have in your mind? That's my question.
Right. So here's what I'll do. I'll tackle the internal critique. So what I would say is that even if men historically hold certain positions, the internal critique doesn't hold, because saying like the weaker group appealing to the stronger group to enforce rights that exist absent them mind independently. That is how all rights movements work. So this would be like saying like, okay, workers appealing to their bosses for a weekend demonstrates that workers' rights movements fall in on themselves. Or like slaves appealing to enslavers for freedom proves something about the nature of the races themselves and why one should subordinate themselves to the other.
Once again, how can women collectively enforce their own rights? Yes or no?
No one can collectively enforce their own rights.
But that's not true. Because men can. Men can collectively enforce rights.
Well, I think that like men restrain themselves against weak men and a bunch of women. Like women restrain themselves against weaker women. Like in certain cases, there are physically weaker groups that have managed to enslave much stronger groups. For example, things like the feudal system. You have like the strength in numbers of the workers that have ultimately been overpowered by strategic and institutionalized norms that oppress those at the bottom. Like Elon Musk and billionaires can't collectively enforce their own rights against Jason Momoa, right? Like there are a bunch of people who can't necessarily collectively enforce their own rights, but that doesn't really uphold anything important about whether or not they should have them and how they should be realized.
Okay, so the argument, I don't think, maybe let me repeat the argument of force doctrine, because I truly don't actually think that you understand. The argument of force doctrine is very, very simple. It's that men have the monopoly on enforcing the constructs that we have in our minds. Your definition of rights was basically a construct in the mind. That's all it was. That's all it is. That's all it is, Tilly. It's only in the mind. It's only in the mind, Tilly. It's only in the mind, right? You didn't demonstrate how it is not in the mind. You went to math. But math is much differently. But it was a poor analogy for rights. It was very, very poor because with math, we can actually observe these things, right?
You can observe the realization of rights.
Right? No, you can't. You can only observe rights if it is enforced. How can you observe a construct in the mind if it isn't enforced? We can observe math because we can say 1 + 1 = 2. We can have one of these and say, you put them together, that's two things. We can fully demonstrate it in reality. You can't do this with rights without using enforcement. And guess what, Tilly? Men have the monopoly on enforcement. So here's the argument. It's very, very simple for force doctrine, right? So the patriarchy, the argument is very simple. The patriarchy has the monopoly on enforcing rights. There's not a matriarchy that can enforce their rights without men coming over and taking their rights. You understand that? So since the patriarchy enforces rights, my question to you is basically, you're saying that, the patriarchy is bad. Well, it can't be bad because that's the only system that you can appeal to enforce the rights of feminism. Guess what? Feminism, you're a feminist. You're only a feminist because men allowed you to be a feminist.
Well, that's very kind of them.
Because men enforce your rights.
You ground a right by identifying a condition that is necessary for human agency. You show that denying it is self-contradictory, and then you go about universalizing it through a social contract. That produces an enforceable claim. So therefore, I'll concede to the fact that there is oftentimes a male enforcement class in society, okay? But that doesn't necessarily prove that men grant me my rights, because I say that I ground rights, not in the fact that it's constructed by my mind and it's all a bit made up and that men can rape me if they want to. I ground a right by identifying a condition that's necessary for agency. I ground a right in logic and reason.
Okay.
Can we real quick, hold on, because it sounds like there might not be as much of a disagreement here, maybe. It sounds like there's two different conversations happening. One is the conversation over what a right is, and the other is a conversation about who enforces rights. So Tilly, I think, is having the conversation of like, how do we define a right insofar as, like for math, like how do we define sets of numbers that have some internally consistent rule scheme or whatever? And it sounds like what Fugazee is talking about is, well, okay, once you've defined said rights, how do you enforce those rights? And I think force doctrine sounds like an idea or a concept of where does the enforcement of rights come from rather than where do rights come from. And I think you're having two different conversations there. So I guess the question would be for both of you, if you can't enforce a right, do you have the right? So did women have, now it's weird because colloquially we use words that aren't like philosophically strict, but like, did women have the right to have a vote before they were granted the right to vote legally? Did slaves have a right to citizenship before they were granted a right to citizenship? Or do these rights only exist insofar as somebody else is able to enforce them? Is I think the question for both of you. Also, if you can, Tilly, if it's possible, turn your mic up if you can at all, because it's pretty quiet. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me just demonstrate real fast how she's defining rights is actually the same way I'm defining rights. And the reason being is because it's mind dependent. It is not mind independent. So you're always appealing to the mind. Once again, my definition is rights is it's a construct of the mind, right? So people can believe, individual people can believe that they have these rights. It's a construct in their mind. But it's very simple. How can you enforce it? It can only be enforced by patriarchal systems, male-dominated, not societies, but male-dominated as far as enforcement, like military, police force, and stuff like that. You need someone to enforce these rights. So I'm sorry. Destiny, what exactly was your question then?
Yeah, I think you guys aren't disagreeing too much on what a right is, but rather like, I guess just a question for both of us. Do rights exist if you don't have an enforcement mechanism for them? Or do rights literally just come from other people protecting them?
Good. That's a good question. And that was actually goes to my first question. So when I asked Tilly, when I conceded my opener, and I asked Tilly, well, do you believe that morality is subjective or objective? So moral claims, Tilly, do you believe that morality is actually like subjective or it's actually objective? It's not mind dependent. It's rooted in God.
Well, I think before we get to that, because I feel like it's a totally different thing. So I just real on the question.
I think it'll roll in though. But go ahead. We can do yours.
Yeah.
You're moderating. We could do yours first. Destiny.
So I'm just curious. Sure. Let's say that you are denied some right by some person or some group of people. Do you no longer have that right? Do your rights come from other people's enforcements, or do your rights come from God or some metaphysical or some rational constructivist whatever place? So Fugazee and then Tilly answer.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that rights come from it has to be enforced.
Okay.
Has to be enforced. So it has to be enforced. And the only people that can enforce the rights is going to be from men, right? It's going to be men, collectively men.
And then Tilly's answer is?
That rights exist, but there's a difference between a right's existence and the enforcement mechanism. So what I would say is that a state enforces the terms of the social contract that prevent domination. They protect rights, they settle disputes. A state maintains the condition for stable cooperation, which means that the state's not inherently male or patriarchal, right? It's a practical enforcement mechanism, sure, for rights-based cooperation, yes, but that includes loads and loads of other people, like lawyers, a police force, politicians, bureaucrats. But also, I don't really care even if the entire enforcement, the only definition you have of enforcement class is just a collection of men. I don't think that that's inherently patriarchal.
Yeah, so what force doctrine simply proposes is that, rights are force. You can't have a right without force, right? So we keep going to, once again, you can have this idea in your mind and say that you have this right. But if you can't enforce it yourself or appealing to a system to enforce it for you, which always looking all throughout history, most of the military, majority men, most of police force, majority men. So this would be men enforcing rights for men and men enforcing rights for women. So it will be force. So force doctrine is rights equals force.
Yeah, but do you see how this is dumb? Because this is like me saying, okay, I'm going to do an internal critique of workers' rights movements. I'm going to say that workers appeal to their bosses for a weekend. Therefore, that demonstrates that workers' rights just fall in all over themselves. I can say slaves appeal to their enslavers for freedoms. Therefore, this proves all of this stuff about how slaves have to appeal to a certain system. They have to appeal to a strong group. I think this is dumb. There's no internal critique here. Sure, force doctrine, you're just saying this thing, but force doctrine is ultimately an internal critique of feminism.
But Tilly, you're saying this thing, you're saying a thing, but you're not refuting it. Once again, I would say yes to all of those. All of these systems that we have, the reason why people were enslaved because they didn't have the monopoly on force. Yeah, so therefore, it was someone else. Listen. Therefore, there was another society that had greater force and took whatever rights, whatever ideas they had in their mind, they took it away. So this is not, negating my argument. This is what you're saying is actually proving the argument of force doctrine.
What do you think of the civil rights movement in the United States, the advanced progress for Black African Americans?
How does this have anything to do with rights? And what do I think about the civil rights movement?
What I'm trying to say. I will concede
Okay,
very well
got
to what
you.
I'm trying to say. I think this is a
Civil
good thing.
civil rights that gave certain people rights, black people rights, and things like that. Good thing.
Right. I'm going to say to you, African Americans had to appeal to white people, these stronger groups.
Oh, the
both
race argument.
Institutionally.
You
right?
know what?
Sure, the race
I
argument. I'm gonna
would
give you the
listen.
argument that
I
don't
would
believe,
agree.
by the way.
You're proving
but-
force doctrine.
Yeah, which means that you're subordinating yourself. You're subordinating
What are you?
yourself as an
Listen,
African
if you
American to the
don't,
white
this is
race.
why I
I'm giving
asked you.
Internal critique.
Okay,
I'm giving
got
you
it.
an internal critique of the
This is
civil
not
rights
an internal
movement,
critique.
okay? Yes, it is. That's what it is.
No, it's not. It's proving my point. You're actually helping
No,
out.
it's not.
You're helping me out with my internal critique. I'll tell you how you're helping me out with my internal
No,
critique.
because I don't
Because
believe
when I
that-
asked
I don't
you,
believe that slaves appeal to enslavers for their freedom, and therefore that proves something about the nature of the races. I don't believe that.
who said that? Who said that it's something about the races? It's very simple. I'm getting to the fundamentals, right? It's a very simple argument. You can say, you can bring up black versus white. You can do an emotional appeal. I'm not an emotional man. I know reality. Listen, I know reality, and this is true. The reason why Africans over there was enslaved 300, 400 years ago is because guess what? They didn't have the monopoly on force. This is why whites were enslaved too. Whites were enslaving other whites, and also prior to the white people getting there, Africans were enslaving other Africans. This is reality. So what you're saying is demonstrating force doctrine. This is not disproving force doctrine. Once again, the debate is about, is patriarchy necessary for society, and is it good? And my standpoint is very simple. Might doesn't make right, but it makes. So might makes, which basically it makes. It makes the page. It makes. That's what it is. So when we're speaking about my first question that I asked you, is morality subjective or objective? You kind of like ran away from it. You really didn't answer it. You went on to something else. Can you truly answer that and give me an honest answer? Do you truly believe that morality is objective? If so, please demonstrate it. What do you appeal to? How do you ground your morality?
Okay, I think we should backtrack a little bit because I feel like you misunderstood the point that I was making about internal critique. The point that I was making was not that a certain group of people had a monopoly on force. Obviously, there are groups of people throughout society that have monopolies on force. I'm saying that doesn't demonstrate anything about whether or not movements that seek to grant them more or reinforce the rights that exist absent them are good or bad things. So the internal critique, the force doctrine stuff, is essentially to do with the extent to which feminism just falls back and collapses in itself because it relies on patriarchy. I'm saying you can track that analogy to every single movement in the entire tier of human history, and it just doesn't track because there are tons and tons of times where like the weak group has to appeal to the strong in order to get rights, and that says nothing about the movement itself. There's nothing about its legitimacy. And also there are certain cases where physically weaker groups have managed to enslave stronger groups, like under feudalism, etc. So like I've already grounded morality for you. I've already grounded rights. I've already defined rights for you. I've told you why the internal critique falls apart. I've told you that even if men have historically held certain positions and continue to hold certain positions within the enforcement class, that's irrelevant to feminism writ large.
You didn't demonstrate any of that, and now prove to you how you didn't.
Well, wait.
What you are demonstrating.
I think I got through this. So I think the issue is, so Tilly, I think you're trying to say that he is contradicting himself because in this particular argument you guys are having, he's appealing to patriarchy to say that men are the ones that grant rights essentially in society. And you're saying, well, if that's the case, then couldn't you say that any majority group was granting rights to any minority group historically? But I think he'll bite the bullet on that and say yes. So that's why he's saying it's not technically criticizing his position.
Yeah. So
Yeah, and therefore it says
it's not a well, no,
force
Tilly. It's not a contradiction. So once again, I don't think you fully understand. Force doctrine is a description. It's not a prescription. So anything that you want to prescribe, like you're asking, well, if whites enslaved blacks, and what do you think and feel about this? I'm like, well, just the simple fact that this happened proves force doctrine. Just the simple fact that it happened proves force doctrine is not any prescription. It's only a descriptor. That's all it
Internal
is.
critique about feminism falling in on itself because it has to appeal to the strong group.
It's not just a critique on feminism. It's not just a critique on feminism. Force doctrine is reality. Any rights and laws that you You haven't demonstrated it yet. You're only proving my arguments, Tilly. You haven't demonstrated. So please, let's do this because you haven't grounded your morality. You try to, I even wrote it down. You try to ground your morality and say that, well, morality comes from like logic. Like that's how it's basically objective. That doesn't make any sense. That's how it's objective. I'm asking you, give me a straight answer. Well, one, let's just ask this. Are you atheist or are you religious?
Atheist.
Okay, so you're an atheist and you're grounding morality in logic. So if I'm a logical rational being, you're a logical rational being, and there's many people that kill people for a living and commit all of these mass murders. You're saying that they don't operate logically?
Yep.
They
Or
don't,
at
okay.
least like the logic that grounds like the correct way in which for agents to act rationally in society is like wrong. This is not to
Okay,
say
what
that
about
the
women?
reason why
Okay,
people
so what
commit
about
murders is
women?
because they're
Okay, so what about women that abort their children? And
Yeah,
they do
I
it.
think
They do it for reasons where it's like, I slept with the wrong person. I'm gonna go ahead and abort this baby. It's not for reasons like rape or like her life is in jeopardy. It's for a reason like, I slept with the wrong person. I don't think that he's the one, and I don't want to have his kid. I'm aborting this child. Do you think that women should have that right to do that?
Yeah, I think that falls under the right to bodily
And you would think that that's morally good.
It's morally good that they have that right realized. Yeah.
Okay, so it is morally good that women abort their children just for how they feel. But once again, where are you grounding it good in? You're not ground.
Right,
You're ground. It's subjective, Tilly. You believe in subjective morality.
Prerequisite agents that are prerequisites for agency. That's not subjective. What are the
Okay,
rational conditions that are prerequisites for agency? Exclusive authority over one's own body.
You kind of like cut out there for me, and it got low. Say that again. I didn't even hear you.
I was saying that agency requires exclusive authority over your own body. Like there are rational conditions that are prerequisites for agency, and those things can be like concluded rationally.
Okay, so as long as it's rational, let's just use your argument and let's see if it makes sense. As long as something is rational, then it's good. If it's rational and logical, then it's good.
No, because I'm saying that if a rational agent doesn't have certain
So then-
authority about whether or not their own internal bodily processes, then they don't have like bodily autonomy. Okay, so I'm not saying as long as you can logically like justify something in a logically watertight way, that automatically makes it something that is a really good thing. Like there are a bunch of things that maybe I could logically get to that you might have objections to. Or you
So
might
Tilly, it's not objective. Objective means that it's not changing. It's not objective. It changes based off of your subjective interpretation of what you believe is morally good and morally not good based off of using your rational mind. So you're making an appeal to logic and reason for morality. Well, guess what? This is still going to be subjective, Tilly. This is not proving that morality is objective. You actually fully demonstrated that it's subjective.
Well, what are the rational conditions that are prerequisites for agency in a civilization? What would you say that those things are? Because what I see is there are certain rational prerequisites for society to exist writ large. For example, I can't go around killing people. If everyone collectively decides that they feel as though it's okay to infringe on another's property rights, that's a very difficult way to do society. I would argue it's almost impossible. I would say that this is just an objective fact about the social world.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I would agree with that, but your understanding and your definition of, objective morality does not demonstrate that. Because once again, if you're saying that you believe in objective morality and you're appealing to rational beings and logical beings, well, we all need to act in accordance of logic and be rational. And you're saying that sometimes if you're acting rational and logic, it can be good, but other times you can utilize reason and logic and act in a rational way, and it can be bad, right? So if it's good, if it can be good and it can also be bad. This does not mean that it's objective. This means that it's subjective.
No, because agency has rational preconditions. For example, you cannot be under arbitrary coercion in order to have agency.
Okay, so got it. So now you're using agency in there to give people agency. Well, what if I think that you don't have any agency?
Okay.
And I take your agency, but I'm utilizing reason and logic to take the agency and to kill you.
You're not using reason, rationality, and logic to revoke my agency. You're using physical brute force.
Well, wouldn't that be removing your agency?
Yeah, it would remove my agency using physical.
I can do it in a rational way by setting up a plan to kill you.
So you can see that there are some type of like norms that we use. Yeah, sure. You can set up a plan to kill me.
In a logical way. What are you saying? I'm really trying to understand you. I'm giving you some grace here. Go ahead, speak.
There is a non-optional structure of agency that is required of us to coexist together in society. So you coming up with a plan to kill me is violating a non-optional structure of agency.
Okay, got it. So explain what's your definition of agency? You said you put some words in there, but fully explain what you mean by agency. Because correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to demonstrate that morality is objective, not by a god, but is objective because we utilize, logic and rationality, but also agency. What's that agency part? Explain that for me.
Just to cut through this, maybe. And again, I don't do formal philosophy, but so I think we're having a disagreement on subjective and objective, where we're slicing in like material and immaterial or something as well. So I think when Tilly is saying objective, what she's saying is that if there's some desirable end state for society to exist, then there's going to be some necessary lines of argumentation that every rational being will agree with. So if we believe that people having agency in society is good and everybody has a rational mind, we can all do deduction and all that there are going to be some arguments that objectively must be true and unchanging from person to person in order to satisfy said end condition. Not that it necessarily is like mind independent or comes from God or anything like that, I believe is what Tilly's saying, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, okay, yeah. And then, okay, so then I'm not actually 100% sure. So, no, Fugazee, when you're arguing against her saying, well, that's subjective because some people can take it, the response here is not that like somebody else taking it doesn't prove that it's not
the taking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm arguing that from using her definition of objective morality, since she's not appealing to God, she's appealing. So when I'm thinking of objective means that it's mind independent, not mind dependent. So if it's mind dependent and she's utilizing logic and reason, then so objective means mind independent, but she's depending on the mind because she's utilizing logic and reason. And therefore, when she's saying that, well, someone can utilize logic and reason, but they can do something that is bad and they can also do something that is good. So where is it objectively good? Where are you grounding your objectively good moral standard and your objectively bad moral standard?
I think the objective is just, objectively means just, and again, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, I think objectively here just means it's like logically satisfying an end condition. So if you have some ZFC, some set of like math axioms, you would say that like 1 + 1 = 2. This is an objectively true statement because given some set of axioms, this is what we come up with, is 1 + 1 = 2. If you're looking at a social arrangement where there's a social contract where people all have some maximum level of agency, they can choose to do things or whatever, right? If this is the case, then that means that there's going to be some things that you have to agree on in terms of a lot, like not killing, not murder, like not murdering.
Yeah. So here's my argument. It's very simple. Objective means mind independent. If we are appealing to a collection of people to agree on things, like if we're appealing to numbers, we say this is bad, right? Well, a grape is bad. A collection of people can say, yes, grape is bad. Okay, but what if a collection of people say, well, grape is actually good? Then does that mean that it's right? Like, so if we're appealing to numbers to satisfy what's moral, or if we're appealing to logic and reason to satisfy what's moral, then it's all subjective because who are you to determine what's satisfying something?
Sure. So okay.
That's
so then
all
to,
going to
so
be a
then to
subjective
Tilly,
measure.
Let's say two people have a disagreement on what is morally true over the subject of sexual assault or something else, of stealing or whatever, of killing. If two people have a disagreement here, how do you resolve that disagreement? Or would you say one side is wrong, or how do you address that?
Wait, sorry, it cut out for a second. There were about 10 seconds where I couldn't hear what you were saying. Could you go back? Could you just repeat the whole thing?
Well, just real quick. If two people have a
Oh, wait,
disagreement,
I can't hear you at all. Hold on, this is my fault.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I have the worst connection in the world.
You're fine.
You know what? I can boot her again because when I did that last time, it worked. Let's try that. Bring her back up. All right, Tilly, your camera is off now.
Oh, maybe she's reconnecting. Hopefully.
Yeah, no connection still. I didn't boot her that time. She went out herself. But we got a few super chats in here. Let me get to the super chats real quick while we're waiting. Chat, if we're going to bring people up towards the end, if you guys want to ask questions to myself or to Tilly, but we're accepting $20 super chats from the members, $50 super chats for anyone that's not the members if you want to come on up and ask us some questions. Let me get to these super chats real quick, and I actually can't pull them up on screen, so I'm going to read them here. We got Casanova sends in $5. Wi-Fi problems are a direct consequence of liberals taking over. We got Dane Snyder sends in $5. Shut the heck up, Destiny. This isn't a 1 versus 2. If she can't define her position, then she needs to lose and learn. Stop rescuing her. Any thoughts on that, Destiny?
Well, I'm just trying to move the argument along. If you guys are stuck on a particular thing, I'm just trying to elucidate points, not trying to argue anything for anybody. Listen, I'm not
fair enough.
Yep.
We got Darian Murphy sends in $20. Force doctrine states that there is no right without force. Rights only exist through force. She doesn't have an answer for that, so she is simply avoiding Cooley's point the way women typically do. Appreciate. Let me bring her up. She just came back in. See if it's working better now. All right, Tilly, can you speak for us to see if it's good?
Hello. I'm so sorry about my connection. Is it working again?
Right now it seems okay. Yeah.
Okay. Where
Okay, so real quick, so you guys are both getting hung up on this like objective versus subjective thing. So his question boils down to, let's say two people have a disagreement over what is moral. How do two different people resolve that disagreement?
Yeah. So what I would say is that, like, hold on, I think I wrote something down about this disagreement situation. Yeah. So I think that, like, something is objective, right? Like, if it doesn't depend on someone's individual preferences and stuff, and if you can't deny it without contradiction. So I feel like if there is some kind of inherent contradictory logic, like, for example, if you say something like, I don't know, like if you say that agency, right, because you wanted me to define agency, some kind of capacity to, like, form intentions, to act on intentions, to give reason for your actions, right? There are components to that. Like, definitionally, ontologically speaking, there are components of agency. So, like, intentionality will probably be one of them. Like, causality like via the body, so like you can use your body to carry out your.
So I think
intentions,
the
and you also,
basic
like,
on the basics here, I think there'd be agreement. But let's say somebody says, I don't think women should have agency. How do you resolve the disagreement between those two people? If we're saying that, if you're arguing that there's an objective foundation to rights, and two people have a disagreement like that, how do you resolve that disagreement?
I think because the first thing is to say is that we would objectively assert that women are rational moral agents, and therefore they have to be able to form reasons for an action and to treat other agents as bearers of reasons themselves. So there are multiple like syllogistic steps that you would take to make the argument and assert that there is an objective way in which people coexist in society. This is why like feminism is the extension of the social contract to include women within this. So like historically patriarchy has been a thing of there is institutionalized force and then there is private interpersonalized force, and men have been the bearers or like the inflictors of interpersonal private force, right? And what I would say is extending the social contract to include women within a society that is absent of coercion and domination is like ontologically a thing that progresses society, right?
Yeah. So one real quick, men always gave women rights in society. They always have certain rights. So your understanding of, like the patriarchy and the people that have the monopoly on enforcement that's enforcing these rights, they just leave women out. That's not the case. Women have always had certain rights in societies that was built. Once again, Tilly, you're still not demonstrating, right? You're not demonstrating at all how morality is objective. You're always still appealing to the mind, and it's all subjective. It is subjective. You can't get around it. Please give me a better demonstration how it is objective. Where do you ground morality? Where do you ground what you think is good and is bad if you do not appeal to anything outside of yourself? You're always appealing to self, what's in the mind, so it's subjective. For an example, dang, she's cutting up again. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Oh, she's good.
I can hear you
Okay.
now.
Okay, I thought it was lagging. So, for an example, if you believe, so here's what I'm saying, which was my first argument and my first question, because once again, I seen you post something and you said that, well, force doctrine is might makes right. I said that force doctrine isn't might makes right. You did say this. You said this. You posted this. That's basically what you said. So I believe that's what you think. But you can correct me.
Feminism that demonstrates why feminism falls in on itself due to the fact that women appeal to men for an enforcement class.
Oh, is force doctrine? No, is force doctrine might makes right? Is that what you believe or no?
Not necessarily, but it oftentimes does collapse into that, especially because your understanding of force, like, ultimately does demonstrate that might makes right to you. So the force doctrine itself, no, it's probably not might makes right, but your like ideological belief system is probably that might makes right.
Okay,
and this is how to probably justify patriarchy.
No, my ideology isn't that might makes right, because I don't appeal to what's in my mind. I appeal to what's outside of my mind. But since how you demonstrated objective morality is actually all subjective, because you are appealing to logic and reason, these things that are inside the mind and agency, satisfying agency. Well, who's to determine what is actually truly satisfying agency and what is not satisfying agency? This would be a subjective measure. So if it is all subjective under your worldview, you rely on preferences. Everything reduces down to preferences. So if it's preferences, a preference-based morality, well, you are going to have to, how do you justify then? How do you justify, what's good and what's bad? If it's just preferences, because it is just preferences, Tilly.
No, because logical laws are not invented by the mind, right? Like, they're conditions that make having a mind possible. Like, you can't think or assert anything unless non-contradiction holds. So something that I would say, for example, is that, like, morality is objective for that reason, right? Because there are certain moral norms that are necessary conditions for being a rational agent at all. And they are not, like, optional preferences, right? Like, they're built into what it means to interact with people as a human being.
Yeah, I can interact with, someone can interact with a human being totally fine. But what if that person then, once again, you think that abortion and a woman taking a baby's life away is a good thing? I think it's a bad thing. Who's right in this instant? Who's right? How do we determine who's right? Is it based off of, a collection of people making this law? Because that's what you're appealing to. Basically, you're saying that, well, abortion is right and it's a good thing if a woman aborts her child because we collectively came together and gave women the right to make these abortions. So therefore, you're appealing to this right that men enforce. So you're appealing to force doctrine. But in this instant, might does make right. Because hypothetically, if you got pregnant and you wanted to abort your baby, but the father of that baby was trying to stop you, cops would come and lock him up, force him
which
in
means
prison.
The state is stronger than both me or that man.
Once again, you have to appeal. So then might does make right for abortions.
So might make right to you?
No, might makes right for abortions. Is that true or not true?
No, not necessarily. I don't think might make
Okay,
right.
well then how can you have an abortion if, generally speaking, most women aren't stronger than the people that they lay with. If you get pregnant, he can physically lock you up in a cage and say, you're not having this abortion. You're actually going to have this baby. He will monitor you, make sure you don't do anything dumb, and make sure that baby comes to term. The man, generally speaking, men have the monopoly on the force. An individual man can do this. Possibly even a 13-year-old can do this to a woman. They're physically stronger than most women, maybe 16. But what I'm saying is you would have to appeal to a system of a patriarchal system of men enforcing the right for you to have that abortion, which then in that instant does make right. Do I have this correct or wrong?
So what is the state under your remit?
What do you mean by what is the state?
What can you define the state as? Is it an institution? Is it the enforcement class itself? What is the state?
Well, a state would be it would be an institution. It can just be I would say a state would be an institution. It would be force as well. People that can enforce it. And, that's what it would be. Institution and force.
So
both.
What I would say is, let's say I'm in a terrible situation where someone is interpersonally using coercive and arbitrary domination against me. I would not appeal to men. I would appeal to the state, which is because if I were just appealing to the man who has kidnapped me, that might not necessarily. I would appeal to the state, which is an institutional system. The state is that organization which has a monopoly on the legitimate use of force, right? What is this to do is designed to enforce certain terms of a social contract, designed to protect arbitrary domination. So not only does it protect rights using an enforcement class, it also settles disputes. It also maintains conditions for stable cooperation, right? So sure, you have your enforcement class, and you also have many more practical enforcement mechanisms that are used for rights-based cooperation, which means the state is not inherently male, it's not inherently patriarchal just because it happens to have a majority male enforcement class, given that I demonstrated that rights exist absent mind.
Can the state enforce anything without men enforcing it for them?
Well, like I said, I feel as though that's so irrelevant.
Yeah, well, no, that would be, you would have to answer, no, they can't. So once again, you're still appealing to force doctrine. You can't.
I'm not appealing to force doctrine. That is a made-up pop philosophy term. I'd be appealing
No,
to
you're
lawyers,
appealing
police
to
force,
people that can
bureaucrats, the
enforce
state,
your right. You are appealing to the.
A right, but they can't.
Yes.
People can realize a right, but people can't invent a right. People can discover a right. Therefore, I'm not relying on men for my rights. I'm relying on an enforcement class of people, including female lawyers, female police officers, female politicians, female bureaucrats, and a shift in wider cultural norms that is caused by feminist progress, which are based on certain preferences, right?
So once again, I'll just ask the question again because you didn't answer it. You're avoiding it. You answered it, but you weren't aware that you answered it. Actually, I'm not even going to ask the question. I'm going to demonstrate how you've answered it and prove my argument. Okay. If you believe that women can have abortions, you believe that it's right. You believe that it's right. It's a construct in your mind currently right now. In order for it to actually be enforced, you need to appeal to a system that can enforce it. You said the state. But what does the state appeal to? The state appeals to a collection of men that can enforce whatever rights, laws, and rules that they come up with. So therefore, under your worldview, since it's all subjective, in your worldview, since it's all subjective, whatever construct you come up with in your mind and the state enforces it, this means that might makes right under your worldview. No, under my worldview, I believe that morality is objective. I don't appeal to our weird system that's referring to logic and reason,
right, so
which appeals to the self.
So where do you ground
I ground rights. Yeah, well, it's very simple. I ground rights. Things that you can't ground it in at all. You haven't actually demonstrated it. But once again, Christian ethics is where I ground rights. But under your belief, I don't have to demonstrate anything.
You don't even ground rights in men yourself. You ground rights in Christian ethics. You ground rights enforcement on a class of individual men who enforce those rights, but you ground rights inherently in God yourself. So what are you doing during force doctrine? This is not for you.
Morality, what I'm speaking about, where objective morality, I believe, I appeal to Christian ethics. When we're speaking about rights themselves, rights is just a construct of the mind. And that can only be put into reality by men enforcing it. So men enforcing certain rights, the things that I believe that is morally good that men enforce, I appeal to objective morality, a standard that is not dependent on the mind, is independent of a mind. Therefore, so what I'm saying to you, since you believe in subjective morality, any idea that you come up with in your mind, if men gives you that right, if they enforce this right for you, it would be good. So meaning that might would make right in your worldview. Under my worldview, people can enforce certain rights, but I don't appeal to the force. I appeal to God. So in my worldview, I can say, no, you're doing crazy things in this world, like slavery and so forth. God is against that in Christian ethics. Under your worldview, since it's all subjective, you have to appeal to whoever can enforce the right.
This is where the force doctrine just dies, because it's done, right? If both of us can appeal to some kind of objective morality, then therefore we're appealing to something outside of an enforcement class of muscular men to grant us rights. Men can enforce rights that you believe are given by God, I would say are granted via a social contract.
You're a woman, you don't even understand. It's not
okay, wait,
just muscular men.
I think we're also okay. I think we're still on different things here. Okay, wait. What is?
Yeah, but what she's saying that is not that men are appealing to muscular men. It's that you don't even understand. A 5'4" male that's maybe not that strong can still beat up a 6'7" man. So what you're saying is just not true, because men tend to have a capacity when it comes to like enforcing things. It's not just about brute strength. It's about having a capacity to techniques and many different other things to win a battle.
Well, here, real quick.
No,
let's do this. Let's do this. Wait, let's do this.
They don't have
real quick. Let's just
they
do
don't
this,
have
okay?
the same capacity of strength as.
Wait. How do we? Can we define force doctrine? Let's start for either one of you, whoever wants to go first. What are we working for here on our definition of force doctrine?
Yeah, very simple. It's very simple. Force doctrine, if we're going to that, is very simple. So it's a descriptor claim, not a prescriptor claim, and it states that rights and laws, and any rights and laws that we have in society, men enforce those rights and laws. It's men that's going to do it. Women can't enforce their rights themselves. Also, rights equals force, because rights themselves is only a construction of the mind.
Okay, so there's two big different parts to this, and then you guys are going back and forth arguing. So the first part is that, because I think Tilly agrees on the first part, that the enforcement class can be male or whatever. But then the second part you're saying is that rights equal enforcement. Is that, and I think you guys have a substantive disagreement here.
Yeah, rights equal enforcement, because, well, how do you have a right? And she keeps appealing to the mind. She's saying, well, I can think that I have this right in my mind, but
Sure.
You
So
know,
then
and
one
then
thing you
she
guys
used
are
the
getting
analogy like math.
Yeah. So you guys are getting hung up on this might makes right thing. If you're saying that, so if your argument is that rights equal enforcement, and then her claim is you're saying that might equals rights, might equals right, or right equals might. I don't even know. I've said these words so much. Is that incorrect then? Because it sounds like you're saying your capacity to enforce a right is what determines the existence of that right. Do you both agree that that's what Fugazee is saying, or is there a disagreement on that particular thing?
No, that is what he is saying. Yeah.
Okay, so Fugazee, do you agree or disagree that that's what you're saying? So if you can't enforce a right, you do not have the right.
Correct. Rights equals force.
Okay, so I don't think you guys necessarily disagree on this point. I think that you're both arguing past this to try to argue should it be that way?
What we were actually arguing, right? What we were actually arguing, because she posted something. She said that force doctrine is that might makes right, and then she went back and she said that, well, I don't believe that might makes right. But then we went to the point. Well, you did say that you don't believe that might makes right.
Doctrine is an internal critique of feminism that demonstrates ostensibly that women appeal to patriarchal systems to enforce their own rights. Therefore, feminism falls in on itself. I never said it's to do with might makes right. I said that it does collapse oftentimes into might makes right, as you've demonstrated yourself, but not that it's inherently
no. You
right.
That was an internal critique. You demonstrated that yourself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so once again, I asked you a question. My first question, right, was is morality objective or subjective? You said that is objective. And your claim for saying that is objective, even though you're atheist, you utilized three things. I was listening. You said that, well, it's objective because as a rational human beings, we utilize rationality and logic, but also we all have agency. That's what you said. Then I asked you, well, this doesn't mean that it's objective because it's still dependent on the mind. This would mean that it's subjective. Objective, mind independent, subjective, mind dependent. So your argument falls flat when you try to say that you believe in objective morality. No, you truly believe in subjective morality. And if it's the case, and since that's the case that you believe that morality is subjective, then under your worldview, might always makes right. It always makes right. And I demonstrated perfectly because whoever can enforce something, like the only reason why you basically said that, well, women, that abortions are good is because you appeal to the right of a bodily autonomy. But what if you don't have that right? You appeal to the right of the abortion. But what if you don't have that? And also, who's enforcing the right to give you bodily autonomy, the right to have these abortions? It's men that's enforcing it. And this men is force doctrine. You get what I'm saying? So under your worldview, might always makes right because you have to appeal to force doctrine for all of your rights because it's subjective. It's all subjective. No. You have no grounding standard for your morality. It's all mind dependent.
No, because there's a difference between rights and the ability to realize them.
Mind dependent. What? It's right, the difference between rights and the ability to realize them.
Okay,
how do you realize anything, Tilly? You realize it from your mind, right?
No, you don't realize it. Realize as in enforce, right? Realize is synonymous with enforce. Okay, so for example, the existence of a right is the entitlement itself that someone has to something. The ability to enforce it or to exercise it is whether or not you can make others lie to it.
Entitlements with no duties. So for you, rights is entitlements with no duties.
No, I'm not using entitlement as in like I get to do whatever I want. I'm not saying that I'm an entitled person. I'm saying that an entitlement is like the existence of a right that you are granted by the laws of
okay, wait. So
right?
Okay, so wait, real quick. So Tilly, can you talk about prior to women having the right to vote? Can you talk about using your vocabulary, your descriptions? What does it mean for a right to exist that can't currently be enforced? What does that mean?
Okay, so basically, what I would say is that rights are. As I said, like about the existence of right doesn't mean the ability to enforce it, right? So a right is a claim. A right is like a normative thing whereas the practical realization of the right is contingent on power and social cooperation, etc. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that in order to realize a right, you might have to appeal to the stronger group. That doesn't mean that the stronger group is giving you your right, because your right existed independent of the stronger group giving it to you. Just like a person who has been kidnapped has the right to not be kidnapped, to not be enslaved, but the person has taken away their right to be enslaved.
Okay, so they have that. Okay, so they have that right. And where would this right lie in? Would it just lie in their mind?
No.
Where would it be grounded in?
The social contract.
Okay, if it's a social construct that people collectively agree that, okay, we agree that, grape is bad. We collectively agree to that. So then say if the collective of people agree that grape is good.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying that my morality is not preference-based. Because let's say you have...
This would mean that it is preference-based, Tilly.
No, because it means that
if you're appealing to people...
I'll tell you why grape is wrong from an objective standpoint, following the logic of Hobbes and Locke and Rousseau and people from hundreds of years ago, where this argument has already been put to bed, okay?
Okay, so you're going to utilize harm principle then?
No. Absolute force leads to instability and constant threat, okay? No group benefits from living in perpetual conflict. Rational agents, rational people prefer legitimate, predictable rules enforced by neutral institutions, okay? So because of the fact that, as Rousseau has put it, force doesn't create obligation, duty arises when individuals consent to a collective order that secures their freedom. That is called society, that is called civilization. And this is why grape is bad, because it flouts that contract of civilization.
Okay,
so no,
but what if...
it makes me feel bad.
Okay, but what if a group of people, like they make the society, but they actually agree? Like, for example, you ever heard of an island called Papua New Guinea? Mm-hmm. It's a tribe, this island, right? And you heard of that. And basically, as a rite of passage, these kids have to do oral acts to the warriors, and that. Under their worldview, right? That's good. So like pedophiles, they're doing these things to children, and these children are doing these things to adult men. So if they all agree to that, is that good? Since they all agree to that, and that's this society that they built, is that good?
No.
Okay. Can you demonstrate then how it is not good if you just said a second ago that basically you have a right because a collection of people agreed to this?
That's not why I said you have a right.
I'm sorry. You said that it's good because a collection of people agreed to it.
No, I'm saying society happens when people collectively agree, or good society happens, as in effective society happens when like a legitimate order emerges, right? And a legitimate order, what that looks like is when people choose restraint, people choose to reject arbitrary force and domination onto others, like where restraint is a feature of the social contract. So no, I'm not just saying that like grape is bad because, or grape is good because of people agreeing or disagreeing to do it, right? I'm saying that your internal critique fails because you are mistaking things like universal social contract dynamics or things that require society to work for male enforcement. Right? But feminism depends on the same cooperative structures that underpin literally any legitimate political order. It's called society.
Tilly, you're just appealing to the same thing. So if it's the case that a society is being constructed in the number of people, just like, once again, Papua New Guinea, they constructed this society, and over there, as a rite of passage, the young soldiers have to give the warriors, they have to do sodomy on those warriors, give them head. Their standard is that it's good. Yeah. How can you demonstrate? What are you going to utilize from your worldview that it is actually bad? Because the thing is, you can only appeal to self. You can only appeal to self and the collection of people that you have that agree with you to say, oh, yeah, that's bad over there. This means that it's all subjective. Over there in Papua New Guinea, morality under your worldview is subjective, and there's nothing you can say about it because from what you appeal to, it's all based off your collective of people of what agree with whatever you want as well. You get what I'm saying? So
No,
it's
I would
like,
argue that the
how can you
extension of the
truly
social
demonstrate
contract-
it?
I would argue that the extension of the social contract should extend to those people who are forced into sexual servitude, which includes women, which includes those kids in Papua New Guinea. What I would say is that in a world of autonomous agents, conflict happens.
Okay,
and to live
so-
safely and
so
to
what would you-
cooperate, you must recognize certain constraints, and those
Got it.
constraints
So,
cannot
so under
arbitrarily
your
harm another.
worldview,
Sexual violence is an arbitrary harm.
got it. So under your worldview in Papua New Guinea, would you go over there and force all of those males to stop doing that to the kids?
Well, there are multiple ways to commit acts of force. Yeah.
So you would actually utilize force doctrine to
Yeah,
go over there
no,
and stop that?
Male enforcement class existing doesn't mean that force doctrine is correct. There's a difference between those two things.
You didn't prove how there is a difference if you just said that, well, I believe that this society over here, the things that they're doing and promoting is bad. And under our collective agreement over here, we agree that it's not a good thing. Right.
No,
so we're
I've
going to
said
go.
repeatedly.
You just agreed. You just stated that you would actually go over there and you would enforce those men to stop doing that to those kids.
I would say that whether or not somebody enforces or acknowledges a right, the rational requirement for cooperation exists, and we should extend that social contract rationally to as many agents as possible in society.
How are you going to extend it without using force?
A patriarchal institution.
How are you going to
or an
extend it without using
enforcer.
force?
A male police force, a patriarchal institution, or an enforcer does not create those rights. They make them practically observable. And that
How are
means
you
there
going
is
to How are you going to
internal
do it
critique.
without using
It's
force?
not an internal critique. An
How are you
enforcement
going
class
to
of
do it
males-
without using force?
An enforcement class of males does not cause feminism to crumble down.
No one's speaking about feminism right now. We're speaking about
This is a
Papua New
debate
Guinea.
about
How
whether
are
or
you
not
going
patriarchy is necessary.
to? We're not speaking about feminism right now. How are you going to stop the males over there in Papua New Guinea to stop doing those weird things to those children?
Well,
How are you going to do it?
Establish some kind of enforcement class of males, and you would also try and push for cultural progress that are
course.
both preference-based and granted via reason and
So
logic.
once
So you
again,
could do a
all
couple
of your
things.
arguments-
You would furthermore institute better
It's circular.
legal systems, such as lawyers, bureaucrats, politicians.
You can speak about
all of whom
lawyers.
can include
Got it,
female-
Tilly. Listen, you can speak about lawyers. True power. Here's the thing. True power does not lie in the people that write stuff on paper.
Yes, it
That isn't
literally
true
does. Otherwise,
power.
why are
That
billionaires
is
more
false.
powerful than
Because
everyone else
we
in the
have
world?
civil wars. We have civil wars because of this. Well, okay, how many kings was overthrown in past history because the working class or the military went against them, opposed their views. So just because you can write stuff down on a piece of paper, that is not where true power lies. True power lies with the people that can enforce rights and create law and order. That's where true power lies. So you have this weird misunderstanding that, oh, well, we'll create laws and we'll do this. Well, things on a piece of paper does not stop someone from killing someone. A man with a gun stops someone from killing someone. You don't know
Why
what you're
is it
speaking
that-
about.
Why is it that when Jeff Bezos walks into, let's say Jeff Bezos is alone, his security is not with him. He's going to walk into an Amazon factory, and there are hundreds of workers, and they all hate him because he doesn't give them bathroom breaks and he doesn't pay them enough or whatever your criticism about. They all hate him. Why is it that they don't just kill him?
Because you know why they don't kill them? That's the perfect question, Tilly. They don't kill Jeff Bezos if they hate Jeff Bezos when he walks into the Amazon warehouse, because they know that the threat of force will be upon them. They know that there's consequences for doing bad things in society. That's what they know. So therefore, they don't go ahead and kill them because they know that they're going to go to jail. There's going to be police officers come to take them in jail, and they're going to spend 70 years in prison because men enforced it. You get what I'm saying? Women can't do it. Force doctrine is simply that men hold the monopoly on the force, so women and the things that they think of, they have to appeal to men to enforce it. But also, men enforce other things as well for men. But that's what would happen. So you're not negating my argument. You're basically proving it.
Okay, two things. The first one is, so just to generally clarify, you do admit that you appeal to stronger men than yourself for protection also.
It's not stronger men, Tilly. It's not just stronger men.
It's not to do with strength. What is it to do with?
So once again, when I say that it's not just, I'm not saying that it's not to do with strength, right?
Why
so
would
just
you admit
so just
also
listen.
appeal to stronger men for your own
So
safety
just
and
listen. No, we already, once again, Tilly, we already went through the argument and we spoke about Mike Tyson in his prime versus me. And I said
wait, here, real quick.
Mike Tyson in his prime,
I think in terms of where this disagreement is, okay? So, so you gave the example of, Tilly gave the example of in an Amazon warehouse, Jeff Bezos walks in, why don't they kill Jeff Bezos? And then no Fugazee. So you said a thing, you said that they were worried about consequences. But I think that, so Tilly's argument, I think, is you said they were worried about consequences, but you said consequences from society, not from just men. And I think Tilly's argument is that a necessary precondition for society to emerge from people is that there are going to be some agreements that you have to make respecting other people's agencies, and that from all of this respect, you get this thing called the social contract, and then from there, society emerges. But ultimately, you're appealing to that social contract and society, not just a group of men. So I think it's like a question of categorization of like, where do your rights...
Listen, Destiny.
Okay.
Listen, Destiny, thank you that you followed. No, thank you that you followed that argument, because the thing is, she's not peeling the layer back further enough. Yeah, you can break it all down to, okay, what is this? In my opening, which she never refuted the argument, what is a society? A society is a collection of people in an ordered community. Ordered community. How do you create order in a community? You create order in a community by putting consequences. No, you don't. You can say mutual trust. If people disagree with you, you create order by putting consequences on people. So if they break a law, therefore, is going to be the threat of violence. The threat of violence is what stops people from doing that. And men hold the monopoly on force and that threat of violence. This is why if Jeff Bezos walked in, his employees wouldn't kill him, because they know that men is going to put them in prison. That's why. Not women are going to put them in prison. It always reverts back to men have the monopoly on force. Okay, let's hypothetically speaking for you, Tilly, let's say it's the case, same example that you use. Jeff Bezos, all his employees hate him. He walks into Amazon warehouse, but in society, right? Women are majority of police force and military. But all of these, it's mostly men that work in warehouses. Do you think that the men would be as intimidated because some chicks walked in there and that's going to enforce it? Not at all. They're going to be more likely to kill Jeff Bezos. So under a matriarch...
Feminism argues that the enforcement class should be primarily female, and if so, like, what is the relevance to your argument? I also think that if a
I'm proving the argument that the only reason... Tilly, what I'm doing is I'm proving the argument that the only reason why the only reason why men are worried about the threat of force is because it comes from other men, not from women, which proves force doctrine.
Let's say you're sat
If some chicks walked in and tried to say stop, and that was how society was created, men wouldn't stop.
Let's say you're sat in your car and you're driving along and you get a speeding ticket. A police woman pulls you over. She's got a gun. She writes you a ticket. She gives you the ticket. Are you going to comply with her?
So I would say that the probability would be the same that I would comply with her, because
Why? She's physically weaker than you. Why are you
listen.
with her?
I'll tell you, because backup is going to be a man. So I know I have to deal with men. Like, think about, this is what I'm saying. If it's the case that a woman cop pulled me over, but the woman cop, all she had to appeal to was calling other women cops, it's a high probability that I'm going to smack. Listen. It's a high probability that I'm going to smack that gun out her hand, because a lot of women cops, they get disarmed much easier than men cops. They're always getting disarmed by perpetrators. So yeah, I wouldn't really feel the threat of force like I would, like if it's a male police officer. So you're just wrong. But
the reason why we have so many more female police officers now than we used to do is because of the fact that we appeal
it's not
to
a lot.
Institutions I'm not saying we have a lot, I'm saying we have more than we used to. And the reason for that is because of the fact that we're not appealing anymore to brute force and fellow police officers. We're appealing to institutions called the state that may be enforced by males, but don't necessarily have to up the entire chain of command. But even if, like, I grant you...
No one's arguing that point.
the argument that you make is very silly because I feel as though this has nothing to do with patriarchy. It has nothing to do with patriarchy.
If enforcing laws have nothing to do with patriarchy, can you please explain to me how you can enforce laws without having please explain to me how you can enforce laws without having a patriarchal system of men enforcing it for you.
Right. Is the system still a patriarchy if women hold every single position of economic power?
That's what you don't understand.
Power? Listen, can you just let me finish?
Yes.
Let's say
I know. I've had this debate yes. The answer is yes.
So exactly, this is dumb. Like, if women hold every single position of power except from men in the police force, that's still a patriarchy. Like, that is nonsense. You do not have any idea of what patriarchy means. That's not what feminists even think. Like, if you want to defend patriarchy as being something necessary, you have to demonstrate that, like, men holding the predominance of power in society is a necessary good, right? But you can't do that. Because what I'm hearing from you is that the only thing that defines a patriarchy is whether or not men are in the police. So even if there was a woman prime minister, a woman behind the button of a nuclear weapon, a woman who is enforcing, who is asking those men to go out and do the stuff, it's still a patriarchy because men are doing the physical labor. That's just nonsense. This is like saying if a CEO of the company is like telling all of these manual laborers to do things, the manual laborers actually have way more power than the CEO. It's nonsense. It is not what patriarchy means.
Okay. So where do you think power really lies? Do you think power lies in the hands of the people that write things on paper, or do true power lies in the hands of the people that can enforce said things that's on the piece of paper?
But both of those things.
No. Oh, it can't be both, because the people that can enforce it, well, they don't have to enforce the things that's on the paper. They're choosing to enforce the things that's on the paper. But the people that write the things on the paper, they don't have a choice but to appeal to the people that can enforce the things that's on the paper. So where does true power lie? Does true power lie in the hands of the lawmakers, the legislators, or does true power lie within the military and the police force? Where does true power lie?
Well, who's behind the chain of command when it comes to people like the military?
Where does true power lie, Tilly? Don't move the goalposts. Where does true power lie?
Well, I don't think that true power lies in an enforcement class of working class police officers. I think if you're going to choose between
Tilly, then demonstrate how. Tilly, you have to you're not demonstrating how true power lies within the hands of the people that write things on a piece of paper, rather than the people that enforces the things on the piece of paper. Because at any time, the people that enforce things, enforce the laws and the rights, they can choose to not enforce it. This is why civil war happens. This is why kings get overthrown since the beginning of time, because the people that have the monopoly on force, they choose to rebel against this class of people that's in authority.
Can I ask a question?
Can
I ask a question to clarify for both of your positions? So first, just one name. Can each of you tell me, in the United States of America, or maybe even in the world, right? In the United States of America, who would each of you consider the most powerful person right now? Tilly, you can say it, and then Cooley, you can say it.
Cooley, go ahead.
Okay. You asked me who do I think that the most powerful person?
Yeah, right now. Who's the most powerful person?
Okay, so the most powerful individual would be the person that's in charge of the military. That's the most powerful person.
Okay. So
and that would be Donald.
The most powerful person in the United States.
That would be Donald Trump.
Okay. And then Tilly, would you agree or disagree with that?
It's very difficult to pin down like power to one specific individual.
Sure.
But I would probably say it's like someone, potentially Donald Trump as well.
Okay, so then if we say that Donald Trump is the
but
most...
not because he's commander of the military.
Wait, so if Donald Trump is the most powerful person, real quick, so then each of you should explain why. And I'm not trying to lock you into this, has to be this, but like if you were to say Donald Trump, can each of you explain why do you think Donald Trump is the most powerful person in the United States?
I'll let Cooley start.
He controls the military. He protects our borders. He controls the military. So, that's why he's the most powerful person alive in the United States. I wouldn't say that that's the most powerful entity. The most powerful entity would be the military. And at any time, if the military collectively said, you know what, we're not enforcing any of these rights and laws that these legislators wrote, and that the things that Donald Trump is saying, well, they can rebel.
So Donald Trump is only powerful because of the military?
He's only powerful because people, because the enforcement, the patriarchy, the people that have force to enforce the things that he wants, that's why he's powerful. But at any time, if they choose not to enforce it, he has no power. So the thing is, what's funny is Donald Trump relies on men to enforce these things. But these men collectively do not rely on Donald Trump.
Can I ask a question? Just one clarifying question on that. Because so
they can choose to rebel.
Yeah. So if you're saying that Donald Trump is, I think we would all agree, Donald Trump is probably not the most physically powerful man. But you're saying that he commands the military, and any individually, my guess is almost anybody in the military is going to be more physically powerful than Trump. Why would you say that Donald Trump is more powerful than any of those other people, anybody in the military, if you can't beat them up?
Yeah. So what you're doing right now, Destiny, is equivocating. So you're using two different definitions of a power, right? So if we're speaking about when I say that true power, and my definition of true power, and my argument is, well, that's within the hands of the people that can enforce the things that we write on a piece of paper. That's true power. And we know that is true because the reverse can't happen, right? The reverse can't happen. They always have to appeal to people to enforce it, right? And get people to enforce it. But it's not the same. At any time, the people that's enforcing these rights and laws, they can choose not to. Which is why civil war happens, which is why, not even that, even the people that's enforcing this is why we have the Second Amendment here. Because at any time our government is going off crazy, the people can stand up and go against the military, which would be men. It's going to be a majority of men that's going to be going against the military. And this is how kings got overthrown. This is how civil wars happened. This is how nations fell within. But it's always by men. So once again, all of these questions that you're asking, Destiny, and that Tilly is going through, it's all proving force doctrine. It's not negating the argument. It's actually fully demonstrating it.
So I would say that power is to do with the ability to establish legitimate rules that other people recognize and follow. So whereas force is...
Oh. Darn. I didn't do that. She just went out. All right. Well, she'll come back in. All right, so we've been going for an hour, 42 minutes, and we could go for a little bit longer. I got time. This is pretty fun for me. You got time, Destiny? Because then we're gonna spend 30 minutes allowing some people to call up.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, cool. So once she comes back in, we'll go for 30 minutes longer, and then we'll shut this down, and then we'll go and start having some callers call in and ask myself questions and Tilly questions. And actually, let me put the link for people to join the stream at the end of the debate. Let me get you that link, and I'm going to pin the link in the YouTube comments, and that's going to be on my page, No Fugazee page. Anyone that's tuning in on Destiny's channel, come on in and ask me some questions, and try to catch me in some stuff, because I know you guys are definitely against me, which is fine though. I welcome it. 1 second. All right, everyone that's tuning in, I just went ahead and pinned the link in the YouTube comments, so you can come there if you want to go ahead and ask us some questions. And now let me see if Tilly is back in here. Okay, yeah. All right, let's try this again. Hey, Tilly, can you speak? Okay, you're good. So Destiny, I think you were asking a question, or Tilly. Actually, Tilly, you were speaking.
Yeah, I was saying that we were talking about definitions of power. So I was saying that power is about the ability to, political power is usually about some kind of ability to establish like legitimate rules that other people are going to recognize and follow. And force is weak because it's derivative. Like, sure, it maintains compliance, but it doesn't create authority. Like, authority doesn't lie in force itself. Authority maintains compliance, it maintains authority. Therefore, like, true, like, power arises when people recognize something or accept something as binding. Like, for example, let's say you have like some kind of supreme ruler or dictator. That person has power because they define laws, they guarantee security. Like the soldier's sword or whatever, like that's only effective insofar as like laws confer the legitimacy of that. Because the state isn't just that which has a monopoly on force, it's that which has a monopoly on legitimate use of force, what is considered legitimate. This is why a police officer could probably shoot me and be more likely to get away with it, but I can't shoot someone and get away with it almost ever.
Yeah, so once again, everything that you said isn't disproving it, it's actually proving it, because it's all going to resort back down to the people that can enforce the constructs that you have in your mind. Because that's all the things that you said is just all laws. All of these things are just ideas in the mind. It's written things that you have on a piece of paper. And then what you do is you have to go to people have to believe in it. They have to be influenced to say, you know what? I'm going to enforce this law. This is why people go to, to be a police officer. This is why they go into the military, because they believe in America. They believe. You get what I'm saying? But at any time, if they don't believe, this little piece of paper holds no weight. So therefore, you always have to keep appealing to get the people to believe in whatever the construct that whatever the law and the right is.
To their head? You're doing that by threatening them with violence? That sounds like authoritarianism. You're doing it by defining
No.
You're doing
that's
it by
not what I said.
Social norms. You're doing it by organizing collective action. And yes,
I'm saying that's the only way that right equals force. So this this thing that you have on a piece of paper, then please Tilly, if it doesn't equal force, if rights don't equal force, please point to a right. Can you touch a right? Please demonstrate how you have these rights currently right now in the UK if men aren't there to enforce it. You wouldn't have a right if men weren't there to enforce it, because other men would come and take whatever idea you had in your mind. They would take it away.
No, the right wouldn't be enforced.
Tilly, if you think that you can walk down a street, put it like this, I'll fully demonstrate it, right? In Afghanistan, our troops was over there in Afghanistan. And when our troops was over in Afghanistan, women had actually certain rights in Afghanistan. They was going to school. They was just, walking the streets normally and stuff. They were kind of chilling, right? But then when American soldiers left Afghanistan, guess what happened? The Taliban took over and took away all women's rights.
No, it didn't.
The Taliban military, the United States, our military, when they left, the Taliban took over, and guess what? Women wasn't going to school no more when the Taliban took over. So what are you speaking about?
The right to go to school.
Not if men don't allow them to go to school.
Right. This is why I repeatedly said that force doctrine doesn't make sense.
No, right? Tilly, you don't make sense. Map it onto reality that rights. How do you have a right without it being enforced?
Right, I feel like I've already done this sufficiently.
You haven't done it at all, Tilly. You haven't done it.
Even if I do grant you, male physical prowess matters. Of course it matters. I don't think it matters to justify patriarchy. Because what it demonstrates,
Then how can you have a patriarchal society without men? Is it going to be women enforcing things? Well, what do you mean? How can you have societies as a collection of people in an ordered community? How do you create order if you don't have men enforcing order? Demonstrate it. How can one
I don't need
create
to demonstrate
order?
That because I'm not arguing that men shouldn't enforce order.
You're speaking about societies. So here's what I'm saying. What the things that you presuppose, you're missing things. The debate is about is patriarchy necessary and good for societies? You won't have a society if the society doesn't have any order. That would be chaos. Look at what societies means. It's ordered communities. How do you have order if you don't have men to enforce the things that people have in their mind to create said order?
It's nothing. This is where I differentiate from the force doctrine thing. The reason why I said that this force doctrine is a rapist mentality is because I said that men who ascribe to this idea believe that they are granting women some kind of benevolent freedom, that they are granting women something rather than that right.
It's not just about women; it's men too. No,
Yeah,
it's not just about women.
Mentality of men who rape other men. I'm saying if I grant that physical male prowess matters, what that means is that you two are in danger from stronger men than you, that men grant you your rights. I'm saying this is not how rights work. I'm saying that civilization requires we collectively opt in to choose to respect each other's property rights, that we choose to respect another's right to life. Therefore, if you try and express that men
what if we don't
grant
choose
women rights by not interpersonally violating them,
what if we don't choose, Tilly?
You have to concede a whole bunch of emasculating logics, or you have
No.
to recognize that rights
What
are
are you
grounded
speaking
in
about, Tilly?
something.
This
You
does
yourself
not.
know that rights are
So
grounded in
Tilly,
things. You know
Tilly,
that
real
rights are
quick.
grounded in things because you appeal to God.
Tilly, real quick. You keep saying that, well, men have to appeal to other men for their rights. That's within force doctrine. Force doctrine is simply that it's men that's going to be the one. They have the monopoly on force. It's men that's going to be the ones that's enforcing these constructs that we have in our mind. It's never going to be women. It's never going to be women. Can't women? Collections of women cannot do it themselves. There's not a collective of women that can enforce any rights.
Andrew Wilson comes up with force doctrine because whenever he speaks to liberals and leftists, they believe and they assert something to do with subjective morality. So he tries to critique them, right, by saying, well, if everything's based on preferences, X, Y, Z about feminism. So it falls apart when I just don't ascribe to subjective morality.
It did. Nothing fell apart. Tilly, nothing fell. Not one of my arguments. I truly had two arguments. None of them fell apart. Argument number one was actually I've written it down. Actually, let me go to it real quick. Where is it at? Okay. So argument number one is the patriarchy necessary and good for society? Yes, because it's inevitable if you have a society. It means you have order, and men can only enforce the law and the order. And if you think societies are good, then you're basically affirming the patriarchy, because if you think societies are good, you need the patriarchy to build the society. So obviously it's good. Now, so the second argument is very simple, which you truly tried to escape it, but it didn't work. You actually admitted that you actually believe that morality is subjective. My first question was, do you believe that morality is objective? You said that yes. And then you appealed if it's objective, it's mind independent. But then you say that, it's dependent on logic and reason and what's the other word? Agency, which is things that you appeal to it all depends on the mind. So your morality is not objective. Your morality is truly subjective because it's mind dependent. It depends on having the ability to utilize logic and reason. But guess what? Someone can act in a logical way and kill someone. You said, well, yes, that would be bad. Oh, well, if it's objective, well, then how is it also always changing within people utilizing their logic and reason? Then it's not objective, it's subjective. So therefore, you fall into the same trap of Andrew Wilson's famous argument. Everything for you reduces down to preferences. And if it reduces down to preferences, my question for you again, then how can you it does reduce. If you believe that, you do believe that morality is subjective, which then how are you justifying what's good and what's bad? You said that logic and reason. What? That didn't explain anything. It didn't demonstrate anything. It's going to reduce down to what person prefers something utilizing logic and reason. No, I do understand what you're saying. I'll say this. Let me ask you this question. We'll get into subjective morality again. If someone is acting in accordance with utilizing logic and reason, and they think about it logically that it's good to kill someone, right? It's logical to kill someone. How can you justify that killing is bad?
Because of the fact that ontologically agents cannot be coerced without collapsing the concept of it itself. It's like the ontological
That's
argument
subjective.
God, except for the existence of rights. Okay, and now
No, that's subjective, Tilly.
Let's say two people
That's still,
okay, hold on.
Tilly.
Let me
That's
return
still.
to you with the question.
You did not
Wait,
demonstrate it. That's
here,
still.
let her do an
Then you
example.
have-
Let her do.
don't just
Wait,
run
let
from
her
it.
do an
Then
example.
please demonstrate.
Let her do an example. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Please demonstrate. Please demonstrate how it's not subjective.
Okay, let's say there's two people, and this is a really classic thing, you've probably been asked it before. Let's say there's one person who says that God told me to kill a guy, and you said that God told me to keep that person alive. How are you going to differentiate? Let's say both of these people genuinely believe they've experienced revelations from God. How are you going to differentiate those two prepositions? Like, how are you differentiating those?
So once again, I appeal to Christian ethics. Christian ethics, we follow the 10 Commandments. So therefore, we have things that's grounded, right? Like thou shalt not kill, Tilly.
Right, exactly.
So therefore, the person that's doing this, Tilly, just stop. You asked me a question, let me answer it. Therefore, to justify it, it tells us the person, thou shalt not kill, the person that did the killing, well, this is bad. The person that didn't do the killing, this is good. You asked me the question, I answered it because my morality is grounded in things that I don't appeal to in my mind. I appeal to things outside of my mind. Your morality, you have to appeal to your mind. You are subordinate to logic and reason. Tilly, you're subordinate to logic and reason. I'm not subordinate to logic and reason. You have to appeal to logic and reason. I appeal to the entity that logic and reason is subordinate to, the entity that created logic and reason. You can only appeal to logic and reason. This is why when you're saying that, oh, well, morality is objective. How is it objective? Well, if we utilize logic and reason, and then we understand that people have agencies and people need to, respect other people's agencies. That's just stupid. What if I don't respect your agency? What if I choose not to abide by that?
I feel
how can
like
you determine? How can you justify what is good and what is bad?
I think one issue that
it's all going to be in your mind. It's all going to be subjective, is what I'm saying.
I think there's a definitional thing that's happening here as well, where I think when Tilly is talking about like what makes for an optimal agency person, like who has the most agency. There are a certain set of preconditions that need to be met, right? You need to be able to not be murdered, to not have your stuff stolen, et cetera, et cetera. I think she's saying this is like, if I say like ontologically, this is like the category, like a person with agency would have all of these different traits. I think you're labeling those things as like subjective or preferences. And they like, in one sense, they're kind of preferences, but in another sense, they're like necessary preconditions to have agency. So I think you guys are like, you're using the word preferences when she's talking about things that can be preferences, but she's not talking about them in terms of preferences. I think you guys are having a disagreement there. Does that make sense?
I think that unborn children have agency, but therefore you believe in abortion and you think that, well, it's a just killing by killing these babies because you don't believe that they have agency. This is why I'm saying that it's truly subjective, is not objective. Tilly, remember, you are grounding your morality in three things: logic, reason, and agency. Well, therefore, how do we truly determine what has agency, right? You can just say whatever you want.
And you're grounding your
But that
morality
doesn't
in
make
that
it
thing
so.
that everyone historically has agreed upon, which is God's will, right? Let's say morality depends on God's commands. Do you agree morality depends on God's commands? I'm going to assume you mean yes, right? For an act to be morally right, we have to know what God's will is. People disagree on God's will. Therefore, morality is contingent on human beings' interpretation. On anything guaranteed by reality, it means morality becomes subjective in and of itself, which means it depends on which human being you trust, rather than the necessary conditions for agency. It's no longer universal. It's non-negotiable. It's not non-negotiable. It's not logically binding, which means that my method of grounding reality is better, even if I can see that it's flawed. It's better than God, that thing that no one agrees on what God's will is.
Yeah. So once again, all you said was morality is subjective. You're not.
No, I'm saying.
Real quick, everything that you just said, you was like throwing stuff on a wall and none of it stuck. Just none of it stuck. And I'll explain I'll explain why.
Well, wait,
right?
real quick before, because I think you guys have looped on this. I get like a clarifying question would be: let's say you have two Christians who are different denominations. I imagine both of these people believe that, just in some ways, they're following the will of God, but they come across some moral disagreement, say related to premarital sex. If you're appealing to God's commands or God's actions or special revelation or whatever else, how do these two people settle their
Yeah,
their
Destiny,
moral
I was going to
disagreement?
explain it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll explain it. So, when I say that morality is objective, when I say that it's objective, I don't appeal to the things that I have in my mind because we have our own desires. I may desire something and I desire it so much. Like in my worldview, a homosexual, he desires, homosexual sex, right? This is a desire, and he may actually feel that it's good because he desires it, and he can think that it's a loving thing. But under my worldview, we don't appeal to our flesh food desires, right? Our flesh food desires is all subjective. It's not objective, right? So when I say that God sets the standard of morality, he sets the standard of what's good and what's bad and what's going to have consequences. And he puts the consequences on the good and the bad.
Yeah, but I'm just asking,
God.
For
Now,
two people, how do they resolve a
disagreement
disagreement in God's commands? If two people, because there's different denominations, right, of like Christianity. So how do two religious people? So how do they resolve a difference there?
So once again, we don't even have to speak about that. That would be moving the goalposts, right? The onus is on her to demonstrate how her standard of morality is objective. I'm totally fine. I have these debates all the time. I can demonstrate how if one group, one denomination over this denomination, they're interpreting the Bible and having LGBTQ flags in and having women preach. I can bring up many scriptures in the Bible that says, well, women should be silent in church. We can have this argument between two Christians. But the onus is not on me to prove it. The onus is on her to demonstrate how her morality is objective by utilizing logic, reason, and human agency. She hasn't done it yet. She keeps on appealing to things that is subjective within the mind. It's mind dependent, not mind independent.
Okay. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that your morality is much more subjective than mine. What I'm trying to say is that your morality depends on which human being you trust rather than on the necessary conditions for agency, which are ontological states. Whereas religion is notoriously something that people continue to disagree on because of the fact that people disagree on God's will. Therefore, for an act to be morally right, you have to know what God's will is, and God's will is continuously a mystery. This is something that has caused more wars in human history than
It's not a mystery. You're lying.
Yeah.
Okay,
what's your
once
denomination
again,
and
you're
why?
just speaking
What's your
about
denomination and
God.
why?
You're just speaking about God. You asked me for mine. I said that I believe in Christian ethics. It's just not a God. It's a different. So the thing is, listen. No, you actually did not prove that. The thing is, I can demonstrate it here clearly. But you know what? I don't actually have to demonstrate it because the onus, it's like if I ask you a question, you don't answer it, and then you ask me a question, oh, demonstrate this. Well, I'm having trouble demonstrating it. Well, how about you demonstrate yours? That's what you're doing right now. You cannot you are doing that. You cannot ground your morality being objective. It's all subjective to your own mind. So once again, if you utilize logic and reason and listen, if you utilize logic and reason and you utilize agency, those are the three things you use to ground morality to make it objective. Well, is logic and reason dependent on the mind?
Okay. So the first thing I'll say
is answer those questions. Is logic and reason dependent on the mind? Is agency dependent on the mind?
I think it's lagging a little bit right now.
But I'm also hold on. I'm gonna answer the question.
I think it's there's a little lag right now.
Oh no, Tilly, you were cutting out.
I have to go to sleep soon because we said the debate would be an hour and a half. It's been more like 2 hours.
Yeah, Tilly, you were just cutting out. That's why we were speaking. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is it okay now?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good now. But yeah, go ahead. We'll wrap it up right after you say this. We'll do closing statements.
Did you hear everything? Okay. So what I was going to say is the reason why agency-based morality or like contractarianism is better than religious morality in terms of a measurement of objectivity is because agency-based morality is derived from the necessary conditions of action. So, for example, non-coercion. self-continuity. Those conditions cannot be denied without contradiction, just like 2 + 2 is 4, just like gravity. Divine command morality, stuff about God, is mediated by human interpretation. People don't agree on what God commands. The objective basis of morality becomes subjective in practice. So if you care so much about in practice, maybe you should care about what the enforcement mechanism for your Christian ethics, given that every single war in human history, with some rare exceptions, are caused by some kind of religious disagreement. What I would say is that agency-based morality applies to all agents equally. Divine command morality depends on authority, revelation, religious belonging, basically a bunch of nonsense, right? And therefore, agency-based morality is rationally justifiable, whereas divine command morality is open to so much more rational scrutiny than that.
Okay, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just refute what you said in my closing, since you said you had to go. But would you have time for a few callers to come in?
Honestly, I have a thing at 10 a.m. in the morning, so
You got like
if the debate was half an hour,
you got like 15 minutes to spare?
I have okay, hold on. Look, I'll show you my schedule tomorrow is I have a 10 a.m. supervision, and so I have to be up really early. And we mentioned the debate would be around an hour and a half. So if the debate had ended half an hour early, I would take a bunch of the calls.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking, do you have 15 minutes to spare?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I can come back.
Well, tell me what you do. Tell me what you do now.
Answering the calls. Well, no. I'm open to coming back.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I wanted.
So
The yes or no.
That's
totally fine.
Next week, whatever. But I can't.
No, that's totally fine. So
I hope your audience is understanding of that.
No, I mean totally fine. You did agree. I see that when my team reached out to you, you did agree to 2 hours, but then also 30 minutes of taking calls. That's what you did initially agree to.
I think when you said the debate would be an hour and a half, just even on this stream, you said we'd keep it to around an hour and a half and then calls. But
yeah, I don't. You know what? You know, it's all good. I think that even when I mentioned it again, it's all good. We can do closing. We can do closing statements, and I'm happy to do a debate with you again when your connection is better and stuff. But I think maybe you weren't here. Maybe you were having connection issues when I even mentioned it to Destiny in the audience. I said, well, continue the conversation for about 30 minutes long, 30 minutes more, and then we'll move into closing statements, because you agreed to 2 hours for the debate and then 30 minutes. So really it's 2.5 hours, but it's totally fine. I guess I'll go with my closing statement.
My confusion.
It's all good. I'll go ahead and do and for the people that want to come up, you guys can still ask me questions. I'll stay here. And Destiny, you mind staying around for 20 minutes to take some questions? I'm sure people.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, cool. That's cool. All right. So are you okay with doing closing statements or no? You just want to go ahead and, because it sounds like you got to go. I'm trying to just
I can do a closing statement for a couple of minutes.
Oh man,
I can make a short closing statement. I can come back to debate the callers, even dedicated debates to the callers, but I really can't tonight. I'm sorry. It genuinely must have been my confusion with scheduling. I'm very bad at scheduling stuff, so I do genuinely apologize.
Okay. Fair enough. So you know what? Since I'll just do my closing statement first, and then I'll have you do yours, since you got to leave once you go anyway, right? So my closing statement, truly, I had two arguments here today. And my arguments was very simple. The debate is about, is the patriarchy necessary and good for society? I totally proved that the patriarchy is necessary, that it's inevitable. In order to create a society, societies need to be in an ordered community. It's ordered communities. And in order to create that order, well, we only have males and females out of this group. Who's going to create that order? It's going to be men to enforce the rights, the laws, and the rules for everyone. So a patriarchal system is inevitable. Now, when we're speaking about, where does true power lie? I also demonstrated that true power lies within the people that can enforce these constructs that we have in their mind. True power lies within the people that can enforce the things that we write down on a piece of paper. Because the people that can write things down on a piece of paper, if they can't enforce anything, they don't have any rights, right? So they're relying on the people that can enforce it for them. Now, whether these people are influenced, whether these people are coerced, whatever it may be, they are still relying on those people to enforce it. And also at any time, collectively, men can say, you know what? They can have a change of mind. I don't want to enforce this law anymore. I don't want to enforce this right. So therefore, this people that write things down on a piece of paper, they can't enforce the rights for them. So therefore, true power lies within force doctrine. Rights is a social construct. Rights equals force. You don't have a right unless you can enforce that right. She did not disprove any of that. She actually conceded to a lot of those points. My second argument was basically that she does believe in subjective morality. She does. She tried to ground her morality in things like logic and reason and things like human agency. She says that, human agency, we kind of just have this, feeling that we know that, we have agency of life and all of these things. And collectively, we agree on this. So therefore, it's collectively we agree on this agency, because if collectively we don't agree on this agency, then this agency that she thinks in her head can be taken away by force, can be taken away by people. So therefore, it is all subjective. It is not objective. It's mind dependent, not mind independent. I don't think that she truly understands the definition of objective, or maybe she was equivocating to use a different standard of a definition of objectivity.
Just as a quick thing, I don't have a timer running for
So
these closing
if it's
statements,
the
so I don't know if
case
we're
that
if
the
we're
famous Andrew Wilson argument, if it's the case that morality, everything is subjective, well, what system does she appeal to justify the good and the bad? She really never even on things, and we give people rights. So this is the system.
Wait, okay.
Well,
it might be lagging a little bit.
Is it you?
Yeah, I don't know if I didn't know. I thought this was gonna be very short. Sorry, I didn't have a timer.
I'll wrap up. It was going on a rant there.
Go for it.
But once again, her belief, she states that morality is objective, but she's an atheist.
I think it's lagging a little.
Oh, okay. Yep. All good, man. It looks like it's 2 against 1, chat, but it's okay. So I lost my train of thought there, but basically, she believes that morality is actually subjective. She can say that it's objective, but she actually truly never demonstrated how it's objective. So therefore, everything would reduce down to preferences. I asked her, does she utilize harm principle or utilitarianism to justify things? And really, she didn't even appeal to those. She appealed to other things within her mind. So then that's all subjective. So therefore, if it's all subjective, you actually have to rely on the people that can enforce rights for you. So this is why she believes that abortion is bad. Abortion is good. I believe that it's good. But under my worldview, if people enforce my worldview, then for her worldview, it would have to be good, because everything is just subjective. There's no way to justify it other than force. I'll go ahead and land my plane there. But yeah, Tilly, I'll give you got the floor, and you can go as long as you want since you're about to leave anyway.
Okay. Well, look, I'll make it short. Patriarchy is not a benign, nor is it a necessary structure, because it privileges private and decentralized force over institutionalized and restrained power. Therefore, it undermines the conditions that make cooperation and stability possible, those conditions being rights. Civilization is founded on a mutual recognition of rights and the collective restraint of private violence. Patriarchy reverses this. It normalizes domination, it creates structural instability, it leaves both men and women exposed to arbitrary coercion from the stronger. Feminism, by contrast, is a completion of the social contract because it extends rights, it extends protections to all agents, it enforces restraint through institutions, and it erodes cultural norms that perpetuate arbitrary coercion and domination. The evidence that I was hoping to get onto in this debate, which unfortunately we didn't, is very clear that societies that embrace restraint produce trust, prosperity, safety, well-being for everyone. Those are usually the most feminist societies. Patriarchy is not power. Patriarchy is not civilized. It is not rationally grounded in rights or social contract principles. It is not the framework that secures freedom, equality, or stability. I will just keep it that short. I would love to schedule another debate or something where we dedicate taking the calls, if possible.
Yeah, let's
drop you a DM.
Let's do it again. Yeah,
it's so like I'm sorry.
Sure,
I'm only
Tilly,
I'm
I'll
not
have
laughing
you
at either
back.
of you. I'm just
It was good
this thing
decorum.
is
We
so
have
funny. I'm sorry.
the back and forth and stuff like that. Appreciate you for coming on. Shoot me a DM. We can debate about maybe feminism if you want or anything. I know you kind of chose this debate, but I'll let you even choose the next debate. If you want to choose the topic of the next debate, that's totally fine too. We can do it. So just shoot me a DM. I got you. All right. Appreciate you. Have a blessed one. All right, Destiny, let me go ahead and make us bigger here.
This thing, whatever this restream thing is.
Nah, man, listen, man.
It's
It's all good, man. I understand that you have a totally different worldview, so shouts out to you for moderating the debate. Actually, Tilly chose Destiny as the moderator, so, thank you for coming on and moderating this debate, man.
Wait, can you hear me right now, or?
Destiny, you said you got about like 30 minutes to spare, right?
Hold on. Whoa, shit. Wait, I don't know how much is lagging. Can you hear me at all?
Am I muted?
Okay,
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna rejoin.
I'm muted. You said you got a few minutes to spare, right?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yo, can you hear me?
I'm backstage. Tell him to drag me back. Tell him to drag me back. Bro, this shit, it was just so laggy. Wait, am I muted? No, I don't think I was muted. Private chat. Oh. Wait, it's not even like, I can't even chat. Okay, I'm gonna refresh.
I'll be bringing you up. So that's where it's coming. But first, and also the people that's trying to join the stream, it could be fully booked. Okay,
wait, can
see.
you?
Destiny came back in.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Destiny, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Sorry, I was laughing because it's just at the end. It's literally lagging for every person. So it just there was just a massive shit show. I don't know why it was lagging for everybody, but yeah. Okay. But I think we can hear each other now. So go now, right?
Okay. So you can hear me. Okay. Cool. Got it. So I'm gonna just bring up some people and they can ask some questions. But once again, for the people that want to ask questions,
before you drag in people,
send in a
are you able to reconnect to this
super chat, and I'll bring you up. If you are a member of my channel, then it'll be $20.
Are you able to reconnect to this call? Because I think you might be delayed on this call too. Are you able to reconnect to this call? I don't know why I'm making a hand sign. Are you able to reconnect to this room? To this room.
No, I'm not delayed at all.
Well, because it's your reality. You're gonna be, but it's I think I don't know how to.
Yeah, so I'm not delayed on my end. I also wrote you in a private chat.
I'm not delayed. I think we are both connecting to the Restream server, and you might be a bit
No,
delayed
I'm watching it live
on the Restream server, not on your YouTube stream. You're
Yeah,
probably good.
Yeah,
/
so
not
I'm watching it
lagging
live.
on
I'm not
YouTube.
delayed, Destiny. So we can go with the proof that it's no delay on my end. But there is, and you're not even delayed either. I think that you're just not hearing me.
Well, wait, can you hear me? Hello, hello? Wait, Wicked Dream, can you hear me?
Okay, well, here's what we'll do.
Let me try.
We'll bring up some people.
Connecting. One sec.
Let's see here. He's a member. Wicked Dreams, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me perfect.
Hold on, let me. Maybe.
Even fast. It was a little weird there. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, so let me get Destiny back up here because I was basically debating him too.
Okay, wait.
All right, Destiny, can you hear Wicked Dreams?
I can hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
I can hear Wicked Dreams.
Can you
Yeah.
hear?
Are we good?
All right, cool.
No lag? Yeah?
All right, Wicked, you sent in the $20 super chat because you're a member. Appreciate the support, man. What question do you have?
So I was just curious. It seemed like everything that she was saying was just everything is a preference upon how she feels. There's really no grounding in any of her morals. So how does she say that her preferences are better than somebody else's preference?
Yeah, Destiny, do you think that the way she explained it, she was able to ground objective morality by utilizing logic, reason, and human agency?
Well, first, wait. Can you hear me or is it laggy still? Are we all caught up?
We can
we're all
hear
caught
you.
up.
Yep.
Okay.
We're
all right.
good.
Okay. I don't know if we got to the morality part necessarily, but it sounded like her grounding had to do with the idea that there emerges from humans some like optimal form of society, some social organization that is beneficial to every person in like some objective manner, and there are like ways to achieve that end state. And then you could argue that the beliefs that everybody in a group has to possess to get to that end state are like objectively true beliefs. So for instance, if we want to have a better society, all of us should objectively believe in not killing each other with no justification. And that's where her objective grounding for the morality comes from.
Yeah, but what if we believe that it's okay? And I mean, who's to say that I'm right? Who's to say you're right? What if it's better that we get rid of the people that, bring harm to what we think is harm to our society? If she's using essentially harm principle.
So I think that
what's better.
So she would argue that when I talk about like if I say like ontology, there's like a thing called a human being, and this from the human being emerges some things that we can say are objectively true. So like on a really basic level, we would say that there's an ideal, or there's a more ideal weight for a person, or it's better to have like lower blood pressure than like hypertension or whatever, right? That there's a collection of things that are good about people that emerges from people. If you have two societies and one group of people believes that, oh, well, we should be able to kill people or subject certain people to reductions in agency, that latter society is always going to be worse than the former society. So then the argument would be that if a rational, objective human is trying to evaluate what a society or social contract would look like, they would gravitate towards the one that respects autonomy and rights from more people, is I think the argument.
Yeah, but it all comes down to force at the end of the day. Society is created of nothing but force.
Well, no, society, there's a ton of things that we appeal to in society that doesn't come down to force. And even if we were to appeal to force, the class that we would appeal to at the end of the day wouldn't be men. It would be people with guns. It would be people with money. It would be people with titles. It would be people that own property. These would be the people we'd probably appeal to.
Yeah, and who's that mostly comprised of? It's men.
Yeah, but it's
because
a minority
we have
of
the
men.
monopoly on force.
Men don't have a monopoly on force. Absolutely not. Who has more autonomy? Who has more rights? An American woman or a Somalian male?
Well, the male, because he can enforce it
No,
more
he
than
can't.
she
Not
can.
from Somalia. You
No,
can't enforce
well,
anything.
we're talking
right?
about in America. So obviously, the Somalian male would be here in America, so he can enforce that. He has the power to.
Well, no,
Unless
I'm
it's
saying
another man who has more power than him. If it's a single man versus a single woman, and he says I believe this, and she says I believe that, it comes down to force.
in a one-on-one situation that would be true, but we don't organize that way. We organize along social lines, right? Women in
Right.
in
Well, okay. So if it's 5 men versus 5 women, it still comes down to force. Whether it's a group, a single individual, no matter what, it still comes down to force.
Well, if it was 5 men versus 5 women, then society would go extinct because nobody would reproduce because the men would just kill all the women, right? At some point,
No. I mean, they could do exactly like Cooley said. They could impregnate them. They could hold them, make sure they come to term. They could have the babies. I mean, there's ways that they could. I'm not saying that is a correct or right thing to do, but it is something that they could do because they hold the monopoly on force to do that.
Why do we think those societies haven't been the most successful ones, historically speaking?
Well, I mean, there's different reasons. There's many different reasons that could be. But that still has nothing to do with the force. They were still able to do it because they have force.
Well, so like it was explained earlier, I don't know the details of this, but it was explained earlier that there's some tribe in Papua New Guinea that is like incredibly weird, I guess, or patriarchal or whatever, how they organize their people.
Become warrior.
But it seems like that society is not like a dominating one on the planet. If anything, it probably would fail to quite a few societies where women are afforded, more rights than.
Well, they seem to be dominating over there.
Would you say that, is there any measure by which you would say that those societies are better than the societies in the West?
That's irrelevant.
Why? How is it irrelevant?
Because they're dominating over there.
They're not dominating anywhere else.
If they were over here, they would have been.
But they only
Right,
exist.
But it doesn't matter if they're not dominating here. They're still dominating over there. It's still happening.
Yeah, but America dominates everywhere. The Western world dominates everywhere, right? They only
because
exist.
We have the force. If we didn't have the force, somebody else would be dominating because if they have the force.
But their
again,
society
it comes down to force.
but their society is a more patriarchal one, but they lack the force. So there's some other mechanism that force is being derived from. It's not just because we have more men, right?
No, it's we have more men. We have more men that can apply force.
Do we have more men than India? Who would win in a war, the United States versus India?
I mean, the United States would beat every country in a war. We have the biggest military.
Yeah, but we don't have the most men. So there's something else there that's powering the force, right?
Well, currently, currently right now, it's so currently. I see what Destiny is saying. He's saying that it's more than just like numbers of men, and currently in today's society, that is true because listen, if the reason why you got Israel, a small state of what. Comprised of what 10 million people? I think it's 10 million people in Israel. Maybe a little bit more.
7 million, 8 million Jews. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
something like that. But the reason why they have a nuclear bomb and these countries around them don't have any nukes, right? So, and also America is helping them. So yeah, we have technology that comes into play. But even if we look at, let's just say, 400 years ago, and you take away guns, there's no guns. Generally speaking, it's going to be numbers.
Sure, but
take away guns, it's going to be numbers.
Yeah, but there are guns, right?
Yeah.
And the societies
but since
that have
there are
guns,
guns now,
since
there are guns now, who's better at utilizing these guns and who's better at utilizing whatever this technology that they make? It's going to be men.
We make that. We make
like
them.
Men,
we use
men
them.
made
We're
the
better
guns.
using
Men did
them.
it all.
Yeah, but can you think of a single man that can make a gun?
It's called a 3D printer.
Yeah, so no, because no man makes a 3D printer, right? 3D printers and guns are produced by societies. You need a whole.
You said a man that can make a gun. Again, a man could make a gun by using a 3D printer.
A man can't even make a pencil on his own, right? You have to have collections of societies that all come together in order to gather the supplies, to ship them, to manufacture them. There's a whole supply chain of every single.
So then,
part
how
of
was the first gun made? Was it not made by a man?
It was probably made by a collection of people that do research, that come together and
Well,
figure out how to build
like
things.
Let's say 5 men. Yeah, collect. That's
even
still
if you say
appealing
even
to
if you say
a
5,
patriarchy.
but it's not though. It's appealing to like a society that's organized around principles that require some mutual agreement in order for people to work together.
So if that's the case, then why didn't women create these guns?
Because men can enforce or have more power to head societies.
There you go.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, That's the whole
We
point.
have the power to enforce.
But you know, you say we. You're not in the team though. The we is the people with
I mean,
the power.
I'm a man. I do have more power to enforce my right over a woman at any point.
But you don't, because there are a million women in this country that you could walk in and try to enforce
Because
your
of
will,
the
and you would
threat
be
of
killed
force.
immediately by security, by another man, by somebody of a higher class, by somebody with more weapons. There's a million other things in society that are more important than your sex or gender when it comes to enforcing your will.
Yeah, because the threat of force is not because of the threat of other. It's the threat of other men. It's not because of the threat of other women.
But it's not the threat of other men. It's not just any men, though.
There
right?
is.
It's not just any
There's
men.
the threat of other men.
It's a particular type of man, right? What's the more important factor? It's going to be things like how much money you have, the access to military arms. It's going to be your organization. Like, these are the things that are going to matter way more than just being a man. Being a man might be a part of it, but if you have a society where there are 100,000 men and 100 men rule those 100,000 men, like feudal societies, things organized around monarchies and everything in the past, it's weird to say, well, the men are in control. Not really. There's a very small group of men that are in control of everybody.
So can you tell me how do you have a society without force?
Real quick, Wit Kid, because we got a lot of people in here. I want to get some other people up that send some donations. Let's spend just 2 minutes on this, and I'll let you just close it out.
One last question is: how do you have a society without force?
Force is probably a necessary part of a society for maintaining rule and order, for fighting off other societies.
But who is going to be the people who apply force?
We have to make that decision.
It's going to be the gender that is physically capable of doing it, and men have that monopoly because we are physically capable.
Men do not have a monopoly.
It's not always going to be all men. It's not going to always be men. There might be some women in there, but a big majority is going to be men because we are physically capable of doing it. That's the difference.
Are the majority of men cops?
Yes, majority of men are cops. Majority of men are firefighters. Majority of men are in the Navy.
The majority of cops are men, but the majority of men are not cops, right? Who we dole out power to is a decision made by a state apparatus, by a society. That's the thing that emerges collectively.
A majority of men don't want to be cops. Not everybody wants to be a cop, but the people who want to be cops are majority men.
Sure, but the power that they're granted and the structure and the society that they exist in are all emergent things from said society. It's not just men. It's a group of men that have been granted power by society to enforce rules and laws. It's not just random men walking around enforcing their will.
But at the end of the day, it's still men creating the enforcement, doing the enforcement.
Well, it's not just men creating the enforcement. We all vote on laws and everything, right?
Yeah, but it's a majority of men. So if it has to rely to one sex to actually hold up the end of the bargain to make the society run, it's going to rely on men.
Society running is not just force, though. That might be a precondition, but it's not sufficient to power all of society. There's plenty of societies with just force. They suck. The one that you described in Papua New Guinea sounds like a shitty society. There are lots of societies that have some...
To us it is, but to them it's not.
You don't think there's any objective measure by which you can say whether some society might be better than another society, or some culture might be better than some other culture, or some group
Again, but I just told you, to us it is, but to them it is not.
Well, I mean, if you're going to ultimately argue that everything is subjective at the end of the day, I mean, I guess subjective and relative, I can agree. But then at that point, I don't know what we're even arguing then.
Yeah, but again, whether at the end of the day, it still comes down to force.
What comes down to force? Well, if it's all subjective and relative, then who cares?
Wait, say that again?
If it's all subjective and relative, I mean, who cares?
I mean, I would care.
I thought you just said that. So do you think the society you live in now is superior to the Papua New Guinea society, or do you think it's irrelevant at the end of the day?
I mean, I think it's superior because, I'm not having to go suck some dude's dick, but, that's just me.
So some
people might like that.
Sure, but most of us probably prefer the society we live in now versus the society that they live in, right? And we have the ability to maintain the society, even though theirs is probably more patriarchal, right? Because we have this whole social structure that has emerged to ensure our rights, our freedoms, our ability to do scientific research, to build guns, to build nukes.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that there's people in that society that rather live there than live here.
I don't think so, because if that was the case, we'd probably have seen more of those societies emerge than the ones that we live in now.
Well, that just depends on the morals of the people. But there's still people who believe that it's, over there is pretty good and they like it over there. They have no problem with what's going on.
Do you think it's totally random? Wait, real quick. Do you think it's totally random that most societies look like the ones that we're in today versus societies that look like the ones in Papua New Guinea? Do you think that was just a random chance? like a roll of the
Hold
dice?
that question real quick. I got to speak to the chat. Everyone that's in the chat, we got a lot of trolls in here that's coming in backstage. Whether they're trying to come in backstage, it looks like it's some of your people, Desi. Like they're not even sending in any cash to come backstage. They're just, coming backstage. But once again, any of my chat or even Destiny's chat, if you want to come in and ask a question, if you're not a member, you got to send in a $50 super chat. If you are a member, you just got to send in a $20 super chat, and I'll allow you on up. Dane Snyder, I see Rachel Wilson. I'm going to get to your comments as well. Anybody that wants to come on up, do it now. The room is not full. It's available. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think it's just a roll of the dice that more egalitarian societies seem to emerge as more successful than the more patriarchal ones?
I mean, it depends on what you define as successful.
Anything that we would deem to be successful.
As in...
How about this?
Like
in human
what?
history, let's just say for war. In human history, when two societies have gone to war with each other, which one tends to win? The more patriarchal one or the more egalitarian one?
Well, the one that can apply more force. That really doesn't matter.
Which
whether
one
it's
seems to be able to
patriarchal or
apply?
egalitarian.
Well, but why does it seem like the more egalitarian ones always seem to be the ones that generally win?
How would they be egalitarian and generally win? I would see it as the ones that have more force.
Do you think that
Well, it doesn't
egalitarian
matter whether
societies
they're
might produce?
egalitarianism.
Yeah, but it seems like they produce more force. Why do egalitarian societies tend to produce more force than patriarchal societies?
I would have to see that. I don't know that that's factual.
Well, do you think that the United States was more patriarchal, or do you think Japan was more patriarchal in World War II? Or do you think that, like, in the Crusades, or do you think that, like, Muslim, like, caliphates, do you think those were more patriarchal, or do you think that, Western nations were more patriarchal for World War I?
I mean, I think we were more patriarchal.
You think in Muslim societies, you think that they had equal rights between men and women?
No, not in Muslim societies. Muslim societies are completely different. They're like extreme on a lot of ends.
Sure. Why did they collapse? They seem to be a heavily patriarchal society.
I mean, this also has to do with IQ and as well.
Why do
I mean, it's
higher
not just
IQ
patriarchal.
societies tend to be less patriarchal and more egalitarian?
I mean, I don't know that that's true.
Well, does it seem true?
I mean, to me, it doesn't seem to me that it would be.
Do you think that higher IQ societies tend to be more patriarchal and lower IQ society? Can you think of, like, does that just feel true? I guess on a universal level, does it seem like lower IQ?
Well, I mean, I think if you're a patriarchal society, you have a little bit higher IQ in some areas.
Okay, it just seems strange because I feel like all the patriarchal societies.
I don't
seem to
understand
be,
where you're going with this, but
well, I'm just saying that the force that you're talking about seems to emerge more efficiently. It's organized more efficiently in more egalitarian societies rather than heavily patriarchal ones. And it seems like one of the main arguments earlier was that patriarchy can undermine aspects of a society that might make it a more valid force projector. That having a patriarchy is undermining agency and rights in a society, and that these are the things that give rise to better societies, which could produce more force.
So I think what Dustin, I think what you're saying here is basically you're alluding to that egalitarian societies where there's women in positions of power and women in the workforce. There's women that's helping out society. They tend to do better than societies that is just patriarchal, where it's men in legislative powers that's given rights and it's men that's enforcing the rights. That's your argument, right?
Generally speaking, yeah. Or the principles that would give rise to egalitarians would also probably produce societies that can arrange more force than the principles that would give rise to strictly patriarchal societies.
Okay, got you. The principles, whether, and one of those principles you're saying is basically like feminism. Let women in the workforce, let them in the economy, let them thrive, things like that. Let them have, just as much choice in the economy, just as much opportunity in the economy that men have.
It depends on how you define feminism, but if you're defining feminism that way as giving women more access to the same rights that men have, or the same agency that men have, then yes, yeah.
Okay, got it. So if that's the case, then why, if we look at history, we could just go to World War I, and was there women in the military in World War? Was there women that had the same opportunities in the workforce during the time of World War I? We would have to say no, they didn't at all. So if that's the case, that women didn't even have the right to vote, they didn't have the same opportunities as men in the workforce and to be in the economy like men are, but we still ended up winning World War I.
How were we able to continue producing the weapons that men fought with? How were we able to keep our economy running when the men went overseas to fight?
So that's so you can't point to a time in history when it was war where women didn't help. Women always helped when men went away to war.
That's not true.
Women always helped.
Women might not have necessarily had the education to work in economy.
Destiny, women always helped with societal infrastructure and the things to uphold society when men go off to war.
No. So the social infrastructure...
You can't point to a society where that didn't happen. So
any society that banned education would necessarily not have women that were capable of working in factories because the only thing they could do is take care of children. You need a minimum level of education. It might have been high school or some middle school back then. Today it might be college.
To work in what time are you speaking about?
To any time. For World War I, for World War II, when all of our women went to the factories to start helping with the manufacturing, when the men went overseas, a less egalitarian society might not have had women that were capable of doing that.
And why were women able to work in these factories? They were able to work in these factories because the factories themselves was already built. You're looking at society, at patriarchal societies already being built, and then saying, well, since it's already built and we have this comfortability, then this is where women get to come in and help. Prior to, think about it, building a society with order, you're not really appealing to men. You're not appealing to women to help create this order. You're going to appeal to men to create this order and to establish a society from ground up. Like feminism and socialism and all of these other isms, they come about when a society has already been built by the patriarchy. This is the only way women start thinking, well, I think I deserve some more rights.
Even if I were to grant you all of that, you're just saying that patriarchy is a de-evolution of, or is an earlier stage of a successful society. That egalitarianism and feminism, the introduction of women into the workforce, in a place that, even if I grant you has been secured by men, is a superior society, because in every part of the world where women have joined the workforce, where women have had the ability to get educated, those societies are superior, even in the masculine ways, in terms of being able to project force across the world, are superior to the societies that remain heavily patriarchal and revoke those rights from women. And we can see this in every military conflict in the world. You yourself said it earlier that America could beat every country across the planet. We have way more rights for our women than tons of countries in the Middle East, tons of countries in Africa, probably in China and India. These are all more patriarchal societies than ours.
But in World War I, women didn't have, there were many countries where women had the same amount of rights that other countries had, and we still beat those countries. Women had the same amount of rights in Germany at the time that they had in America. They had the same amount of rights.
Yeah, but I don't think women in the Ottoman Empire had the same amount of rights as those in the United States.
So what I'm saying is the distinction between this is that, well, men enforce these rights. Men are the patriarchy. You can't have a I get what you're saying. You're saying these patriarchal societies, you're using patriarchy as the people in positions of power, but then you're saying, egalitarian societies tend to be a little bit better at enforcing these rights and upholding rights because they're allowing women in these certain positions, but they're not doing any enforcement is what I'm saying. They're not enforcing anything. Men are still enforcing.
I understand what you're saying. But you're taking things in a vacuum. If I were to ask you what kills somebody, a gun or a bullet, there's no answer there.
Hey, Cooley, I hear my son waking up. I got to go check.
Oh, okay. I think we got one of your people that came in. They sent in a $50 super chat. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Hey, good to talk to you guys. Let me go check on him, man. All right. I'll be in chat.
All right, cool. Let me go ahead and let you out. And anyone else that wants to come on up, ask me some questions, or Destiny, come on up. Taylor, you sent in a $50 super chat. You said, backstage, blah, blah, rights equals force is the same thing as might makes right. Cooley argues like a confused chat GPT bot. All right, cool. I like that. You're up.
Hello?
So 1 second, you're Is your camera on or no?
My camera's off. Here, hang on 1 second. I was using OBS a second ago. Let me turn that off.
All good.
Oh, and let's see if it works. Nope. Hang on.
Just to finish my analogy earlier, what I was saying is that, like, if you say, like, does a gun or a bullet kill somebody? Like, well, the answer is you need both, right? I'm saying that one is way better with the other, and then when these two things combine, you create something, like a thing emerges from the whole that's superior to any of the underlying parts. And you can say, well, a bullet doesn't do anything if you don't have a gun first, and you could beat somebody up with a gun. Like, even if you had no bullets, a gun is still better than nothing because you could smash them over the head with it. But a gun and a bullet together,
Pistol whip somebody,
right? Sure, yeah. But a gun and a bullet together produce something when you bring these two things together, which is, I would argue, is a more egalitarian society seems to produce something that is greater than just somebody that has more guns but no bullets, you know?
Yeah, and the thing, when you were arguing that with Kid Dreams, I think what he was essentially saying, and he was basically saying, well, that doesn't negate the fact that men are going to be the majority in the military. What is true is that, well, women in certain positions in helping out society, I don't think that that's a bad thing.
No, I agree with you.
I don't think that anybody think that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I understand this. But what I'm saying is that, like, if I could tell you right now, I was to challenge you. I want you to be safe, or I'm sorry, you need to survive, and you can pick 100 people, but you can only choose one adjective to describe the type of people that you want to protect you. You're never saying men. That's not going to be. There's a million other things that you would pick before men in that society, right? You would pick. You'd say, yeah. You'd say.
You
special.
said protect.
Yeah, to protect you. You'd never say men, because that, who knows what you might draw there on a one. You might say young people would probably be better than men if you do a whole median. I don't know. Would I rather have like a 65-year-old man or a 25-year-old female? Right?
Saying.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying that, like, even though men might be like the enforcer class, it's a very, very, very selective group of men. You know.
Correct, and this is why we say a collection of men that are capable to enforce the rights. That's what Kid Dreams was saying. He says that men that are capable. So he's still speaking about specific men, not, men that aren't capable. They would still be better to enforce rights and to protect you than women that are capable.
Well, but
for example, I would say
real quick.
So Taylor, you're up here.
Yeah, is there a way
I got no camera,
like a placeholder instead of my camera? I don't think my camera's gonna work.
You can just let me go ahead and do this. Hold up. Let's try this.
Working fine, no BS. Something about
Source
backstage.
hidden to show change non-video setting. Okay, 1 second here. Show non-video participant. All right. All right. So now we got you up, and now you can turn on your camera if you want.
Let's see if it works this time. I really don't think it's going to work. I have a dog shit webcam, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to.
All right, fair enough. You could that's fine, man. You sent in the $50. I'll go ahead and honor you, and you could ask a question.
I appreciate it. Also, hi, Destiny. Real quick, Cooley. You were just saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that a less capable man is ultimately more capable than a capable female for enforcing rights and blah blah blah.
Yeah. So I'll give an example. I'm not saying all. Right. If you can go to the extreme and say, well, a man in a wheelchair that's on dialysis is probably not going to be good enforcing anything or protecting someone than a woman. Right.
But let's say, okay.
So I can get to the specific if you want me to.
I was curious. Would you entertain a hypothetical if I asked you a hypothetical question situation?
Yeah, man. You spent the money to come on up. Go ahead, man.
So let's say that you are, let's say it's a home intrusion thing, right? You wake up, there's a person in your house that has a gun. Let's just say, for the sake of the hypothetical, you don't own a gun. You call the cops. A cop shows up. It's a female cop. Your neighbor has also shown up. They're unarmed, but it's a man, and he works out. He can bench, but he doesn't have a gun. The intruder has a gun. The female cop has a gun. Your neighbor, who can bench, is a male.
Doesn't have a gun.
Who would you rather have protecting you?
I would have the person with the gun.
Okay.
Yeah. But what does this prove? You want to elaborate on your argument?
So a properly equipped and capable female is ultimately more capable in that situation of preserving your rights to property?
Well, with the gun that a man created, yeah.
With a gun that a society created. Holy shit.
No, with a gun that men created, yeah. But a society, you can only have a society again within an ordered community. And who creates order? There's going to be men that create order, right? So therefore, I would answered your question perfectly, but it doesn't map on to refute any of my claims. I said, yeah, I'll take the chick with the gun to protect the home invasion rather than the neighbor across the street without the gun. Yeah, if I had to choose, give me that chick with the gun and spray everybody. The only reason why the chick has the gun is because men created the gun. If we take
Just
men
to be
away
clear,
and their inventions,
men didn't create the gun. Society created the gun, right?
certain men.
So that society empowered and created and allowed to do education and everything, right? It's society that created
Let's do
it, right?
that argument.
Sure.
And who created a society?
Women,
Men
because
and
they
women
birth
working
children.
together
I mean, what do you mean? I mean, it depends on how reductive you want to be.
No, you got to reduce it to the lowest denominator.
The lowest denominator would be women that give birth to
Is our
children.
current society is our current society run by exclusively men? Do we only have male senators? Do we only have male congressmen? Do we only?
Well, let
have
me answer
male
one of
mayors?
let me answer Destiny's questions first, and I'll get to yours. So
Okay,
a
since the other guy
society
paid, you can answer this, that's fine. Go.
is an aggregate of people. A society is an aggregate of people in an ordered community. Ordered is the key word, right? So you can't have a society without order. You can have a community and it can be chaos. So my standpoint is, well, who creates the order? It's men that create order, because when things go wrong, listen, if you have this right or this law or you have a rule, if people don't follow the rules, well, there needs to be consequences if you don't follow the rules, and men are the only ones that can put consequences on people that don't follow the rules.
Okay,
and it's
quick.
gonna be a collection of men to put those consequences. It's not gonna be a collection of women to put those consequences on other men. Now they can put those consequences on other women, right? A lot of chicks get together, yeah, they can put those consequences on other women, but they can't put those consequences on other men. The men would just destroy the woman. Right, destroy the women.
That almost works, except
so if you're
so
speaking
on a small
about
scale,
so real quick, if you're speaking about, if you're referring to a society, you're referring to a patriarchy. You're affirming the patriarchy.
Even a patriarchy isn't exclusively made up of male enforcers, though. Like even if we're
No one
looking at
said it. No one said exclusively.
Even if we're looking at a traditional, like, conservative nuclear family, in that home, if that home is that society, this little micro society, a lot of the enforcement of rule and law is carried out by the mother. Like it's not like the dad
It's
is the
under
only
the
person who
male's
controls the
authority.
mom is there's plenty of kids who had way more discipline given to them by their mother than their father, and there's a spectrum, and other kids will disagree and they'll say, oh no, it was wait till dad gets home, wait till dad gets home. But a lot of kids, fuck that, mom wasn't gonna wait until dad gets home. A lot of kids had the rules enforced by their mother directly. Like there's not in every society, whether it's patriarch,
And you know what? I'm glad that you.
And matriarchies aren't exclusively enforced by women. No matter the society, it's always ultimately enforced by cooperation between both genders of our species. We don't.
Okay.
It's not like you don't find any pockets of only male societies. You don't find any pockets of only female societies.
And I'm not saying that
men and women working in tandem and
Taylor,
communicating.
I got it. I wanted you to land your plane. I think you're a straw man in my position. I'm not saying that it's only men. I'm saying that it's going to be the majority of men.
Just screamed out when you accuse someone else of straw manning.
You did straw man, because once again, it's going to be the majority of men, a collection of men, to enforce laws and put consequences, to enforce rules and laws and put consequences on other people.
Right, yeah,
a majority is not going to be a majority of women and a small amount of men. That's just not going to happen. So also, let's just use your argument. You brung up, well, mothers.
Are rules
let me
enforced in a single mother household?
Let me. I'm going to answer that,
Okay.
but just allow me a moment, right?
I'm not going to answer it.
I'm going to answer it. You just said that can laws and rules be enforced under single mother households?
Mm-hmm.
My answer is yes, that is true. It's because it's children. Women are still, generally speaking, they're going to be stronger than their children. Now, when the kids start getting a little older, he has the true strength to rebel. Now, kids can rebel as well, but if they rebel when they're 5 years old, 8 years old, mommy smack them, they can't really do anything. So, it's force. The mother, let me just finish. The mother is using force. Now, if we extrapolate your example out, we see the negative effects of single mother households. Single mother households leads to juvenile delinquents and a lot of degeneracy that we see on this planet. Most of the gang violence comes from homes that was deprived of male enforcement. It came from single mother homes, right? So what you're saying is it does not negate my position. It does not negate the argument. You're straw manning it. It's very clear. I'll say it again real quick for you, Taylor. I'm not saying that it has to be majority of males. I'm not saying that it's only males. I'm saying that it has to be a majority of males to enforce rights and laws and also put consequences on other people. That is a patriarchy. You can't have a society without order. If you want some order, this is why there's not really order in single mother homes. They're juvenile delinquents. They always rebelling. There's more order in a nuclear family. And also, let's just say, I'll give you this statistic. Single father homes do just as good as two-parent households, and they do better than single mother homes. You know why?
Do you have a source for that?
I can pull it up if you...
What's the... Yeah.
That's totally... Yeah. I mean, I could pull it up. I could pull it up if you want to, but just let me land my plane. Right? So within this, you'll see a clear difference how a man can put his son in place until, when the son is even 18. What? He can still put his son in place. He can still enforce laws and rules by putting consequences on his son. Generally speaking, mothers are not going to be physically capable of enforcing any rights or laws unless the child complies to it once the child is like 16 years old.
I feel like the older a child gets, the more likely they are to rebel against their father instead of their mother for that specific reason, because they feel more a son might feel more justified to physically challenge his father, but he's never going to try to physically challenge his mother, because we don't only run on might makes right. That's not how that works. You don't obey your mother because you physically overpower you. You obey your mother because you love her and she loves you, and ultimately, especially if you're living in their house, you're dependent on them for shelter. You're dependent on them for your entire life. You're not obeying your parents because they could beat you to a bloody pulp if you stepped out of line. You're obeying them because there is a social contract within a family of we all take care of each other and blah 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 blah.
Okay, so here's the part where you straw man my argument. I'm not saying that might makes right. I'm saying that might makes, whether if it's right or wrong, might still makes. And if we're speaking about order, then men, a collection of men, which I would say that is the patriarchy. That's where the true power lies. It makes. You can't have a society without order, and males, men in positions of enforcement actually create the order, Taylor. That's what I'm saying. You haven't refuted it. You're actually proving it the more you speak. Like the single mother household, you proved my point. You said something else as well. You had another example. What was the other example you had? Besides the mother living alone, what was the other one?
I don't remember the other example. I think that the other example was just a two-parent household where the son may rebel against the father physically, but he's less likely to rebel against the mother physically, which is interesting because he's more likely to be able to overpower the mother physically, but he's less likely to rebel against her physically.
You know why? Because the child knows that it's going to be consequences if he rebels against the mother and the father is
the rules, not because the rules could physically overpower him, but because he knows that if he follows the rules,
okay. You have any kids?
Exist in a more cohesive way. The order is preserved by the order isn't just preserved by the people enforcing the rules. The order is preserved by the people who are following the rules, and when what gives the rule legitimacy is that when the rule is followed, all parties benefit. Not because it's not legitimate because if it's not followed, the enforcers will overpower the followers and blah, 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 blah. No, the rule is legitimate if when it is followed, all parties benefit. That's how you build a society.
Okay. So, Taylor, are you responsible of children?
No.
Okay, I'm responsible of many children.
That's good.
So if you were responsible of children, or even if you can think back in your younger years, you would know that children, they have a natural inclination to just be rebellious and do things. Like you tell a kid something, just the fact that you told them no, they have this force to be like, oh, I'm going to do it anyway. And when children rebel from the parents, one of the ways to get them not to rebel, oh, don't touch the stove, it's hot. the child touches the stove because the force from the heat, now he knows I'm not going to touch that stove anymore. So even if we reduce it down to the, smallest thing, the force from heat, you feel it once, that burnt, I'm not going to touch that stove again. The child acts up, they get popped, I'm not going to act up again. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that hitting kids is a right thing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that force itself, I'm demonstrating, I'm giving a description of force. Force itself puts consequences on people that therefore they're less likely to do the things that we say is bad. The more likely to do the things that we say is good, because then we reward them for the good consequences. For the good actions.
Laws by force don't last as long as societies whose laws are given legitimacy by the benefit to all parties. I think that Destiny, you have kids, weigh in.
Hopefully only one.
Okay. Well, Teller, if that's all you have, man, I appreciate the questions, man. I really do. I guess I'll bring up someone else if they sent in any cash. If not, we got Kevin back here. So we got Kevin and TJ.
Just a heads up, I think after this one I have to take off too. So, but
I appreciate you for staying in, Destiny. Kevin and TJ, I don't see any super chats from you guys. So unfortunately, man, you can't come in unless you send in a $50 super chat because you're not a member. And you can thank Destiny for this too.
Yeah, thanks, Destiny. Destiny, when are you going to play something that's not Final Fantasy?
Ask your mom, got him.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, Destiny, I don't think we have any more people coming up. I'll get to the super chats myself.
Sure.
But I do appreciate you for moderating the debate. And would you like to moderate another debate? And we can do another 2 against 1.
Sure. I mean, if you just message me and I can generally do it. Yeah. I guess I guess as a final question, kind of riffing off what the last caller said, if you had a society and in one society you have on average slightly more powerful men, and then in the other society you have slightly less powerful men, but in the second society with the slightly less powerful men, you are all more like socially developed. So you have like a society with higher levels of technology and everything else, and more rights doled out to women so that they can get educated and participate in your economy. Like, which society is going to be a more powerful, like literally can project more force society? The one with the stronger men, or the one with the stronger institutions and social structures?
I think that the one with but the society that knows their duties and they actually adhere to their duties. So if it's a society where women are in the workforce and stuff like that, but they don't actually adhere to, like, they're in certain jobs, but they take up all the jobs where it's they're not in science, technology, engineering, or math. They're not in STEM. They're just doing secretary work. There's some nurses and stuff like that, but they're not really building and maintaining the infrastructure or the military. I think that society versus a society where there's women that know their role, like they're in certain roles as far as, one, they're not aborting their children, right? They know their role. They're going to have children. So therefore, they're having more children, where then it's a higher probability that there's going to be higher IQ people within the society to invent new things. If they're having more children, it's a higher probability that it would be more people in the military. So I would actually say that the society, I know I'm kind of switching it because you tried to put me in a hole there. I would say that the society that adheres to a patriarchy and a society that where women have obligations and duties for societies. And when I'm saying that, obligations and duties, particularly in areas where it's nurturing, giving birth, and also being a helpmate to the male. Nurses is fine. Secretary work is fine. And maybe even in certain supportive roles in the military, like if you want to get some women to come around and be the cleanup crew, not in a war, but like if people are in training, they want to come around and be the cleanup crew for the men in military and training, totally fine. I think that'll help too. So I do think to truly, I'm sorry, 30 seconds, to truly answer your question, I am not one of those people that is like, women are useless. No, I think that men and women are better together. And I think that a society where men and women are working together, but it's gender role specific, and it's the roles that adheres to the biological propensities to give us advantages, I think that that's a good thing. Because if women are appealing to things that is not a biological propensity to give us advantages, where they really don't want to have any children and stuff like that, then we're not going to do better than the countries that are.
Sure. So I guess so I understand the theory of what you're saying, but then I guess my question is why does all of history and all the features of the world today disagree with you? The most successful societies are the ones where women are bearing the least amount of children. The most powerful societies are the ones where women are working in science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Like everything that you just said was an important virtue. These are all features of the lowest of societies, and it seems the ones that are working contrary to your idealized virtues are all outperforming the other ones. So how does that work, or how do you factor that in?
Yeah. You know why? Because what you're so basically certain societies that. Put it like this. In the West right now, we're in a population crisis. And we actually have to allow immigrants in because women don't want to have children. They want to abort their children. So I see what you're saying, but it's putting it in a box basically, because if there's a nation and women are involved too, but they're adhering to their duties that
Name one example nation like this. What's one example country like this that you think is performing well, though? Because every successful country has trended more towards egalitarian rule. All of them.
Got you. So I'll answer the question. The only reason why they're trending towards more of an egalitarian role is because the country has already been built, right? So these ideas of socialism and feminism and things like this, these isms that's rooted into egalitarianism, they only now came about within the last, few hundred years.
Let's say that
because
every
these
single thing you're
countries
saying.
have already been built.
Let's say that I grant every single thing you're saying. Who's stronger, a 10-year-old male or a 20-year-old male?
A 20-year-old male.
Okay, but the 20-year-old male was built theoretically by the 10-year-old, right? Why can't we just see egalitarian societies as the next stage of evolution of a superior
You mean evolving?
Society? Yes.
So what I'm saying is, when I answered how I answered your first question, it actually we would be agreeing to a degree, but not for feminism. So here's my standpoint. If there's a nation that women are involved and they have these roles and duties in society, and these roles and duties is appealing to their biological propensities that can give the society advantages, then that's a good thing and we would see good outcomes. Currently in the West, women aren't adhering to their biological propensities that can give the country an advantage because we are below replacement level for our population. We need to have more babies. It's supposed to be 2.7 babies per woman, but it's currently only at 1.6 babies per woman. So we need immigrants in here.
Let's say I organize all the countries on the planet by birth rate. Then are you saying that the countries with the highest birth rates are better than the countries with the lower birth rates?
No, you're just using one metric of birth rate.
Well, because that's one of the metrics you brought up.
No, listen, Destiny. Let's just say if we just bring it back to World War I, why were we able to win World War I and women weren't liberated like they were now?
Because we mobilized a higher section of our society because we were more egalitarian than the other societies. That was part of it. We weren't fighting on some level of racial superiority. We weren't necessarily as discriminatory against women as the Ottomans were.
The Germans had women working too.
I mean, there are other things
the French had women working too.
There are other things that factor into whether a country is successful. But what was better? The United States was more powerful. The United States in the 1900s, the early 1900s, or the United States now?
So once again, you're just moving the goalposts. Let's stick with exactly. Let's stick with exactly what you said.
In the 1920s compared to the rest of the world, or in the 2020s compared to the rest of the world.
Okay, let's stick with just what you said, because now you're asking a question on top of that. So let's stick with what you said. Your argument, I'm just going to repeat it back so I'm not straw manning it, right? Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. So your argument is very simple. Which societies would do better? A society where it's, just patriarchal, it's men in positions of power, it's men in the military, they're not really utilizing women. rarely at all. They're not really having. It's not egalitarian.
Wait, there's more to society than just the military. Why do you keep saying just the military? There's more to society than.
I didn't say just the military. I said men in positions of power like to legislate laws and stuff like that. And also, there's more to legislate in laws, but this doctors and lawyers and all of this come out from what laws is being legislated and the collection of men that's enforcing these laws. So I know it's more to it, but what I'm saying is, do I have your argument right though? So you're comparing one society where it's basically male dominated, it's really not egalitarian. Then another society, you're saying that it's egalitarian, and I'm saying that, well, it's not truly egalitarian because egalitarian means equal opportunity. So why is it the case that women before they had the right to be in the workforce, before they had the right to vote, they still was in nursing, they still was in secretary jobs, they still did daycares, but we really don't see a big difference right now. Women are still currently choosing to go into the same roles in society as they did in the 1920s.
That's not even remotely true. There are
still
way more women that are lawyers today, that are doctors today,
there's more, but the majority of women.
It still might be the
but
majority,
Destiny,
but
it's true.
The difference might be a 90-10 split versus a 40-60 split. A society that can utilize its resources better. If a woman is smart enough to be an engineer, let her be an engineer. If you want to arbitrarily lock or restrict some people based on their gender to certain types of jobs, I mean, the next question obviously is, well, maybe we should lock it to a certain type of race, or maybe we should lock it to a certain type of IQ. You can arbitrarily restrict societies all day long on that. You want to point to World War I Germany, and I can point to World War II
that's
Germany
not the logical entailment.
That
I told you what.
But that absolutely is logical. For everything
You're
that you brought up,
you straw man my argument,
for
Destiny.
everything that you brought up
You
earlier,
did.
for everything you brought up
Okay, go
earlier,
ahead.
if you wanted to say that like the enforcers in society, the inventors in society are men, I could very easily say, well, who invented the gun? It's probably a white man. Who enforces laws? Probably majority white men, right? Why can't I just go to the racial construct there and say, well, let's exclude every non-white person and build an even better society? And then from there, you could say, what about only tall men? Or what about men who only fit a certain health profile?
Got it.
Like you could
So I'll tell you what you're
this,
doing.
yeah.
You're conflating race and gender. So race and gender, I do these arguments a lot. You can't conflate those two because there's a different capacity. So white males and black males or Asian males in general have the same capacity, right? It'll be the same capacity of force. When you're looking at race, when you're looking at gender, that's a male versus a female. It's not the same capacity of force. So my position is very, very, very simple, right? The argument that you're making is that, well, we need an egalitarian society, and the most egalitarian society, when things are equal opportunity for men and women, they produce the best results. Well, we don't even see that now. We don't see 50-50 women in the military, 50-50 women in legislators, 50-50 women doctors, 50-50 women.
That's the whole
point.
But yeah,
I can still. So look, you're reducing it down to the extreme for where it's just men and then it's women and men. I've reduced it down so where even if it's extremely all equal, it wouldn't be better than the society where it's women in roles that appeal to their biological propensities that give the nation advantages. And what I said is roles like, one, having babies because we need to keep the population going. Roles like being nurses, being caregivers, things like that. If women are adhering to those type of roles, societies would thrive better than the society where it's 50-50 equal split.
I understand your point. I feel like the history
so we both made the same argument then.
Well, I don't think so. But listen, I appreciate.
You just made your argument quicker. I made my argument slower because you talk faster.
I appreciate.
But fair enough, Destiny.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yep, have a good one, brother.
Destiny, I'm a huge fan.
All right, everybody be careful.
All right.
Fuck me. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this more tomorrow. I have to wake up super early. I love you guys. Be careful. Stay safe. Oh my god. Be careful. Stay safe.